Chapter 2077. Well. Yuchen looked at the storage bag and reached out to take it. He nodded and said, "This secret path is indeed a recent source of income in our Haoming city. It's specially managed by the elders, but I can't take it. As for the spiritual stones, I'll take them. There's more." Xiao Hua waved his hand again, took out a jade bottle and handed it to Yu Chen. "This is to thank you for the sea map. Please accept it." Yu Chen wanted to refuse, but thinking of the spiritual herbs last time, he hesitated a little and took it first. When he opened the jade bottle, he was a little moved. The elixir inside was exactly what he needed to condense elixirs. "Alas, forget it." Yu Chen smiled bitterly. "I didn't want to exchange the sea map for your elixir, but this elixir, in my eyes, the sea map is 100 times more precious than this Lingli pill. You don't have to be so polite." Xiao Hua waved his hand and smiled. Yu Chen didn't refuse anymore. He took the Lingli pill and said, "Fellow practitioner Xiao, there are many practitioners coming to our Haoming city to participate in the auction, including the practitioners of Meng country. Many of them came from the Mo Bao land. Now the secret path is ineffective. If they want to go back to Meng country, they have to take a long detour or use the secret path in our Haoming city. Therefore, there are many practitioners who want to pass through the secret path. Our Haoming city has also collected a lot of spiritual stones to arrange for these practitioners to leave. I'll try my best to arrange for you to leave first, but I'm afraid that it will take half a year to make the arrangement now." "So long?" Xiao Hua was stunned, but he thought for a moment and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. Now that I'm in your territory, do I have any scruples?" Yu Chen nodded and got up. "It's not too late. I'll go back and arrange it. Fellow practitioner Xiao, you can cultivate first." After seeing Yu Chen off, Xiao Hua explained the matter to Xueqi and asked her to cultivate in the quiet room, while he himself went to the alchemy room. With a clap of his hand, he took out a storage pouch from the space and muttered to himself, "Since there's half a year of meditation time, it's exactly what I want." Yan Yu's storage pouch contains many medicinal pills and pill recipes used by Foundation establishment cultivators, and even some medicinal pills used by Golden Core cultivators. This young master will also take advantage of this time to take some medicinal pills and refine a few cauldrons of medicinal pills. Unfortunately, the Jade Slip has the pill formula for the Minghua pill, but it doesn't have the pill formula for the Elaine pill and the Hua Yuan pill. It's really too tight. Then, Xiao Hua took out the clear flower pellet from his storage pouch and a drop of earth crystal Yao milk. He first poured it into his body, then put the clear flower pellet into his mouth. This was another rare opportunity for Xiao Hua to cultivate. After the closed-door cultivation, Xiao Hua carefully and stingily refined the earth crystal Yao milk, while taking some medicinal pills. After stabilizing his cultivation base at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, he slowly pushed his cultivation base to a higher level. At the same time, in his spare time, Xiao Hua was still refining pills. After a few more failures, he successfully refined the clear flower pellet used by the middle stage of Foundation establishment. Looking at the clear flower pellet that didn't have any medicinal fragrance, Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. This clear flower pellet had tortured him enough in the past. It was like a flying sword hanging over his head, ready to take his life at any time. But it was also this clear flower pellet that sent him to the Imperial Thunder Sect, which led to all the things that happened afterwards. Otherwise, he wouldn't know where he would be cultivating now. Perhaps he would be abandoned by the heavens, a member of the heavenly demon sect. But now, the clear flower pellet that caused his meridians to burst was an ordinary medicinal pill that he used for cultivation. Moreover, one or two of them wouldn't have much of an effect. Thinking of the endless possibilities, Xiao Hua faintly felt that karma was tangled up in a disorderly manner, like a messy ball of thread. Unconsciously, he understood. He put the clear flower pellet into his mouth and his mind entered the space. The karma hand in the space faintly glowed. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly attached his mind to the karma hand and carefully comprehended it. After an unknown period of time, Xiao Hua felt some movement outside the space. He withdrew his mind from the karma hand and opened his eyes. He saw Xueqi looking at him with a pair of big eyes. She didn't disturb him at all. "Husband, you came out of seclusion?" Xueqi's eyes flashed as she asked in a low voice. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "How long was your husband in seclusion?" Xueqi glanced at the cauldron beside Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "Husband's cultivation is really amazing. You have been in seclusion for more than a year. Even the medicinal pills in the cauldron were ruined and you didn't wake up. Ayo, Xiaohua slapped his forehead. When he was comprehending the karma path, the clear flower pellet was still on the cauldron. Who knew that a year would pass in the blink of an eye? How could the clear flower pellet not be ruined? What a pity for these spiritual herbs. Xiaohua looked at the cauldron that was still warm, and the cauldron that had already lost its medicinal fragrance and said with regret, "Yes, it's these message talismans that are disturbing my comprehension." Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw several crimson communication talismans outside the cauldron. Xiaohua understood that Yu Chen must have come to visit him and arranged for him to go to Meng country through Mo Zhao Black Forest. Seeing Xiaohua open the restriction and let the transmission talisman in, Xueqi wanted to say something but hesitated. She had seen Xiaohua's abnormal state when he was cultivating before, so she didn't dare to disturb his cultivation too much this time. However, Xiaohua's abnormal state this time was different from before. This time, Xueqi couldn't help but watch with concern. What kind of abnormality was this? A multicolored thread emerged from the back of Xiaohua's head. It circled around the alchemy room and immediately turned into countless threads. They passed through the alchemy furnace, passed through the alchemy liquid, passed through everything, and scattered outside. Then, many more threads came back, passed through Xiaohua's body, and came out again. When Xueqi finished cultivating, she didn't see any movement from Xiaohua. When she came to the alchemy room, the multicolored threads had already turned into a huge cocoon of light, surrounding Xiaohua. How could this not shock Xueqi? Several transmission talismans were out of Xiaohua's expectations. In addition to Yu Chen's, there was also one from a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Taoist master Mi Yu. There wasn't much content in it, only that Taoist master Mi Yu was leaving Haoming City to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect. If there were disciples who had finished their experiential learning, they could follow Taoist master Mi Yu back to the sect. Xiaohua didn't care about this message. After all, it was already half a year ago. However, this message was a rule of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Any ordinary disciple who received this transmission talisman would definitely be full of glory and eagerly go to Taoist master Mi Yu to register to return to the sect, because this was an excellent opportunity to get close to a nascent soul cultivator. Thinking about how Xiaohua could casually give Bai Feng Liang a foundation establishment pill, then wouldn't a nascent soul cultivator be able to casually give foundation establishment and golden core cultivators different benefits? This was also because Taoist master Mi Yu saw Xiaohua appear in the auction for nascent soul cultivators, so she ordered her disciple to send this transmission talisman. Otherwise, how could an early foundation establishment disciple like Xiaohua receive this transmission talisman? Alas, this opportunity was also lost by Xiaohua. Chapter 2078. Yu Chen's messaging talisman was even simpler. He came several times, but Xiaohua didn't respond. He also understood that Xiaohua should be in seclusion, so he didn't disturb him. There were many cultivators going to Ink Cloud Black Forest, so he could arrange things more freely if Xiaohua left later. Xiaohua looked at several messaging talismans, then sent out Yu Chen's messaging talisman, and then asked Xueqi, "Wife, how's your cultivation method? If it's successful, I'll accompany you to Haoming City to build your foundation. Otherwise, I have an appointment with Captain Yu, so we have to set off for QC." Xueqi didn't hesitate at all and said with a smile, "I don't know why. I always have some lingering thoughts that this isn't the best time to build my foundation. Even the cultivation method you gave me has improved a little. I've already decided, so let's talk about it on the way." "It's up to you," Xiaohua said with a smile. "That cultivation method is beneficial to the meridians, so you'll have more confidence if you cultivate it for a few more years. Your foundation is different from mine, it's related to your life, so you have to be careful." Then, Xiaohua put away the pill furnace and other things, and Xueqi also put away the things she left in the cave. Not long after, Yu Chen came to the cave. As soon as he saw Xiaohua, he looked up and down, but he couldn't find any clues. Xiaohua's cultivation was still in the early stage of foundation establishment. However, Yu Chen still said with a smile, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Xiao, you've been in seclusion for another year. Your cultivation must have improved a lot." Xiaohua didn't think so and waved his hand, saying, No, I'm just a foundation establishment cultivator. How can I improve after a year of seclusion? I'm just relying on my leisure time here to stabilize the realm I just set foot in." Yuchen didn't ask anymore and turned his head, saying, "Then, fellow Taoist Xiao, are you going to continue your seclusion? Or are you going to Ink Cloud Black Forest? If you're in seclusion, you have to give me the spirit stones for this cave first. The spirit stones you paid in advance for this cave are already not enough." Ha ha ha, seeing Yuchen joking, Xiaohua laughed and said, "Fortunately, fellow Taoist Yu is in Haoming City, or I would have been kicked out of the cave long ago." Ha ha ha, Yuchen also laughed. When Yuchen sat down, Xiaohua told him his plan. Yuchen nodded and said, "Everything has been arranged by this old man. Tomorrow, there will be a group of cultivators passing through the Ink Cloud Black Forest. 10 days later, there will be another group of cultivators. Whatever fellow Taoist Xiao thinks is possible." Oh. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. Yuchen was even more surprised than Xiaohua, he said curiously. "The Mo Zhao Black Forest is full of dangers, not to mention the Mo Sand and Mo Zhao. Even the rarely seen giant Mo Zhao and golden silk armor Ho can appear at any time. If it is not a nascent soul realm senior, no one can say that they can pass through it safely. Even if there is a secret path, most Foundation establishment cultivators travel in groups." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He scratched his head and said, "Please forgive me, Taoist Yu. This is the first time I've come to the Ink Cloud Black Forest. I didn't know it was so strange." If fellow Taoist Xiao is alone, this old man will naturally tell you the location of the secret path, Yuchen said with a smile. "But fellow Taoist Xiao also has a delicate junior sister. In this old man's opinion, you should go with others." "I will listen to fellow Taoist Yu's instructions." Xiaohua had always been a person who went with the flow. Hearing Yuchen's advice, he naturally agreed casually. But then, Xiaohua's heart moved and he asked again, "Then, who are these two groups of cultivators?" Yuchen said casually. This was not a secret. After all, these names were registered in Haoming City. Moreover, these names must be kept secret. When they set off, they must know each other's names. What? 10 days later, there will be disciples of Jinhua Mountain's Fu family passing through the Ink Cloud Black Forest? Xiaohua did not care about the names of the first group of cultivators passing through the Ink Cloud Black Forest, even if he seemed to have heard of the name of Blood Ray Island. "Yes, it's the Jinhua Mountain's Fu family." Yuchen nodded and said, "It seems to be an elder called Fu. Something. That's the 12th level of Qi refining." "What? Fellow Taoist Xiao is on good terms with this Fu guy?" How can we be on good terms? We just met a few times when our cultivation was low," Xiaohua said with a smile. He was not sure whether he knew this Fu or not. "Oh, I see." Yuchen nodded and said, "Then with fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation, you can take care of them." "Take care of them?" Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood that Yuchen should be talking about the Ink Cloud Black Forest. "Can fellow Taoist Zhao's name be announced to them?" Yuchen said with a smile. "Can it not be announced?" Xiaohua asked. "Yes, that's right." Yuchen nodded and said, "There are two cultivators traveling with Jinhua Mountain's Fu family who requested to hide their names." "Oh?" Hearing this, Xiaohua looked at Yuchen's eyes and immediately understood. It turned out that the take care Yuchen was talking about was more important than this. "That's good. Junior sister and I will also not reveal our names. When the time comes, we can just wear camouflage clothes." Xiaohua nodded and said, "Good." Yuchen nodded and clapped his hand, taking out a jade slip and saying, "Inside is the location of the gathering 10 days later. Fellow Taoist Xiao, keep it well. When the time comes, my Haoming City's disciples will be responsible for sending you to the edge of the Ink Cloud Black Forest. I won't be sending you off. I hope that the next time I see fellow Taoist Xiao will already have the same cultivation as me." Fellow Taoist Yu is joking. Xiaohua shook his head and said, "It takes 30 years to go from early stage to mid-stage foundation establishment, and 60 years to go from mid-stage to late stage. How long has it been since I came back from Meng country? How can I catch up with fellow Taoist Yu?" "Ha ha ha," Yuchen laughed. Without saying anything else, he drank a few cups of spirit tea and left. "This senior Yu already knows that my husband's cultivation is at mid-stage foundation establishment?" Xueqi was somewhat surprised. After Yuchen left, she quietly asked. "Yes," Xiaohua nodded slightly and said with a smile, "If he didn't see my cultivation at mid-stage foundation establishment, How could he want to be on good terms with me? However, I really did get a lot from him. It seems that in the future, I'll have to make friends with cultivators of the same realm. 10 days later, somewhere in Haoming City, Xiaohua and Xueqi, dressed in camouflage, arrived in front of a dozen or so cultivators. The person in the lead was a city guard around the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. After Xiaohua handed the jade slip to the city guard looked at it and saluted very respectfully. Greetings, seniors. Yes. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, I'm not late, right? This group doesn't seem to be here yet? Senior, please no, the city guard said respectfully. The disciples of Mount Jinhua and the 2 seniors aren't here yet, but the others are. Senior, please wait a moment. When the time comes, I can immediately lead the seniors to Ink Cloud Black Forest. All right. Xiaohua nodded and turned his head to the side, ignoring the city guard. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, about 5 or 6 aura refining cultivators quickly walked over. Xiaohua's eyes brightened. Sure enough, as Yuchen said, the ones in the lead were the elders of Mount Jinhua. However, it wasn't just 1, but 2. Xiaohua just happened to know these 2. One of the elders was Skyward Pavilion's Fu Feng. The other was guest elder Lu Yun. The current Lu Yun was quite different from when Xiaohua first met her. Her hair was completely white, and the wrinkles on her face had increased. However, the only thing that hadn't changed was her plain robe. Looking at Fu Feng again, he was a male cultivator after all. His hair and beard were still white, and he couldn't see any special changes. Of course, the 2 of them still had one thing that didn't change, which was their 12th layer aura refining cultivation. Alas, seeing that the 2 people who were previously high up didn't make any progress in their cultivation, Xiaohua inwardly sighed. I've been following the wind and the current smoothly. I haven't thought about it for a long time. How many cultivators are there on Dawn Rain Continent? And how many can step into Foundation Establishment? And how many can step into Core Formation? Cultivation is really too difficult. I came late. Please forgive me, fellow Daoist. Fu Feng walked at the very front. When he saw Haoming City's city guard, he promptly smiled apologetically. The city guard didn't have the respect he had when he saw Xiaohua, but he also didn't have any intention of looking down on him. He faintly smiled and said, Elder Fu, don't be anxious. The time hasn't come yet. There are still 2 more fellow Taoists. Fu Feng knew that Jinhua Mountain was nothing in the eyes of Haoming City. In any case, he was an elder and still needed to protect Jinhua Mountain's face. Thus, he cupped his hands and casually walked to Xiaohua's side. After waiting for several Jinhua Mountain disciples to stand still, Xiaohua smiled again. Wasn't the one standing behind Fu Feng precisely another old acquaintance of his? That Skyward Pavilion's Fu Shan. At this time, Fu Shan was already middle-aged, and his cultivation had also stepped into the 9th layer of aura refining. He could still be distinguished from his appearance. How interesting! Xiaohua inwardly laughed. I haven't seen a Jinhua Mountain disciple for a long time. I almost forgot about him. I didn't expect to meet him here all of a sudden. I wonder what a Jinhua Mountain disciple wants to do through Ink Cloud Black Forest. Thinking up to here, Xiaohua suddenly quivered and came to a realization. Damn it! I understand now. Didn't I see him before? It seems he wants to go to Meng through the transportation formation. I don't have time to look for him, but Jinhua Mountain will meet. Jinhua Mountain must have obtained information about him and went to look for him. Only this way can Jinhua Mountain send 2 elders. Thinking of the coincidence, Xiaohua naturally thought of the twin talisman jades and talisman puppets that were like flowers and moons, as well as the talisman puppets that lost their lives for love. Alas, I wonder how the coincidence is now. Does he know that his whereabouts have already been exposed? Xiaohua slightly wrinkled his brows. After all, he still had the talisman refining method on him and some cultivation methods that he had promised to temporarily keep. Xiaohua had long since had no use for these things, but he had no choice but to return the coincidence. It's better to return the coincidence. Xiaohua very simply made a decision. At this time, the last 2 enchanting cultivators also came. These 2 cultivators took out the jade slips. After the city guard examined them, they quietly stood to the side and didn't say anything. Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the 2 cultivators' enchanting cloaks. He couldn't see their true faces, but he already knew that they were at least foundation establishment. This was because Xiao Hua currently possessed core formation strength. As long as the cultivation of qi condensation was below the 12th layer, the enchanting cloak couldn't obstruct his inspection. Chapter 2079. Strange, Xiao Hua had Yu Chen's warning in advance, so he was very careful. When he saw the two cultivators, he couldn't help but think of Qiu Mingwei and Liao Xianlon. After all, he had refined talismans with Liao Xianlon on Jinhua Mountain and had seen the grudges between the Fu family and the Liao family. However, now that he thought about it, Qiu Mingwei had already made it clear that he wanted to stand up for Liao Xianlon, but because of Xiao Hua, the foundation establishment cultivators of the three sects came together and forced Xiao Hua to flee. Now that so many years had passed, there should be an end to it. Liao Xianlon and Qiu Mingwei might not be thinking about the Fu family. Of course, the most important thing was that Liao Xianlon was only in the 5th layer of qi refining at that time. Xiao Hua didn't think that she could surpass Xueqi and reach foundation establishment in one fell swoop. It's better if it's not the Liao family of Gung Mountain. Xiao Hua thought to himself. This way, I won't have to get involved in the grudges between the two families. This kind of scheming and deceit is everywhere in the Xiaoyu continent. I don't want to get involved in it. When the last two cultivators appeared, the city guard of Haoming City checked the jade slip and immediately led Xiao Hua and the others out of the city. He escorted them all the way to the edge of the ink shadow black forest, where there was an extremely secretive secret path, before he turned around and left. This secret path was obviously different from the one Xiao Hua had taken before. It was very close to the ground, and his divine sense was abnormally stable. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please. Fu Feng said very politely to Xiao Hua. The distance between Haoming City and Inkcloud Black Forest was not short, and it was enough for Xiao Hua to get close to Fu Feng. Fu Feng knew that there was nothing in Jinhua Mountain that anyone coveted except for talismans, so he wasn't afraid of Xiao Hua's probing. Although he was a little vigilant, he was still very polite to this cultivator. After all, it was good for him to not provoke or befriend a cultivator. Xiao Hua glanced at the people around him. In addition to the two cultivators in camouflage, there were 3 cultivators in the early stage of foundation establishment. The other 20 or so cultivators were around the 11th layer of qi refining. So he said to the two cultivators, "Fellow Taoist, how should I address you?" "My surname is Qiu." The man raised his voice and replied, "I understand what fellow Taoist Xiao means. However, I am here to travel with my beloved concubine and have no time to care about other matters. I bid my farewells." With that, the cultivator clasped his hands and grabbed the other cultivator. The two of them flew into the secret passage. "Surname Qiu? Beloved concubine?" Xiao Hua stared blankly. He'd already excluded Qiu Mingwei from the list, but this cultivator actually declared himself to be surnamed Qiu, which sounded very similar to Qiu Mingwei's surname. Could it really be Qiu Mingwei? Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, but then shook his head. This young master is overthinking things. This fur coat might be Qiu, or it might be Qiu. It might not be Qiu Mingwei's fur coat. Moreover, it's impossible for Liao Xianlon to dual cultivate with Qiu Mingwei. After all, the difference in age and cultivation between the two is too great. Fortunately, the other 3 foundation building cultivators also brought their own aura refining disciples. They were actually willing to cooperate with Xiao Hua and pass through the secret passage together. Therefore, after some slight arrangements, everyone flew into Inkcloud Black Forest. This time, it was different from when Xiao Hua entered the forest. The purpose of this trip was only to pass through. Moreover, this secret passage had been inspected by Haoming City, and many cultivators had passed through it safely in the past few years. Even before entering Inkcloud Black Forest, the disciples of Haoming City had already explained many things to take note of. Therefore, more than a month later, at the other end of Inkcloud Black Forest, when Xiao Hua hurriedly flew out of Inkcloud Black Forest, the people of Mount Jinhua, the 3 foundation building cultivators, and their disciples were already safely waiting outside. As soon as they saw Xiao Hua fly out, the 3 foundation building cultivators flew up and bowed. "Senior, thank you for your help. If you weren't here today, we would all be buried in the mouth of Ink Cloud." Xiao Hua, who was flying in the air, had a bitter smile on his face. It was not a big deal at first, but when they were about to reach the end of the secret path, an ink zhao suddenly appeared. Everyone knew how powerful this ink zhao was. Even golden core cultivators had to retreat, So how could a group of Foundation establishment cultivators withstand it? One by one, they fled like monkeys scattering when the tree fell. Their escape was not a big deal, but Inkcloud, who seemed to be lost and even leisurely strolling, became interested and chased after them. Xiaohua had no choice but to tell Xueqi to stay behind and lead Inkcloud to another place. Finally, he used the earth escape technique to escape from the Black Forest. "It's okay," Xiaohua said with a smile. "It's fate that we are going the same way. It's not a big deal for me to help you." Seeing Xiaohua's indifferent demeanor, the 3 foundation building cultivators were very embarrassed. They all smiled apologetically and said, "We didn't know your cultivation level, senior. Along the way we were slow. Please forgive us." "Haha, the ignorant are not guilty." Xiaohua waved his hand. "If it weren't for this ink cloud, I wouldn't have let you know my cultivation level." The 3 foundation building cultivators looked at each other and smiled apologetically. "We are cultivators from Meng Kingdom. May I invite you to our sect for a chat?" "No need," Xiaohua said with a smile. "I'm just traveling around. I don't want to get into trouble." However, after he finished speaking, he had a thought and asked, "I came to Meng Kingdom to ask you about something." "Please ask, senior," the 3 said respectfully. "There is a cultivation family in the south of Meng Kingdom. They might be good at refining. Do you know which family it is?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked by accident. "Haha, senior asked the right person." One of the cultivators bowed and said, "I am Miao Yan from the Miao family in Meng Kingdom's Qi City. Qi City is in the south of Meng Kingdom, close to the QC. As far as I know, there are 2 famous refining families. One is the Fei family in Jiqing, and the other is the Qin family in Fan City. I wonder which family is senior looking for?" This. Xiaohua was speechless. He didn't know whether the cultivator holding the gold leaf in the auction in Chiu City could refine or not. However, if he asked the families in the south of Meng Kingdom, he wouldn't have any clues. Seeing that Xiaohua was silent, Miao Yan said with a smile, "If senior is interested, junior can accompany senior to Jiqing and Fan City. My Qi City's Miao family is somewhat famous in the south of Meng Kingdom. It won't be difficult to find a cultivation family." If it wasn't for the matter of Mount Jinhua, Xiaohua naturally would have followed Miao Yan. However, seeing that the Jinhua Mountain Elder and Qiu Mingwei had also come to Meng Kingdom, he was afraid that they would all rush over. How could he give up? Therefore, Xiaohua said with a smile, "Forget it. Now that I have something to do, let's wait for the future." "All right." Miao Yan clapped his hands and took out his communication talisman. He respectfully handed it over and said, "This is Junior's communication talisman. If Senior comes to Qi City, please inform Junior. Junior will do his best." "Good." Xiaohua accepted it with a smile. Miao Yan was also happy. Chapter 2080. Senior, this Junior is Xueqi from Xianle sect. This is Junior's communication talisman. Another Foundation establishment cultivator quickly took it out and respectfully handed it over. "Oh, so you are a disciple of Xianle sect?" Xiaohua nodded and said, "This old man has seen Taoist Master Blue Feather, Taoist Li Chengxiu, and Taoist Jiming in Haoming City. Why didn't you go with them?" Hearing that Xiaohua had actually seen Taoist Master Blue Feather, Xueqi's face became even more respectful. He smiled apologetically and said, "How could this junior have a place in front of Grandmaster Blue Feather? Didn't this junior just come back from the outside world? Even Marshal Uncle Li and senior brother Jiming didn't see her." Then he carefully asked, "May I know where senior met Grandmaster Blue Feather?" "He, naturally at the auction." Xiaohua smiled and said, "If it was somewhere else, how could this old man have seen her?" This junior is Zheng Zhihao from Clear Leaf Sect. This is Junior's communication talisman. When the last Foundation establishment cultivator saw that Xueqi had finished asking, he quickly took the initiative to hand over his communication talisman. The last trace of scruples from before had long disappeared. Clear Leaf Sect? This name is somewhat familiar. Where have I heard it before? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. However, he thought for a moment and was sure that he had only seen many cultivators from Meng country at the Feather Immortal Assembly. He really hadn't met them at other times. "Okay." Xiaohua took the 3 communication talismans and said with a smile, "If this old man has any matters, I will have to trouble you to wait." We dare not, the three smiled and said. For a senior like Senior who saved people without asking for the reason and led the trouble to others, we are willing to serve Senior. Then, the three of them took their disciples and flew away. Senior, when it was Jinhua Mountain's turn, Lu Yun, who had always been slightly cold, accompanied Fu Feng and flew in front of Xiao Hua with a respectful expression. This junior didn't know that Senior. Fu Feng stuttered. He thought that Xiao Hua was just an early foundation establishment cultivator. He didn't expect that he could actually kill Mo Zhao. This was the strength of a golden core cultivator. He was Senior Fu Feng's senior. Okay. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Just when he was about to speak, Fu Shan, who had a flying charm stuck on his body, flew towards him again. He was so scared that he forgot that his flying charm was about to lose its effect. Moreover, he was flying towards the tunnel. He fell from the sky after flying for a few feet. If Xiao Hua did not catch him in time and give him a flying charm, he would have fallen into Mo Zhao's mouth. Seeing Fu Shan fly away, Xiao Hua looked at this guy with interest. Back then on Jinhua Mountain, Fu Shan had made things difficult for Xiao Hua quite a bit. However, from the looks of it now, Fu Shan was just jealous of Xiao Hua because of the talisman puppet. How could Xiao Hua take it to heart? Junior thanks Senior for saving my life. Fu Shan flew closer, but he didn't dare to get too close. He bowed and saluted with a grateful look. If they weren't in mid-air, he would have already kowtowed to thank him. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and said indifferently, "It's nothing, not worth mentioning. May I know Senior's name? If you can bestow us with a name, we will definitely remember it." Fu Feng quickly asked. How could Xiao Hua tell them his name? He smiled and said, "Just know that I's surname is Xiao. Why do you need to know my name?" Junior understands. Fu Feng replied with a lowered eyebrow. Lu Yun also felt a bit ashamed. She bowed and said, "Junior is Jinhua Mountain's guest elder, Lu Yun. Junior thanks Senior for saving my life." Junior had misunderstood Senior before. I hope Senior can forgive me. Don't say any more, Xiao Hua waved his hand. I was just casually helping you. It's really troublesome for all of you to go up and thank me one by one. Yes, Junior doesn't dare. Lu Yun thought that her previous coldness had angered Xiao Hua. Her face showed a bit of panic as she hurriedly stood up. Fine. Xiao Hua saw Lu Yun's appearance. He didn't know whether to explain or not. He could only frown and said, "I don't like conventional etiquette. I don't have any other intentions. You all don't need to think too much." After saying that, his body floated up and said, "I want to travel in Meng country. You all can go." Yes, Fu Feng, Lu Yun, Jinhua Mountain and the others all bowed and said, "Farewell, Senior." Xiao Hua just flew up a few feet and asked casually, "All right, why did you all come so far with your qi refinement cultivation? Did something happen in Meng country?" Fu Feng was a bit hesitant. Lu Yun smiled apologetically and said, "I, Jinhua Mountain, have some private matters to deal with in Meng country. Junior and the others need to go to White Bamboo Mountain." Hee. I have no intention to inquire about your whereabouts. I also won't interfere with the matters of Jinhua Mountain's Fu family. Xiao Hua was secretly happy. His purpose was obviously to inquire about the whereabouts of Fu Feng and the others. However, he still said, "The two Miho cultivators who passed through the secret passage seem to be interested in you all. Their cultivation is above foundation establishment, so I have to remind you all." After saying that, Xiao Hua pulled Xueqi and flew up, disappearing in a direction. "Senior." Fu Feng heard and hurriedly raised his voice. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua deliberately avoided him and didn't pay attention to him. Looking at Xiao Hua's flying figure, Fu Feng didn't blame Lu Yun for revealing their purpose. He whispered, "Elder Lu, according to Senior Zhao's words, our operation today was leaked. How could we, Jinhua Mountain's qi refinement cultivators, be coveted by two foundation establishment cultivators? Could it be that the cultivator surnamed Qiu is Qiu Mingwei?" Qiu Mingwei. Lu Yun also realized and said in surprise, "The middle foundation establishment cultivator who fought with our family head several decades ago in Jinhua Mountain? It's that Senior." Fu Feng's face was very gloomy. He was present that day and knew how powerful Qiu Mingwei was. "If this Senior follows us, we will be in great danger this time." "But that's not right." Lu Yun frowned and said, When Qiu Mingwei came to Jinhua Mountain several decades ago, he was already a middle foundation establishment cultivator, and his cultivation was already higher than our family head. If he has any ulterior motives, why would he follow us? Wouldn't he be able to kill us with a flip of his hand? We still need to be careful. Fu Feng still shook his head. In my opinion, we should. Elder Fu, are you going to return to Jinhua Mountain? Lu Yun was surprised. It's just a cultivator surnamed Qiu. Do we have to take the risk and go through the ink cloud black forest? Fu Feng's expression changed a few times. He looked at the sky in the distance and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while he said, Elder Lu, you don't know. We came to Meng Kingdom this time not only to find Fu Zhu, Fu Puppet, and the corresponding information, but more importantly, Fu Feng didn't dare to neglect the rest of the words and only transmitted them to Lu Yun. Ah? There's such a thing? As a guest elder, Lu Yun obviously didn't know much. Only now did she understand the importance of this trip and couldn't help but cry out. That's right. If that cultivator is really Qiu Mingwei, then what he covets is the foundation of Jinhua Mountain? Fu Feng said while gnashing his teeth. Hee, I'm afraid it's not that complicated. Lu Yun thought for a while and said with a smile, as far as I know, Senior Qiu came to Jinhua Mountain for the Liao family of Gung Mountain and the girl named Liao Shenlan. If Senior Qiu still wants to find trouble with Jinhua Mountain, it must be Liao Xuanlan's idea. Senior Xiao said clearly that there are two foundation establishment cultivators. One is the partner of the other. If Liao Shenlan is here, how can she be a foundation establishment cultivator? Besides, if two foundation establishment cultivators come together, we can't resist any means. Even if the family head is here, it's useless. I don't think this person is Qiu Mingwei. Lu Yun said decisively. That's strange. Obviously, Lu Yun thought the same as Xiao Hua. Fu Feng also realized it and scratched his head. I don't understand why Senior Xiao said that. Alas, if I knew, I would have told Senior Xiao more. Maybe we hid it from him and made him angry. Otherwise, we could have asked Senior Xiao to help us. Fu Feng said regretfully. Senior Xiao is a golden core cultivator. How can he care about our trivial matters? Lu Yun said disapprovingly. We should think about how to solve it ourselves. Elder Fu, don't say that the family head doesn't have a backup plan. Hee, that's natural. Fu Feng said with a smile. When the family head was traveling in Meng country, he had two good friends. They are also foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, they are from Meng country's cultivation families. If we ask them to back us up, we should be able to scare away this foundation establishment cultivator who might be Senior Qiu. That's good, Lu Yun said while clapping her hands. Immediately, the people from Jinhua Mountain flew toward the south of Meng country. Damn it. I almost ruined it with just one sentence. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged a few li away. He used his divine sense to check the area. After Fu Feng and the others flew away, he let out a sigh of relief and said, if they turned back to Jinhua Mountain, it would be hard for me to find a suitable one. Who knows if the white bamboo mountain they talked about is real or fake? Husband, you seem to be very interested in this Jinhua Mountain. Xueqi said with some confusion. Jinhua Mountain is considered a talisman-making family. However, they are currently in a decline. Compared to my Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Mountain, they are still lacking a lot. Hee, you don't know. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Your husband has some stories in Jinhua Mountain. Is that so? Xueqi's eyes lit up. She said with a smile, I'm all ears. Good, Xiao Hua nodded. Let's talk as we walk. Several months later, in the south of Meng country, in an endless grassland, two figures flew through the sky. They flew past the faint dark clouds and rushed toward the towering mountain in the distance. These two people were Xiao Hua and Xueqi. Meng country was somewhat different from Xi country. There were more grasslands and mountain ranges. Relatively speaking, there were fewer lakes, rivers, and barren hills and rivers. Moreover, there were many small cities in Meng country. Some of them were occupied by secular people, some of them were occupied by cultivation families, and there were even more than 10 cities controlled by cultivation sects. Along the way, Xiao Hua and Xueqi passed through mostly small cities. There were very few big cities. Of course, they were tailing the disciples of Jinhua Mountain. Presumably, they were trying to cover their tracks. Chapter 2081. In the past few months, Xueqi had also made some inquiries. White Bamboo Mountain was located in the south of Meng country. It was not a famous mountain range, and there was only one cultivation family and a small sect around it. Although Fu Feng and the others had concealed their tracks, they had always been heading towards White Bamboo Mountain. They had even inquired about the movements of White Bamboo Mountain, so Xueqi was certain that the disciples of Jinhua Mountain were going to White Bamboo Mountain. Today, after Fu Feng and the others came out of the transmission array, they rested in a small town and bought some gifts in the small town. Obviously, they were going to meet someone. Xueqi and Xueqi did not want to wait for long, so they flew out first. They were already very close to White Bamboo Mountain, so Xueqi could find the corresponding tracks himself. Husband, you said that the two foundation establishment cultivators might be disloyal to the disciples of Jinhua Mountain, but along the way, we have not seen any traces of them? We have already arrived at White Bamboo Mountain. Why haven't they appeared? Xueqi stood in the air and asked very leisurely. Xueqi was a little embarrassed and said with a smile. Yu Qin did not say clearly, how would I know? Maybe the two foundation establishment cultivators asked too many questions, making Yu Chen feel that there is a problem. Right, it has been several months. How is your practice of the cultivation method? When will you take the Ling Lei Dan? No hurry, Xueqi said with a charming smile. Could it be that my husband is in a hurry to dual cultivate with me? No. Xueqi touched his nose and said, even if I want to, I can't say it now. I have been practicing for several months, and I feel that this cultivation method is more and more powerful. Xueqi said with a serious expression. At this time, my meridians have already expanded a little. If I practice again, I think it can still expand. I want to lay a good foundation for qi refining meridians before foundation establishment. Xueqi originally wanted to say, after foundation establishment, this dragon transformation art can still be practiced, and your meridians can also expand. But when the words came to his mouth, he stopped. After all, everyone's cultivation was different, and Xueqi wanted to be steady, so he said with a smile, it doesn't matter, your husband still has the same words, you can slowly cultivate, and your husband will accompany you until the day foundation establishment. My husband is the best. Xueqi smiled sweetly, and then she lowered her head and said, unfortunately, no one in this world is as fortunate as I am. Just think about that talisman puppet. For the sake of being suitable, she gave her body to another, yet she still couldn't obtain the love she desired. When I see someone suitable, I'll really ask him properly. Yes, it's more than that. Ever since Xueqi told her about his experience in Jinhua Mountain, Xueqi had endless sympathy for the talisman puppet. She kept mentioning it, so how could Xueqi refute her? He added, Songqing is Fu Zhu and Fu Ba's biological siblings. Since they've been intimate with each other, I'd like to see how Songqing will handle this. Are Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet really that beautiful? Xueqi rolled her eyes and asked, back then, did you also have a plan in mind? When you entered Mount Jinhua, did you not think that you would find such a beautiful dual cultivation partner and stay in Mount Jinhua for the rest of your life? Xueqi smiled bitterly. This question didn't seem to be the first time he'd asked, right? Thus, Xueqi rubbed his nose and replied righteously, all right, I'll let my wife know. Back then, your husband didn't think too much. I only thought about cultivation. If you want to make a name for yourself, any kind of beauty is nothing in front of you. Xueqi laughed and said, I don't believe you. You said it yourself. Songqing is extremely handsome. Fu Zhu and Fu Ba simply don't like you. My wife, Xueqi said awkwardly. It's fine as long as you know this. Why bring it out to attack your husband? Isn't your husband just a little less handsome than Songqing? Besides, my wife already knows, so why ask me every time? I just want to see if your answer is the same every time. Xueqi covered her mouth and laughed. But at this time, Xueqi didn't respond as expected. Instead, he frowned and lowered his head to look at the ground. Husband? Xueqi asked curiously. At the same time, she also looked down. However, under their feet was a withered and yellow grassland. Mottled yellow soil could be seen from the withered grass. It was as ugly as a child's head. Xueqi was very puzzled. She also swept out her divine sense. However, other than withered grass and yellow soil, there was still nothing special. Husband. Xueqi raised her voice and asked, "What's there to see here? Could it be that my husband found the traces of those two foundation establishment cultivators?" "No," Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a strange light. He shook his head and said, "Ever since Mo Zhao in the Black Forest, I haven't seen those two people." "Then why did you?" Xueqi asked. "Oh, my wife." Xiaohua pointed at the withered grassland and asked, "This grassland is so barren. Don't you think it's very strange?" "Ah?" Xueqi was stunned. She looked again and shook her head. "Husband, I don't feel anything strange. It's already midsummer. It's the time when the rain is moistened. This grassland should be lush with water and grass, cattle and sheep everywhere. However, look, it's all barren. Where did the cattle and sheep come from? Then where did the shepherds go?" Xiaohua patiently explained. "Ah." Xueqi was even more puzzled. She muttered, "This? I don't know. Moreover, where the shepherds went, does it have anything to do with us?" Yes, the grassland was barren and the cattle and sheep were missing. What did it have to do with Xueqi? What did it have to do with cultivation? How could Xueqi know? "Come with me." Xiaohua knew what Xueqi was thinking. He swept his divine sense and flew towards another direction. Although Xueqi was puzzled, she still followed. They flew for dozens of miles and arrived at a hilly area. It was a mountainous area. On the hillside, there were layers of cultivated fields. They were like stairs that extended from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. However, at this time in the cultivated fields, there were cracks from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. The cracks were like dry human skin. Where was the appearance of a cultivated field? In the barren cultivated fields, not to mention the crops, even the grasses were in twos and threes. Seeing the deep compassion in Xiaohua's eyes, Xueqi was very puzzled. Just as she was about to speak, Xiaohua raised his head again. He sped up and landed halfway on a hill. On this hill, there was a solitary straw shed. Beside the straw shed, there was a huge rock. Beside the rock, there was a small well. Xueqi didn't know what Xiaohua was doing. She silently fell behind Xiaohua and followed him to the straw shed. The straw shed was very simple and crude. There were only a few crooked branches and some scattered withered grass. Turning around the straw shed, they saw a piece of cultivated field that was several zhang in size. Inside, there were a dozen or so tender seedlings standing there listlessly. However, Xiaohua's gaze swept across the field and landed on the straw shed. He couldn't help but feel a piercing pain in his heart. Chapter 2082. Ah! Xueqi casually glanced around and was immediately shocked. She covered her mouth with her hand and looked inside with her eyes wide open in disbelief. There was only a shabby straw mat in the straw hut. On the mat, there was a 2-chi-tall baby boy lying on his back. Well, rather than calling it a baby boy, it was better to call it a skeleton. Because the child's head was big, his eyes were sunken, there was no flesh on his face, and his skin was tightly stuck to his bones. He didn't wear any clothes, his ribs were bulging, his little arms and legs were curled up, and his bones were exposed. If it wasn't for his chest rising and falling, Xueqi would have thought that this baby was dead just by looking at him with the naked eye. Pitiful. Xiaohua sighed and continued to walk forward. Beside the straw hut was a ridge in the fields. An old man in ragged clothes was squatting there weakly, looking at the dozen or so seedlings in front of him with lifeless eyes. Xiaohua and Xueqi's voices had already alarmed the old man. However, the old man indifferently raised his head and glanced at them. His turbid eyes were cold, and he lowered his head again. "Sir." Xiaohua walked forward and bowed. "Sir." Xueqi once again saw that Xiaohua was different. She understood that although Xiaohua's face was very light, he might not be much younger than the old man. There was no need for him to be so respectful. "Little brother, what's the matter?" The old man seemed to be unwilling to pay attention to Xiaohua. He didn't even look at Xiaohua and said in a low voice. That voice seemed to be in his throat, as if he was afraid of wasting energy. "Sir." Xiaohua's words were stuck in his mouth. He didn't know where to start. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua turned to Xueqi and said, "Wife, do you have anything to eat in your storage bag?" Yes, Xueqi hurriedly said. She clapped her hands and took out a jade bottle and handed it to Xiaohua. "What is this?" Xiaohua frowned. "Fasting pill," Xueqi hurriedly said. Sigh, Xiaohua shook his head and said, "This thing can only be used for fasting. It can't support the consumption of ordinary people." Oh, Xue's face slightly reddened. She understood Xiaohua's meaning and said in a low voice, "I haven't eaten for a long time. How can I have such things?" Xue's eyes lit up as she reminded him, "My husband, although we don't have any food, spirit fruits should be edible." "That's right." Xiaohua slapped his forehead and waved his hand, taking out several different spirit fruits. After tasting them one by one, his mouth actually gradually became bitter. The spiritual light in his space was abundant, and all the spiritual fruits were full of spiritual qi. This was extremely good for cultivators, but how could these ordinary people eat them? Not to mention the old man and the baby whose bodies were on the verge of collapse. What should we do? Xiaohua scratched his head. He was clear in his heart that the old man's situation was better, but the baby was in danger. Even if he could fly back to the city to find food, the baby wouldn't be able to wait for him to return. Why don't we take the baby and leave? Xiaohua's heart was filled with compassion. My husband, Xueqi clapped her hands and took out several dried spirit jujubes. She said in a low voice, "This is what I took out to satisfy my cravings in Xuanlei Palace in the early years. Do you think it's okay?" Great. Xiaohua reached out to take the spirit jujubes and kissed Xue's face. He said with a smile, "Today, 2 lives were saved by you." Seeing Xue's beaming face, Xiaohua took a bite of the spirit jujube and handed it to the old man. He said with a smile, "Old man, you can eat this spirit jujube first. This little one can slowly ask you." The old man's turbid eyes flashed with a trace of luster. He waved his dark, thin and dirty hand and grabbed the spirit jujubes. He opened his mouth and was about to throw them into his mouth. "Old man," Xiaohua hurriedly blocked the old man's hand, as if he didn't dislike the filth on his hand. He said in a low voice, "You can only eat this thing bite by bite, and you can only eat half of it." The old man glanced at Xiaohua. He hesitated for a moment, then picked one out with his finger and gently bit off a piece of meat with his teeth. Xiaohua carefully observed the old man, fearing that there would be some problem with this spirit jujube. But after the old man chewed for a while, he actually couldn't swallow it and struggled to get up from the ground. The old man didn't have much strength now. How could he stand steadily? He staggered and was about to fall again. Xiaohua hurriedly supported him and asked, "Old man, where are you going?" The old man didn't answer and rushed towards the straw hut. Xiaohua secretly sighed. He supported the old man with one hand and followed him into the straw hut. Sure enough, the old man hurriedly arrived in front of the infant boy and knelt on the ground with a putong sound. He bent down and used his mouth to pass the jujube meat that he had just chewed into the infant's mouth. As soon as the fragrant jujube meat entered the infant's mouth, the infant greedily chewed. After chewing a few times, the infant's slightly trembling lips stopped and a trace of bitterness appeared on his face. But immediately, he hurriedly chewed again. Obviously, the infant used his only baby teeth to bite his lips. Slow down. Grandpa still has more here," the old man said in a low voice. He hurriedly took another bite of the jujube meat and wanted to feed it to the infant again. Xiaohua's heart was incomparably bitter. He also squatted down and said warmly, "Old man, the infant's life is no longer in danger. He can't eat too much of this jujube meat. You should eat it first." And when the old man heard this, he looked at the infant's small tongue that was greedily licking his lips. He wanted to give more to the infant, but he was afraid that something might go wrong. He looked at Xiaohua. "Hee with Xueqi here, I won't let anything happen to the infant," Xiaohua said again. "Woo-woo." The old man whimpered and finally swallowed the jujube meat that he had chewed for a long time. Sure enough, as soon as the jujube meat entered his stomach, it immediately rushed to his 4 limbs and bones like a flood. An incomparable comfort spread through his body and his 4 limbs suddenly had strength. The old man was wild with joy. He looked at the infant again and his eyes also opened. He even wanted to sit up. "Thank you, immortal elder." The old man no longer ignored him and bowed his head. "Don't." Xiaohua hurriedly grabbed the old man and said with a smile, "Old man, you should eat another bite. There's no need to keep it all. Later, I will think of a way for you." Yes. The old man's own thoughts were exposed and he heard that Xiaohua actually wanted to think of a way for him. His eyes lit up and he reluctantly ate another bite of the spirit jujube. After the old man finished eating the spirit jujube, He slightly closed his eyes and rested for a moment. The infant boy also sat up. Because of his skinny body, his large eyes looked around randomly. From time to time, he would look at Xueqi and then at Xiaohua. This old man's name is Fan Nong. This is this old man's grandson, Ing Er. The old man rested and bowed. This old man thanks Immortal Elder and Immortal Elder for your great kindness. I also ask Immortal Elder to bestow names. This old man and grandson will definitely set up a longevity tablet for Immortal Elder and Immortal Elder, and we will worship you every day. Hee. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and said, I's name is Xiaohua. This is I's lover, Xueqi. As for the longevity tablet, let's talk about it later. Old man, first tell I, why is this place so barren? Ai, it's hard to explain in a few words. Fan Nong sighed. He pointed down the mountain and said, This old man lives in the Fan Manor at the foot of the mountain. Following Fan Nong's finger, in a depression at the foot of the mountain, there was a village. Scattered villages were scattered around in 2s and 3s. And Xiaohua casually scanned with his divine sense and was about to ask again. But at this moment, Xiaohua's face slightly changed and he angrily said, Bastard. As he spoke, Xiaohua's figure suddenly flew up and quickly rushed down the mountain. That speed was definitely something Xueqi had never seen before. Husband. Xueqi covered her mouth again. She looked at Xiaohua in disbelief as his figure disappeared into one of the villages in the Fan Manor. A moment later, Xiaohua flew back again. His left hand was holding a baby in swaddling clothes and his right hand was holding a skinny woman. The woman's eyes were tightly closed and she seemed to have fainted. Husband, why is that? Xueqi asked curiously. Xiaohua's face was very ugly. He didn't answer Xueqi and handed the baby to Fan Nong and said, Old man, feed some of those dates to the baby. Although Fan Nong was somewhat reluctant, he didn't dare to disobey Xiaohua's words. He took a small bite of the date meat and chewed it up to feed it to the baby. At the same time, Xiaohua pointed at the woman. The woman sitting on the ground opened her eyes. However, the woman's face was ashen and there was no light in her eyes. She glanced at Xiaohua and then at the baby in Fan Nong's hand. Let this Xiao ask you, Xiaohua said coldly. Since ancient times, even an evil tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Why did you kill your own baby? Ah? Xueqi was shocked and looked at the dark and skinny woman in disbelief. The woman didn't pay attention to Xiaohua and struggled to get up. However, after moving a few times, she didn't seem to have any strength. She sat down again and her ash-white eyes turned a few times and a trace of ridicule appeared. That ridicule angered Xiaohua. Xiaohua said coldly, This Xiao knows that you have been starving for a long time. If you don't eat, you will die. However, can you bear to eat your own flesh and blood? Are you still human? Ha 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 ha. The woman laughed mournfully. Of course I'm not human. Why would I be human? Saying this, she threw herself on the ground and wept weakly. Taoist Xiao. Fan Nong saw this and said in a low voice, I'm afraid Taoist Xiao has misunderstood Qian Shi. She and Qian Er have always been filial. This, wants to use the child to feed his mother, right? Ah? Xueqi couldn't help but exclaim, Then what about Qian Er? I'll let Fairy Xue know, Fan Nong said mournfully. If this old man's guess is correct, Qian Er, I'm afraid, is already in his mother's stomach. Xueqi didn't exclaim this time. Her right hand trembled slightly and her eyes flashed with an indescribable brilliance. Ai, this Xiao was wrong. Hearing this, Xiaohua's divine sense immediately swept out again. He saw an old woman lying on the ground in the village house on the verge of death. He sighed and bowed towards Qian Shi. How could you immortals be wrong? It's all us mortals who are wrong. Qian Shi didn't seem to appreciate it and said coldly, Even if we ate our own flesh and blood, if there weren't any spirit stones, you definitely wouldn't do anything. You are naturally free and unfettered. Why would you care about our lives? Now, even if you saved my boy, can you save this Nujia? Can you save this Nujia's mother? Can you save the dozens of old and young in my Fan Manor? Can you revive the villagers who starved to death? Chapter 2083. Qian Shi's words were weak, but when Xiaohua heard every word, for some reason, he felt ashamed in his heart. Yes, he was a golden core cultivator and could kill cultivators with low cultivation at will. He could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, carefree and unfettered, and could view mortals as ants. But what did that count for? In this world, would he be able to save the common people? What was the use of cultivators' cultivation? Xueqi was even more unbearable. She had never faced this mortal world and had never seen such a cruel situation. She also never thought that under the same blue sky, while she was dancing with her lover, there were many mortals in the mortal world who were in an abyss of suffering, on the brink of death, in a situation where they had to eat raw human flesh to fill their stomachs. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Qian Shi's sobs had gradually stopped due to her lack of strength. Xueqi then came to his senses and sighed. Excellent. Although I am powerless to reverse the situation now, I will definitely cultivate with all my might and hope that there will be a day when I have the power to reverse the situation. Moreover, today with my ability, I will definitely spare your lives. Yes, if they were mortals, how could they have any methods? Only cultivators had the power to resist this natural disaster. The stronger Xueqi was, the more authority he had to speak. Can you make rain? Can you make rice grow in a barren land? Qian Shi asked again. Even the immortal elders of Misty Cloud sect wouldn't dare to boast like this, right? Ha ha, at this moment, Xueqi was even more enlightened. He knew that there must be some secrets that he didn't know, so he laughed and said, since I said it, I will definitely be able to do it. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's save you first. Husband, I will stay here to take care of things. You should quickly go to Yu City to buy food. With husband's speed, you will be able to return quickly. Xueqi said anxiously. Food. Xueqi muttered to himself for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he said with a smile. Why is it so troublesome? Moreover, if I leave, I'm afraid that many people will die in a short while. After saying that, Xueqi waved his hand, and the dozen or so half-dead seedlings in Fan Nong's field were collected into his space. Then, he flew in front of Fan Nong and said with a smile, Old man, come with this Xiao. Let's first rescue the dead people in your fan manor. Yes, I will follow your orders. Fan Nong returned the baby to Mrs. Qian, stood up and smiled apologetically. Thus, Xueqi grabbed Fan Nong's collar and flew down the mountain. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xueqi brought Fan Nong back to the farmland. Xueqi hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Husband, what's the situation? Xueqi had a bitter smile on his face as he replied, There are only a few spirit jujubes, and there are too many people who are about to die. Your husband can only choose a few seriously hungry old men or infant boy. I can't take care of the others for the time being. Then what should we do? Xueqi was originally kind. Previously, she treated the common people like ants. Although she didn't pity the common people like Xueqi, she still became anxious and said, Husband, you should hurry and go. This concubine will guard this place. I definitely won't let any of them die. Wife, do you have any good methods? Xueqi's eyes brightened, and he said with a smile, Could it be that you still have some snacks from Sunlei Palace? Xueqi's face reddened, and she vigorously shook her head. AI, we can be considered to have some success in our cultivation. Xueqi sighed, however, all of our magic arts are offensive, and all of them offer self-protection. What kind of magic art can help others? Can it save people? After saying that, Xueqi swung his big sleeve and used the water spike technique. A large area of blue ice spikes appeared and lined up in midair. Following Xueqi's hand seals, balls of water condensed on the farmland. These balls of water contained abundant heaven and earthling qi, and their offensive power was also shocking. However, how could these balls of water nourish the soil? Even if they nourished the several zhang of land in front of them, what about the terraced fields of the entire mountain range? What about the entire Fan Manor's farmland? A feeling of powerlessness spontaneously arose in his heart. Amitabha, Xueqi involuntarily chanted the name of Buddha in his heart, and sat cross-legged. Husband. Xueqi saw that not only did Xueqi not leave to search for food, but he also sat cross-legged. She couldn't help but be shocked. However, she had always regarded Xueqi as her leader, so she definitely wouldn't say anything that went against Xueqi. Therefore, she only hesitated for a moment before stopping. On the side, Qian Shi had already heard Fan Nong's words and knew that her mother-in-law had already been saved by Xueqi. Panic and gratitude appeared on her dark and thin face, and her eyes were filled with incomparable love as she looked at the child in her arms. Those tears flowed down. If it weren't for the fact that she had no other choice, how could she take her own child? Very quickly, several hours passed, and the sky was already dark. Xueqi was still regulating his breathing. Fan Nong's grandson was hungry again, and he hid in Fan Nong's arms and gnashed his teeth. Qianshi lifted her lapel and used her thin and shriveled breast to feed the child. However, she also hadn't eaten for a long time, and was barely surviving on grass. How could she have breast to feed the child? And the child was just used to sucking. He hadn't tasted breast for a long time. Wawa! The infant boy wept powerlessly, and Qianshi gently coaxed him. All kinds of desolation were displayed in the cold wind. Immortal Elder. Qianshi clenched her teeth and walked in front of Xueqi. With a plop, she knelt down again. Seeing this, Fan Nong also moved over and knelt down with Immortal Elder, please have mercy. This lowly servant knows that Immortal Elder can do it. This lowly servant also knows that Immortal Elder is different from Misty Cloud's sex Immortal Elder. You have a merciful heart. Qianshi gathered her words and cried. This lowly servant and the others are all mortals. We don't have any spirit stones that Immortal Elder needs, but this lowly servant is willing to exchange her life for his. As long as Immortal Elder can save this lowly servant's mother-in-law and child, this lowly servant is willing to follow Immortal Elder and be ordered by Immortal Elder. Qianshi kowtowed, Fan Nong did the same, and even curled up his shriveled body and kowtowed with all his strength. Sister-in-law. Xueqi flicked his sleeves and supported everyone. He opened his starry eyes and smiled. Since this Xiao has already reached out, I must intervene. How can this Xiao be the unbearable person that you speak of? Then, Xueqi flicked his hand, and a large pile of rice appeared in front of them. It was at least 1 zhang in radius. Ah! Not only Qianshi and Fan Nong, but even Xueqi was shocked. She looked at the rice that seemed to have just been harvested in disbelief. This Xiao has been traveling all this way and didn't care about worldly food, so I didn't dare to leave easily. You can eat this rice first. It should be enough for a few days. This Xiao will go out now and see if I can find more food. Xueqi said with a smile. Daoist Xiao, Qianshi and Fan Nong were so happy that they shed tears. They kowtowed and said, we were blinded by greed and actually misunderstood Daoist's kindness. We really deserve to die. Chapter 2084. Just wait for me. Xueqi helped the two of them up and said to Xueqi, Wife, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the rice. Your husband will go out and find some food. Xueqi was happy to see that she could help. She urged Xueqi to leave while she put the rice into her storage pouch and flew back to Fan Manor with Madame Qian and the others. Not to mention Fan Nong and the people of Fan Manor taking care of the rice, Xueqi flew into the sky with a heavy heart and flew towards U City. His mind entered the space again. At this time, many puppets were moving. They were reclaiming the remaining land in the space piece by piece. On each piece of land, there was a puppet responsible for planting rice and harvesting rice. Xueqi's space was originally conducive to the growth of spiritual plants. Ordinary rice like this could mature in just a few hours. However, the rice seedlings that Xueqi obtained from Fan Nong's terraced fields were too little. Moreover, although Xueqi asked Fan Nong how to plant rice, it was different from the planting method in his memory. He had no choice but to use the pond water that he obtained from Mo Zhao Black Forest to form paddy fields. Then, he began to use the puppets to try to plant rice clumsily. These pitiful puppets that ordinary aura-refining cultivators trembled in fear when they saw them. At this time, they were actually doing the work of a peasant. If Mo Qingyuan knew, he would probably fly over from the North Desert to fight Xueqi. Alas, there are still not enough puppets. Xueqi pulled his mind out of the space inside. These rice can't save many people. It's better to go find food. Xueqi left for an entire night. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Xueqi returned to Fan Manor with a worried expression. At this time, Fan Zhuang had already recovered some of its vitality. Many of the more robust farmers were processing the rice in the paddy field. When they saw Xueqi flying over, they all threw down their farming tools and kowtowed. They thanked Daoist Xiao. The corners of Xueqi's mouth curled into a smile.
He used his big sleeve to help everyone up, and with a wave of his hand, he took out piles and piles of grains and piled them on the ground.
Moreover, in the midst of everyone's cheers, he took out several cows from his spirit storage pouch. Alas, it's really hard on Xueqi. He's actually still thinking about those babies who are drinking milk in his heart. Perhaps the shriveled black and skinny from last night had left an unforgettable mark in his heart. Husband, Xueqi's face was also filled with joy as she flew over. Clearly, she was very satisfied with helping the world and saving people yesterday. However, when she saw the worried expression on Xueqi's face, she was slightly stunned. She turned and asked in a low voice, "What's going on? Didn't he already get the food?" "How?" "Alas." Xueqi sighed and replied,
"All along the way, we only coveted the beautiful scenery and were free and unfettered, and we've never paid attention to the hardships of the mortal world.
Last night, I didn't dare to fly too far away, so I only checked around you city. This disaster seems to be much more serious than we thought." "Husband, what do you mean?" Xueqi's face tightened as she asked anxiously. "It's not just the Fan Manor that's suffering from the disaster. There are many places around you city that are suffering from the disaster." Xueqi waved his hand and said, "It's just that the Fan Manor is extremely inconvenient. Fan Nong and the others can't travel far. So many people have starved to death. Although other places are on the verge of collapse, there are still people starving to death." "The food?" Xueqi asked quietly. Xueqi smiled. "I found all of these with my divine sense. They belong to those rich families. I took some from each family, so it won't affect them in any way."
"That's good."
Xueqi smiled. "I was worried that you would harm those people after saving them."
"How could I?"
Xueqi smiled. "My wife, you've worked hard too."
"Alas, it's nothing."
Xueqi sighed again. "I've never thought that the mortal world would be like this. Compared to them, my life is really like an immortal." "That's right." Xueqi was just about to speak when Fan Nong quickly walked over with a few white-haired old men. Several people didn't even wait for them to get close before bowing and kowtowing. How could Xueqi let them kowtow? He hurriedly waved his sleeve to stop them. The old man in front saw that they couldn't kowtow, so he smiled respectfully and said, "I'm the leader of the Fan Manor. My name is Fan Yunxiao. Yesterday, thanks to Reverend Xueqi's grace, I didn't die on the spot. Also, I've just received news that Reverend Xueqi has brought countless food. My Fan Manor is finally safe in Reverend Xueqi's hands. I've already told everyone in the Fan Manor to not only remember Reverend Xueqi's grace in their hearts, but also to set up a longevity tablet in everyone's home. They must pray to God day and night to bring blessings to Reverend Xueqi." Xueqi naturally wouldn't take this kind of statement seriously.
He smiled and helped the old man up, saying, "Old man Fan, please rise.
As long as I can contribute 30% of my strength, I definitely won't slack off 20%. To be able to see my fellow villagers living a peaceful life, I am happy in my heart. Reverend Xueqi is really a kind person." Fan Yunxiao said with tears of gratitude.
Xueqi politely said a few more words before instructing, "Sir Fan, although this humble Taoist has obtained this rice, it is still limited in the end. In this humble Taoist's opinion, if the healthy people have already rested, it would be better to plant this rice as soon as possible. While the current season is still good, we will be able to harvest a season of crops before winter." "Ah,
Reverend Xueqi, you're an otherworldly person. You actually know about my farming?" Fan Yunxiao said in astonishment.
haha."
Xueqi didn't explain, but Fan Yunxiao's face was bitter. He said in a low voice, "It's not that my Fan Manor's children are lazy. Even if the rice is planted, if there's no rain, the rice won't grow."
"Oh."
Xueqi nodded. After thinking for a moment he asked, "Fan Manor's drought. How long has it been?" It's hard to explain in a few words." Fan Yunxiao sighed. He found a place to sit down and tirelessly explained the cause of the matter. It turned out that Fan Manor used to be a place with plenty of food. Although it was inconvenient to move around in the surrounding 10 li, the weather was good and there weren't any special disasters. However, 10 years ago the weather began to change. Now and then there would be floods and droughts. It was no longer the same weather as before. Last year, it was even more serious. There wasn't even a drop of rain. Fan Manor's old folks didn't even have a harvest.
They even had to take out the seeds they had stored for many years to eat. Fan Nong, whom Xiaohua first saw, could only rely on the water from the well on the mountain to barely preserve some seedlings of rice. Moreover, according to Fan Yunxiao, there was a cultivation sect near Yu City called the Misty Cloud sect. They once came to Fan Manor and said that as long as the people of Fan Manor paid a certain amount of spirit stones every year, they could guarantee that there would be rain in Fan Manor's terraced fields. However, Fan Manor's secular people didn't have any spirit stones. After pleading to no avail and taking out gold and silver, the Misty Cloud sect's cultivators left. What made Xiaohua most angry was that a month ago, the Misty Cloud sect's cultivators came once. Even though they saw Fan Manor's miserable state, they still didn't show any expression. They coldly looked at them for a few times and didn't even say a word before flying away. It was precisely because of this that Qian Shi looked at Xiaohua with such cold eyes. Because in her heart, all cultivators were cold and indifferent, treating them as if they were nothing.
Misty Cloud sect? Xiaohua slightly frowned. He didn't seem to have heard of this Meng country's cultivation sect from the cultivators. It should be a small sect, but they could actually make rain. They could do something that Xiaohua, a gold core cultivator, couldn't do. Could it be they were swindled?
Xiaohua stroked his chin and frowned as he pondered. But thinking about it, even if the Misty Cloud sect's disciples wanted to swindle, there was no need to swindle these secular people.
Elder Fan, Xiaohua asked, this Misty Cloud sect's cultivators can really make rain? Have you seen it before?
This old man doesn't have any spirit stones here, so naturally I haven't seen it before. Fan Yunxiao said with sweat. However, I've heard from people far away that when the Misty Cloud sect's immortals waved their hands, countless clouds would fly out from their sleeves.
The clouds could cover the entire mountain.
I know that when the immortals blow, the clouds can make rain. And this Xiao understands.
Xiaohua slightly nodded and transmitted his voice to Xueqi.
This way, the Misty Cloud sect must have a magic treasure that can move clouds and make rain. The Misty Cloud sect's disciples are guarding this gift from the heavens, but they don't favor the living beings. Then this husband will go and take that magic treasure and make rain for the living beings. Usually, Xiaohua was silent and sometimes even deliberately hid his strength and did not reveal it. But at this time, for the sake of irrelevant people, he was actually full of lofty sentiments.
Xueqi's eyes unconsciously lit up. She couldn't help but deepen her admiration for her sweetheart.
This concubine will wait here.
Xueqi knew that she would only cause trouble if she went, so she said with a smile, wait for my husband's triumphant return. Definitely. Xiaohua said with a smile. This husband will definitely step on 7-colored auspicious clouds and return with rain and dew. Seeing Xiaohua's relaxed appearance, Xueqi's heart also relaxed.
She knew that Xiaohua was very confident in himself.
Moreover, when she thought of the lightning escape technique that Xiaohua revealed yesterday, she saw that it was much faster than her master Sun Ming. Even if he couldn't succeed, escaping with his life wouldn't be a problem. Xueqi only said, be careful my husband, before sending Xiaohua away. When Xiaohua flew out of Yu City, his face showed a dignified expression. He had inquired clearly in Yu City. The Misty Cloud sect was indeed not a big sect, but a small sect on the Green Cloud Mountain far away from Yu City. However, the sect master of this small sect was not simple. He was a late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. However, this was not the key point that Xiaohua was worried about. The Misty Cloud sect was slightly different from other sections. They had inherited the ancient talisman crafting technique. It was said that the sect could refine extremely powerful talismans. Of course, this was only a rumor because the sect master of the Misty Cloud sect, Yun Tingyu, was only a late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. No matter how powerful his talisman crafting technique was, he was not Xiaohua's opponent. However, the problem was that Xiaohua wanted to find out the secret of the Misty Cloud sect's technique, so he had to face the entire Misty Cloud sect. Xiaohua couldn't really treat the cultivators as nothing and flatten the Misty Cloud sect. Chapter 2085. Xiaohua naturally had a plan to appease them. He wanted to use spirit stones and other things to solve the problem. However, the information he heard made him nervous. Because Misty Cloud sect's talisman-making technique was passed down from the distant past era, it had more history than Mount Jinhua's Fu clan and even the Qiqiao sect that Xiaohua knew of. Xiaohua only knew that right now,
The Misty Cloud sect was the same as the Fu family of Jinhua Mountain. They relied on selling yellow talismans and making simple spirit talismans to maintain the sect's livelihood. That technique of moving clouds and summoning rain was the unique skill that the Misty Cloud sect relied on to survive. Misty Cloud sect wouldn't give up so easily. In fact, it was funny. Although Xiao Hua didn't inquire too clearly about the cloud summoning rain technique that Fan Yun Xiao and the others talked about, it seemed similar to Misty Cloud sect's yellow talisman called Condensing Rain Talisman. This Condensing Rain Talisman could condense water-type spiritual energy within a certain range according to a cultivator's magic power. Its offensive power couldn't even compare to Icicle Talisman. This kind of talisman, which was worthless in the eyes of cultivators, actually became Misty Cloud sect's tool to snatch food from the nearby secular world. Of course, occasionally, cultivators would also ask Misty Cloud sect's disciples to summon rain and clouds near their own immortals' caves to maintain the scenery. At this time, there were several aura-refining disciples on duty on Mount Jinhua. A young disciple muttered, "Senior Martial Brother, outsiders won't come to our Mount Jinhua. Why are we on duty? It's better to take the Condensing Rain Talisman out for a walk. Maybe we can even earn 1 or 2 spirit stones." "Humph, you only know how to earn spirit stones." Another slightly older disciple scolded. The day before yesterday, 6th junior martial brother sneaked out. It just so happened that Mount Jinhua's Fu clan came to visit, leaving no one to guard our Misty Cloud sect's gate. We let a cultivator clan from the country of Shi laugh at us. It really made sect head lose face. Sect head just punished 6th junior martial brother. "It's only been a few days and you're already itching for a beating? Senior martial brother, isn't this just a coincidence?" That disciple smiled apologetically and said, "I haven't seen a bird fly over here for half a month. Who knew that someone would come that day?" After saying that disciple curled his lips and said, "That's right. It's just a cultivator clan, but they actually came to invite our Mount Jinhua for some private matter." The sect leader had no choice. The senior brother shook his head and said, "According to the martial uncles, Fu Yunbua from the Golden Mount Hua used to be good friends with the sect leader. Moreover, they have a very deep relationship. Even if the sect leader doesn't go, he will send 2 senior brothers or even martial uncles." Do you know if they brought enough spirit stones?" That disciple nodded and said, "The sect leader hasn't given out any spirit stones for a few months. This kid's medicinal pills have already run out." I'm afraid not." The senior brother shook his head. Otherwise, a few martial uncles would have followed them. Since he's still on the mountain and hasn't left, it means that he hasn't reached an agreement yet. Senior brother, I heard that 6th senior brother went to Mount Shiming the day before yesterday and bought a few Peiyuan pill in Yu City with 2 spirit stones. Tiske, he is really lucky." Shiming Shan, that rich man with the surname Chen. That senior brother also smacked his lips and said, "His family has a lot of farmland. 2 spirit stones is already a cheap price. Look, senior brother, there's another guest." The young disciple's eyes were sharp. He had already seen Xiao Hua flying over from afar and hurriedly shouted, "It's really him." That senior brother turned his head and looked, then said curiously, "What's going on with our Misty Cloud sect these days? Why do we have guests one after another?" "Oh, this cultivator is actually a foundation establishment senior. Hurry." Xiao Hua's flying speed was very fast. Under that senior brother's hurried urging, Xiao Hua had already flown in front of them. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to land, several disciples stepped forward and bowed. "Junior greets senior. May I know why senior has come to our Misty Cloud sect?" "I, Xiao Hua, have come to pay a visit to your sect leader Yun Tang Yu Yun." Xiao Hua came with a smile and said warmly, "Senior Xiao, please wait a moment. Junior will send a message." The Misty Cloud sect disciple quickly took out a messaging talisman and said a few words before sending it in. In a moment, a vigorous figure flew over. It was a foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator. That cultivator's cheeks were thin and long, his skin was slightly pale, and his eyes were slightly narrowed. He seemed to be somewhat sleepy. "I, Yun Qinglai, greets fellow Taoist Xiao." That cultivator landed on the ground and also politely cupped his hands in greeting. "I, Xiao Hua, have some private matters to discuss with your sect leader Yun. Fellow Taoist Yun, please lead the way." Xiao Hua returned the greeting and still called himself Xiao Hua. He didn't mention his sect,
which clearly meant that this trip had nothing to do with his sect. Seeing Xiao Hua's calm appearance, Yun Qinglai slightly frowned.
However, since Xiao Hua didn't mention his sect, he could only smile and say, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow I."
"Thank you for your trouble." After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he flew behind Yun Qinglai and entered Green Cloud Mountain. Along the way, Xiao Hua slightly released his divine sense and gradually came to a decision in his heart. He saw that although Green Cloud Mountain also had layers of restrictions, it was very obvious that these restrictions had long been worn out. Many places were full of flaws and looked like they hadn't been repaired for a long time. Compared to Tianmen Mountain's Huang family, it was quite inferior, not to mention the Imperial Thunder Sect.
After seeing a foothill, he came face to face with an extremely long flight of stairs that went perfectly straight from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain.
At the top of the mountain, there was a huge archway towering majestically. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you can't fly here."
"I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist to follow I up the mountain."
Flying in front of the straight flight of stairs, Yun Qinglia's figure landed and said somewhat proudly, "This is the location of my Misty Cloud sect's ancient restrictions. I have no choice but to do so. Please forgive me."
No matter, Xiao Hua also felt a faint suction force on his body.
He said with a smile, "The guest will follow the host's wishes. This Xiao will definitely abide by your sect's rules." When Xiao Hua walked step by step up the mountain peak, he saw that on top of the huge archway, there were two huge rain and dew characters in front of him. Moreover, around the two words rain and dew, there were all kinds of raindrop-shaped stripes. At first glance, it looked like some strange talismans. This archway seems to be somewhat similar to Yunwu Mountains, Xiao Hua suddenly realized. However, Yun Qinglai ignored him and directly passed under the archway. He simply didn't let Xiao Hua see it himself. Xiao Hua's divine sense slightly swept over the archway and then left. After the archway, a huge dilapidated palace hall appeared in front of Xiao Hua. Hiss! Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, in his divine sense, this palace hall didn't seem particularly huge, nor did it seem particularly mighty.
However, after passing through the archway and arriving in front of him, a different kind of scenery actually appeared.
It really caused him to be stunned. His previous thoughts of looking down on the Misty Cloud sect immediately disappeared. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please." Yun Qinglai turned his head and saw Xiao Hua's shock.
He was slightly proud as he entered the main hall first.
Chapter 2086. Sure enough, the inside of the main hall was just like how it looked from the outside. It was incomparably big. Pillars that several people couldn't carry supported the roof of the hall. On top of a tall platform, there was a huge stone chair. At this time, a cultivator who wasn't very tall sat on the stone chair. This cultivator's height was that of an ordinary person. If it was anywhere else, it wouldn't be considered much. However, when he sat on the stone chair, he appeared very short. He even looked like a child playing around.
Looking at the cultivator's appearance, his facial features were regular. His eyes were spirited, and an awe-inspiring aura of righteousness rushed out.
"I, Xiao Hua. Greet Sect Master Yun." Xiao Hua walked to the bottom of the high platform. Without waiting for Yun Qinglai to speak, Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the cultivator on the stone chair and the three Foundation Establishment cultivators on the high platform. He hurriedly bowed and greeted. The one on the stone chair was naturally Yun Tingyu. He waved his hand rather arrogantly and didn't really return the greeting. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please rise."
Xiao Hua slightly frowned and muttered in his heart.
"Fellow Taoist Xiao," Yun Tingyu said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist didn't say your origin. This sect master really can't see through fellow Taoist's origin. May I know why fellow Taoist has come to my Misty Cloud sect?" "Hee," Xiao Hua explained. "This Xiao came here for my own personal matter. It has nothing to do with the sect, so I wanted to hide my origin. I hope Sect Master Yun can understand." Yun Tingyu nodded and quietly listened to Xiao Hua's explanation. This Xiao heard that Misty Cloud sect has a kind of cloud and rain technique. "I wonder if it's true?" Xiao Hua said straightforwardly. "Oh, fellow Taoist, what do you mean?" Yun Tingyu's face revealed a strange smile. He glanced at the three disciples around him and asked.
Xiao Hua thought for a moment and then told him what he had encountered.
He then said sincerely, The secular people of Fan Zhuang really have no way out. This is why I have come to your honorable sect. I want to ask your honorable sect's disciples to send rain to dispel their drought. Oh, so it's like that. Hearing Xiao Hua's story, Yun Tingyu seemed to be relieved. He said with a smile, fellow Taoist Xiao didn't mention some cloud and rain technique, but my Misty Cloud sect's condensing rain talisman. Moreover, didn't fellow Taoist Xiao say it? Misty Cloud sect's disciples who saw the drought have already gone to Fan Zhuang? It's just that they don't have any spirit stones, so how are they going to get us to help them? My Imperial Thunder sect's condensing rain talisman is not easy to make, and it also costs spirit stones. Can't fellow Taoist Xiao see? My Misty Cloud sect is now so poor that we can't even repair the main hall of the sect. If we don't rely on these yellow talismans to obtain some spirit stones, how will we survive? Although spirit stones are important, yellow talismans are rare, and your sect's palace must be repaired. Xiao Hua said with a smile, but aren't human lives more important than these? Is human life important? Yun Tingyu asked with a smile. Is that so? Of course. Xiao Hua said decisively. But I don't think the lives of those secular people are important. After all, they have nothing to do with me. The corners of Yun Tengyu's mouth curled up, and he unexpectedly said, whether or not he is important, I am not willing to discuss with fellow Taoist Xiao. Even if he is incomparably important, without spirit stones, my Misty Cloud sect will not sell a single condensing rain talisman. Looking at Yun Tengyu's upright facial features and upright temperament, Xiao Hua couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this the legendary sanctimonious? Forget it, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I am not here to discuss with fellow Taoist Yun whether or not the lives of secular people are important. Since your sect uses the condensing rain talisman, I will buy some condensing rain talismans. Wouldn't fellow Taoist Xiao have said so earlier? Yun Tengyu said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Yun, please give me 100 condensing rain talismans. Xiao Hua nodded. 100? Yun Tengyu frowned. From what fellow Taoist Xiao said, Fan Zhuang only has a few mountains. 5 condensing rain talismans for each mountain would be enough. Why does fellow Taoist want so many? Why would a businessman be afraid of others buying too many? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Hee, I am just casually asking. Yun Tengyu said with a smile to Yun Qingjin. Go get 100 high-grade condensing rain talismans. High-grade? Yun Qingjin was stunned, but before he could hesitate, Yun Tengyu continued. It is the 100 high-grade condensing rain talismans that I personally refined yesterday. Personally refined and high-grade were emphasized. Yes, disciple understands. Yun Qingjin came to his senses and left with a smile. Xiao Hua saw and heard clearly, and he sneered in his heart. Fellow Taoist Xiao is from Fan Zhuang? Yun Tengyu said with a smile. No, I have nothing to do with Fan Zhuang. Oh, that's strange. Yun Tengyu said strangely, since fellow Taoist Xiao has nothing to do with Fan Zhuang, why did you spend so many spirit stones to help them? Nothing, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and said, I just can't stand watching someone die, so I had to do it myself. So, fellow Taoist Zhao's other yellow talismans are also used by other places? Yun Tingyu didn't seem ashamed and asked with a smile. Yes, fellow Taoist Yun is right. Xiao Hua nodded. Oh? Yun Tingyu looked at Xiao Hua thoughtfully. After a moment he said with a smile, as far as I know, the farmers near Yu City are suffering from drought. It is the same near Qi City. It seems that the whole Meng country is suffering from drought. Fellow Taoist Zhao's 100 yellow talismans. I'm afraid they are just a drop in the bucket. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a smile. I also think so. What is Sect Master Yun's plan? At this time, Yun Qingjin came back with a stack of yellow talismans in his hand. Well, fellow Taoist Xiao, take these condensing rain talismans. Yun Tengyu pointed with his finger. One condensing rain talisman is a high-grade spirit stone. These 100 condensing rain talismans are 100 high-grade spirit stones. Ah? Not only was Xiao Hua surprised, but Yun Qingjin's eyes also flashed with a strange color. Xiao Hua said with a gloomy face, Sect Master Yun, a high-grade fireball talisman is only a mid-grade spirit stone, right? Your condensing rain talisman is only a high-grade spirit stone? Ha ha, Yun Tengyu said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you know what is called rare things are precious?
In the entire Dawn Rain continent, who doesn't know how to refine a fireball talisman? But what about this condensing rain talisman? This sect master knows that other than my Misty Cloud sect, no one else knows how to refine it. This. Xiao Hua's face showed hesitation. It wasn't that he didn't have spirit stones, but how could he feel comfortable exchanging them for trash condensing rain talismans like this? After thinking for a moment, under the gaze of Yun Tingyu and the others, Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and said, "Okay, since it's like this Xiao can only do this." Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to take out spirit stones, Yun Tingyu's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and said, "Actually, fellow Taoist Xiao, this sect master has another idea. I don't know if fellow Taoist is willing to listen?" "There is another way," Xiao Hua said with a happy face. "This Xiao is all ears." "Well, fellow Taoist Xiao, please step up and talk." Yun Tingyu pointed with a smile. Xiao Hua looked and stepped up to the high platform. He stood at the edge of the high platform and said, "Sect Master Yun, please speak. Actually, since fellow Taoist has come to my Misty Cloud sect, you must know something." Yun Tingyu saw Xiao Hua stand still and said sincerely, "This condensing rain talisman is of little value in my Meng country's cultivation world, so sect Master Yun also knows." Xiao Hua sneered. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't know the cost of firewood." Yun Tingyu waved his hand. "My Misty Cloud sect is such a big sect, and this old man is the sole leader. If I don't have a source of spirit stones, how can this old man be the sect master?" "Yes, this Xiao knows." Xiao Hua nodded. "Sect Master Yun, please explain." "Good. Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a straightforward person." Yun Tingyu clapped his hands and said, "This Yun thinks that instead of spending spirit stones to buy my Misty Cloud sect's condensing rain talisman, why not directly by the refining method of the condensing rain talisman?" "Ah?" As soon as Yun Tingyu said this, the entire hall became silent. Even Yun Qinglai and the others were dumbfounded. "Great." Unexpectedly, after Xiao Hua heard this, he beamed with joy and said, "If Sect Master Yun has this idea, it is exactly what I want. I wonder what price this Xiao is willing to pay." "Sect Master," Yun Qinglai said anxiously, but before he could speak, Yun Tingyu coldly snorted, "This sect master is speaking, there is no reason for you to speak." "Yes." Yun Qinglai gritted his teeth and lowered his head in silence. "What my Misty Cloud sect lacks is spirit stones. If fellow Taoist Xiao can take out enough spirit stones, this talisman refining method, fellow Taoist can take it." Yun Tingyu said in a low voice, "However, fellow Taoist Xiao must make a heart oath that you can only refine it by yourself and absolutely cannot pass it to others." "Of course. This Xiao still knows." Xiao Hua nodded, "But I don't know the price." Yun Tingyu's face revealed a smile, squinted his eyes, and transmitted a number to Xiao Hua. "Ah? So much?" Xiao Hua's expression suddenly changed. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Yun Tingyu laughed. "This number is a bit high, but don't you think it is much more cost-effective than buying the condensing rain talisman? Moreover, if the condensing rain talisman is not that useful, how could my Misty Cloud sect leak out the talisman refining method?" Xiao Hua lowered his head and pondered, while Yun Tingyu stared at Xiao Hua's face, seemingly expecting something. "All right." After a long while, Xiao Hua raised his head and said, "Since fellow Taoist Yun has such sincerity, this Xiao will give Misty Cloud sect a few more spirit stones." Saying this, Xiao Hua lifted his hand and untied a storage pouch from his waist. "Great." Yun Tingyu laughed and clapped. "Sure enough, fellow Taoist Xiao is rich and overbearing. This Yun can't think of which cultivation sect in my Meng country would have such a brainless cultivator like you. You actually dared to reveal your spirit stones in front of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, you are still in someone else's sect." Saying this, Yun Tingyu patted his forehead, and the pressure of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator rushed over. It seemed to be suppressing Xiao Hua and probing Xiao Hua's true cultivation. Ha ha ha, contrary to Yun Tingyu's expectations, Xiao Hua also laughed. His laughter was even more comfortable than Yun Tingyu's. At the same time, he also released his pressure, directly facing Yun Tingyu's pressure. Chapter 2087. Oh. He's clearly in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Has this guy lost his mind?
When the two forces collided, Yun Tingyu's heart was even more at ease. He knew that Xiaohua was indeed in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Then, with a wave of his hand, the torrential rain technique appeared. The abundant water-based heaven and earth spiritual qi around the main hall condensed into hundreds of hailstones that smashed toward Xiaohua. Each hailstone contained intense spiritual qi. If it smashed into an ordinary cultivator's body, it would be normal for flesh and blood to fly. Xiaohua withstood Yun Tingyu's pressure. His divine sense swept across the main hall, and a burst of contempt appeared in his eyes. He opened his hands, and a faint purple samadhi true fire with traces of crimson red surged out, instantly forming a wall of fire around Xiaohua. Xiaohua himself quickly flew away from where he was standing. At the same time, he waved his hand and dozens of rabbit formation talismans shot towards where Xiaohua was standing. Samadhi true fire. Yun Tangyu was clearly a knowledgeable person. Seeing Xiaohua turn the Samadhi true fire into a wall of fire, which was the nemesis of his water element techniques, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. You're a disciple of the Changbai sect? Just as Yun Tengyu was shouting, there was a rumbling sound. Hundreds of hailstones smashed onto the wall of fire. Although the momentum was terrifying, the hailstones were all ignited by the Samadhi true fire. They could only intensify the wall of fire but couldn't break through the defense at all. Haha, Xiaohua laughed. Is it important where I come from? Yes, it's not important at all. Yun Tingyu said coldly. No matter which sect, even if you're a disciple of the Tai Ching sect, don't even think about taking one step out of the Misty Clouds sect today. That cold voice really didn't match his handsome facial features. Why aren't you making a move yet? Yun Tengyu slapped his hand and took out a magic treasure that was as green as a lotus leaf from his storage bag. He pointed his finger and countless rays of misty green light poured out from the magic treasure. Yun Qinglian and the others also came to their senses at this time. They each clapped their hands, and a bamboo-like Dharma artifact, a water bottle Dharma artifact, and a watermelon-like Dharma artifact all flew into the air. These Dharma artifacts all emitted green or blue light without exception. Go! The four of them seemed to speak at the same time. Each of them pointed their fingers, and the magic power in their bodies surged. Their magic treasures and artifacts rushed into the air. The magic treasures on the lotus leaves bloomed with a dark green lotus. It absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and spun rapidly. It produced a sharp sound of wind as it rushed towards Xiaohua's head. If a normal cultivator was hit by that lotus, even if their physical body wasn't destroyed, the light protecting their body would definitely be broken. The four people were obviously in perfect coordination. The dark green watermelon magic tool produced ripples of water from all directions, and there was almost a hua-hua sound of water as it pounced towards Xiaohua's legs. The water bottle magic tool poured out a bluish-green misty true water that rushed towards Xiaohua's chest. And that bamboo pole transformed into a row of bluish-green waves that attacked Xiaohua's back. Xiaohua's fingers continuously pointed, and he quickly laid down the simple rabbit formation. He also took the time to raise his hand, and the Samadhi True Fire's wall of fire expanded with a "hoo" sound. Unfortunately, although the Samadhi True Fire's killing power was formidable, under the fierce attacks of the four Dharma artifacts and Dharma artifacts, it was broken one by one. Haha, the Misty Cloud sect can be considered to have some foundation. Seeing the Samadhi True Fire's wall of fire being broken, Xiaohua was not surprised. He waved his hand and took out the Tang Jiao shears. I'll let you all see this Zhao's methods. Xiaohua sneered. He activated his magic power, and a golden light flashed above the entire main hall. Yun Tengyu and the others only felt a cold air flash before their eyes. The golden light, in an inconceivably short amount of time, swept past the four Dharma artifacts. Ah! Yun Qinglian was the first to cry out in alarm. The bluish-green waves formed by his bamboo pole magic tool were instantly cut into two rows by the golden light. Immediately after, the brilliance disappeared, and the bamboo pole revealed its original form in the air. Not only that, but when the bamboo pole fell into the air, it actually staggered slightly. The Tang Jiao shears actually cut the bamboo pole in half. Pu shua. Sounds came one after another. The other two Dharma artifacts also revealed their original forms in the air. At the mouth of the water bottle and halfway through the watermelon, deep cracks appeared respectively. Only Yun Tengyu's lotus leaf magic tool was in a slightly better state. The lotus leaf was shattered by the Tang Jiao shears.
the lotus leaf trembled and was only pushed back a few feet in the air. See? Yun Tingyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The shock in his eyes appeared once again. He looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. He really couldn't imagine how this Foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator could have such astonishing strength. "Give me your life," Xiaohua sneered. He waved his hand again. Where his magic power surged, the Teng Jiao shears once again flashed with golden light and pounced towards Yun Tingyu. Hee. Yun Tingyu hurriedly pointed his finger at the Dharma artifact. At the same time, lotus flowers appeared one after another from the Dharma artifact. He hurriedly opened his hand slightly and took out a Dharma artifact from his storage bag. His other hand hurriedly formed a Dharma artifact and pointed at the center of the Dharma artifact. Shwa shwa. Kang. With a roar, the Teng Jiao shears actually cut all the lotus flowers in half. Moreover, it directly hit the body of the Dharma artifact. Pooh! As cracks appeared on the Dharma artifact, Yun Tingyu also suffered a backlash from the Dharma artifact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gg. Yun Tingyu's mouthful of blood was spat on the Dharma artifact. The Dharma artifact that had already bloomed with green threads instantly changed again. The green threads gathered together and condensed into green beads. Like tadpoles, they actually made a sound and hit the air around Xiaohua. Hua hua hua. Within one zhong of Xiaohua, a ripple appeared in the air. Countless fist-sized raindrops trembled rapidly and flashed with inexplicable spiritual energy fluctuations, rushing towards Xiaohua. The raindrops were extremely powerful. The Samadhi true fire actually couldn't burn them. The entire wall of fire was like a layer of nothingness as it was broken by the raindrops. Xiaohua couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Hee, since you've entered my Misty Cloud Sect's true water array, I'd like to see what kind of ability you have. Yun Tingyu saw that the Dharma artifact was effective and couldn't help but sneer again. You think there won't be a Dharma artifact in a different place? I'm just setting up a Dharma artifact. Is that so? Xiaohua exclaimed at first, but he didn't panic. While sneering, he slightly grasped with his left hand. The Dharma artifact gushed out from his 5 fingers and the Dharma artifact was activated. Following that, a burst of white brilliance appeared and enveloped Xiaohua. The raindrops formed by the true water hit the brilliance. Pang pang pang. With a series of sounds, the brilliance of the Dharma artifact flashed one after another. But flashing was flashing. The brilliance was actually incomparably tough. It was simply impossible to break through. Do you think that this young master moved just to hide? Xiaohua mocked. Chapter 2088. So what? Yun Tingyu pointed at the disc array, and the pale light appeared again. The raindrops that hit the light shield immediately turned into a layer of water, covering the rabbit array. Moreover, the water quickly condensed into ice, isolating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Is that possible? Xiaohua slightly raised the corner of his mouth and once again urged the soaring dragon scissors. Wang, 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 the soaring dragon scissors made a sound again. A golden light flashed, and with a kotchup sound, the layer of ice condensed by the soaring dragon scissors was cut open without any resistance. You. Which senior of my Meng country are you? Yun Tingyu's face turned ashen. How could he not know that Xiaohua's strength was far beyond his? Senior, don't mention it. Xiaohua pointed his finger, and the soaring dragon scissors flew out of the array and pointed at Yun Tingyu. If you want to live, take out the method of making the condensing rain talisman. Well said, well said. Yun Tingyu hurriedly waved his hand and said, Junior knows his mistake. Junior will take out the jade slip now. Yun Qinglian and the others at the side were even more ashen. They looked at Xiaohua who was about to kill them with fear. Yes, Xiaohua came to kill the Misty Cloud sect master. On one hand, he was really angry that the Misty Cloud sect's cultivators did not help and killed Yun Tingyu to vent his anger. On the other hand, he wanted to check his own cultivation to see if he could kill his way into 100 Grass sect with his current cultivation and take revenge for Shang Huaming. It's useless to look for I. Xiaohua laughed. You should look for Fan Zhuang's father who starved to death. With that, the soaring dragon scissors cut through the air and chopped at Yun Tingyu. But at this moment, a strange scene appeared. However, when Yun Tingyu patted his storage bag as if he was going to take out a jade slip, there was no jade slip in his hand. Instead, a ghastly white palm bone appeared.
Pong! The lotus leaf magic treasure flew in front of the soaring dragon scissors and blocked it. However, the magic treasure was once again cut by the soaring dragon scissors. You forced this old man to do this. I'll take you down with me. Yun Tengyu sneered and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the white bones.
Immediately after, a green light appeared in his eyes, and an extremely awkward and inexplicable voice came out of his mouth. As the voice came out, Yun Tengyu's face, which was originally like a full moon, rapidly shrank and withered. Green seal text. Xiao Hua saw a faint green halo appear on the white bone. Circles of green seal text flew out from the halo and hit the high platform. He immediately had a bad feeling and didn't dare to be slow. He didn't even care about the rabbit spirit talisman and the soaring dragon shears. He immediately jumped up and used the bright thunder escape to fly away from the high platform. Xiao Hua's flying speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown several feet away, leaving that strange high platform. But just as Xiao Hua's heart relaxed, the entire high platform was covered in a green mist.
Woo! A roar that sounded like it came from the underworld was heard.
The high platform actually turned into a huge python and pounced out.
A huge suction force pulled Xiao Hua out of the platform. Go! Xiao Hua was shocked. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out a scarlet spirit fire towards the huge python. Wang Wang, a scale several feet long, immediately flew out from the dark green python's body. It also seemed to be formed from green seal characters. The scale surrounded the spirit fire, and Xiao Hua immediately lost control of the spirit fire. Bad! Xiao Hua complained. His bones felt weak and his flesh went limp. His body gave birth to endless exhaustion, and even an incomparable sleepiness appeared in his mind.
Xiao Hua bit the tip of his tongue and a wave of pain appeared.
Then, Xiao Hua immediately used his soul cultivation method. A cool feeling came from his soul string and the sleepiness gradually disappeared. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Hua only felt his vision turn black. He had fallen into the huge python's mouth. Go! In this critical moment, Xiao Hua quickly took out the great wisdom sword and smashed it into the huge python's mouth without hesitation. Unfortunately, where the heavy sword passed, the green seal text dodged one after another. However, when the heavy sword passed, the green seal text closed again and covered Xiao Hua. Following the huge suction, Xiao Hua's figure sank into the layers of green seal text and disappeared into the huge python's mouth. Following Xiao Hua's disappearance, the huge python once again turned into green seal text and laid flat on the high platform, gradually disappearing. When the green light disappeared, a few small green seal text flew up and landed on the white bone in Yun Tingyu's hand. Cough cough, the white bone in Yun Tingyu's hand disappeared again. Yun Tingyu couldn't help but cough. Sect Master. Yun Qinglian and the others witnessed this inconceivable scene. When they heard the cough, their gaze fell on Yun Tingyu's face and they were even more shocked. They saw that Yun Tingyu's face, which was still upright and proud just a moment ago, was now withered and shrunk. Wrinkles covered his face, and he seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant.
Yun Qinglian and the others knew that their sect master senior brother, although his cultivation was at the late stage of foundation establishment and his age was close to 200 years old, because he had eaten a youth-retaining herb when he was middle-aged, his appearance had never changed. They didn't expect that he would change so much now. Congratulations to Sect Master Senior Brother for learning our Misty Cloud Sect's ancient green python formation. Yun Qinglian suddenly woke up from her shock and hurriedly bowed to congratulate. Cough cough. Yun Tingyu coughed again. He clapped his hands and took out a jade bottle. He poured out 2 scarlet pills and swallowed them. After closing his eyes for a moment, he said weakly, "What's there to congratulate? The secret to controlling this green python is something that every sect master of my Misty Cloud sect must learn. I was just unlucky to be able to control this green python. Hee, if you congratulate me on this, it's still okay. This green python hasn't been activated for tens of thousands of years." Then he paused for a long time and sighed. "AI, are you all still envious of I's sect master position? I remember that year when you all congratulated I had unspeakable bitterness. Before I took over as sect master, I never thought that controlling the green python would actually require one's lifespan as the price. This Xiao Hua, which sect's golden core senior is he?" Then, Yun Tingyu flew into a rage. If he wasn't so weak that he couldn't move, he would have already jumped up. He can actually hide his cultivation and use the pressure of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator to deceive I. If it wasn't for him, how could I? This guy really, his heart is worthy of death. Sect Master. Let's not investigate this. Yun Qinglian said pitifully. The one you killed was a golden core cultivator. If his sect finds out, my Misty Cloud sect will be completely annihilated. That's right, if it wasn't for Sect Master's divine courage, we would have all died in Xiaohua's hands today. The other two whispered. Yun Tengyu thought for a moment and nodded. Inform the people on duty that today's matter must not be leaked. Yes, Yun Qinglian hurriedly responded, then frowned and said, how should we deal with the people from Jinhua Mountain? Didn't Sect Master just give them the cold shoulder for a few days and have to explain it to them tomorrow? They just give them the cold shoulder for a few days. Yun Tengyu thought for a moment and said, how can we not take spirit stones for 2 foundation establishment cultivators for them? I heard that Jinhua Mountain's yellow talismans are quite popular in Xi. That's right, what did they say about Meng country? That Fu Feng and Lu Yun are tight-lipped. This subordinate didn't find out anything. If we can take this opportunity to get some talisman-making techniques from Jinhua Mountain's Fu family, that would be good. Yun Tengyu said intentionally or unintentionally, then waved his hand and said, you all can leave. This sect master will be in seclusion for a few days. Yes. Yun Qinglian and the others bowed and saluted. The shock on their faces hadn't faded, and they quietly walked down the high platform and out of the main hall. Sigh. Yun Tingyu let out an aged sigh. His eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at the high platform where Xiaohua had disappeared. Since you forced this old man to shorten his lifespan, this old man will also make you suffer the pain of being cut into pieces and fall into the 9 underworlds. Unfortunately, this old man doesn't have the strength to open the forbidden spell and can't personally witness your tragedy to appease this old man's resentment. However, your spirit stones are this old man's. Ha ha ha, the storage pouch of a gold core cultivator. This old man has been dreaming of it. At the end of his words, Yun Tingyu's eyes turned into greed. With a wave of his hand, the soaring dragon shears and a dozen talismans that Xiaohua left on the high platform fell into his hand. Immediately, Yun Tengyu stood up from the stone chair and staggered into a quiet room behind it. Not to mention Yun Tengyu's seclusion, Xiaohua's figure fell into the green python formed by the green light on the high platform. The true essence around his body gradually stagnated, and in the end, it was like a rock that couldn't be mobilized in the slightest. How sad! Xiaohua's heart was filled with panic, and he hurriedly released his divine sense. He wanted to see what this place in front of him that seemed to be incomparably black, but also faintly emitting a faint green color, looked like. Unfortunately, he couldn't release his divine sense at all, and not even a trace of it could leave his body. The green seal text is actually so powerful. Xiaohua finally tasted the power of the green seal text. Immediately after, Xiaohua forced himself to raise the great wisdom sword in his hand. It was fine if he didn't move, but just as he moved, a huge pulling force appeared from all around him. Like a pair of huge hands, it pulled Xiaohua's body in all directions. Xiaohua's body was incomparably strong, but he still couldn't resist this pulling force. Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air from the pain. Just as he cried out in pain, the light around his body flashed, and Xiaohua's Taoist robe was torn to shreds. The spiritual armor protecting his body also emitted a weak light, as if it was trying its best to resist. However, this force was strange. It directly passed through the spiritual armor and acted on Xiaohua's body, making all of his defenses useless. Ah! Xiaohua cried out, struggling left and right. The pulling force became more and more vigorous, wanting to tear Xiaohua apart. Damn it! This young master was too careless. Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. This young master only wanted to rely on the rabbit array to resist the Misty Cloud sect's forbidden technique, but I didn't expect them to have this green seal text. The rabbit array had no effect in the green seal text, and was instead broken into a mess. Although the soaring dragon shears were powerful, it didn't have any effect in the green seal text. However, that Yun Tingyu was also barely able to control the green python. Presumably, he might not be stronger than this young master. This tearing force, how could it be so strong? It's even more powerful than the hands of a nascent soul cultivator.
Chapter 2089. With just a few thoughts flashing through Xiaohua's mind, the tearing force penetrated deep into Xiaohua's body. His flesh was torn open, and a pain worse than being cut into pieces drilled into Xiaohua's brain. Humph! Xiaohua couldn't help but groan. If he hadn't endured Huang Yi's pain for tens of thousands of years, he would have fainted long ago. What do I do? What do I do? Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly. I can't use the Dao sex techniques. I'm afraid I can only use the soul strands. Thinking of this, Xiaohua didn't hesitate. He hurriedly urged the soul strands out of the Dharma Eye imprint. Admittedly, it was like a dragon entering the sea. The soul strands were incomparably comfortable in the green seal text and extended rapidly. However, the tearing force around Xiaohua's body didn't lessen in the slightest because of this. Ah! Xiaohua couldn't help but roar. The pain had already penetrated deep into his brain. Right at this moment, a strange scene occurred. As the green seal text power penetrated deep into his brain, the green seal text in Xiaohua's mind that he had comprehended earlier drilled out along with the tearing force and danced around Xiaohua's body. As soon as these green seal text appeared, the tearing force was alleviated slightly. However, at this moment, Xiaohua's surroundings were already filled with soul strands. The green seal text easily touched the soul strands, just like what Xiaohua encountered when he was refining the shaman puppet. Occasionally, a feeling of comfort or shock would come from the soul strands. How could Xiaohua not know that this was the perfect opportunity for him to comprehend the green seal text? He even knew that if he could rearrange the green seal text, he might be able to break the tearing force of the green light. But the problem was that he didn't know how to rearrange the green seal text, and he didn't have the time to comprehend it one by one. Because the tearing force was only slightly alleviated, and there were no signs of it stopping. Perhaps I should first see how the green seal text is arranged. Xiaohua was like a drowning man who had encountered a straw. He immediately grasped the opportunity. Thus, he hurriedly opened his left hand and opened his Dharma Eye to find the arrangement of the green seal text. It was fine if the delusion breaker Dharma Eye didn't open, but as soon as it did, a huge force rushed towards Xiaohua's left hand, as if the Dharma Eye was a taboo of the green light. In his Dharma Eye, Xiaohua felt tiny green seal script characters spinning crazily, as if pulling on the power of heaven and earth. A green seal script character flew out from his Dharma Eye like a flying sword. Xiaohua panicked. All of a sudden, a powerful suction force emerged from the eye and pulled his divine sense into it. Immediately, his vision was filled with silver. A silver-gray beam of light shot out from the eye and shot straight at the green seal text. A strange sound rang out. It sounded like someone was chanting, but it also sounded like a ghost was chanting. When the light beam hit the green seal text, it instantly dissipated. The tearing force on Xiaohua's body disappeared. Not only that, the silver light gradually melted away with the green seal text. The remaining green seal text fluttered in the air like headless flies. At first, it was disorderly. Then it gradually became orderly, as if it was beginning to condense into the green light from before. Now is the time. Xiaohua's mind was enlightened. With a slight thought, he immediately released his soul strands. Every strand of soul strands touched a tiny green seal text. The green seal text was very mysterious. Every time it touched a tiny green light, the entire sky flashed with green light. And Xiaohua's soul strands didn't stop. Under Xiaohua's control, the green seal text characters lined up one by one. Shwa shwa. For some unknown reason, many green seal text characters that touched each other mysteriously disappeared. And even more green seal text characters gradually shrank, gradually becoming the same size as the green seal text characters that flew out from Xiaohua's mind. After an unknown amount of time, the green seal text characters that filled the sky disappeared. What surrounded Xiaohua were only 36 tiny green seal text characters. Great! Xiaohua was now able to stand freely in the air. How could he not know that he had turned misfortune into fortune? Xiaohua closed his eyes and sent his soul thread into the 36 green seal script characters. An indescribable feeling came from his soul, and the 36 green seal script characters also fused with the soul thread. They flashed into the mysterious dark cloud in Xiaohua's sea of consciousness and disappeared without a trace. However, Xiaohua understood that of the 36 green seal text characters, plus the 3 that he had comprehended earlier, he had already learned 39 of them. Only, he knew a little about the usage of these green seal text characters, but he still didn't know how to use them like Yun Ting Yu. The crisis had been resolved,
and Xiaohua finally had the time to look at his surroundings. It's actually another huge space. Xiaohua's gaze swept around and saw that he was inside a huge cave. Looking at the size, it was several times bigger than the Misty Cloud sect's main hall. Moreover, the entire cave didn't have any pillars or the like. Everything could be seen at a glance. What is that? After looking at the general situation, Xiaohua's gaze had already landed on a huge green seal text character in front of him. The green seal text was engraved on a stone wall. It was over 30 meters tall, and it seemed to support the entire cave. There was a huge stone chair in front of it, and it was exactly the same as the one Yun Tengyu was sitting on earlier. Rain. Xiaohua carefully identified it. He could already see that it was the word rain, one of the 39 green seal text characters that he knew. Condensing Rain Talisman? Misty Cloud Sect? Rain. Green seal text. Xiaohua flew to the front of the green seal text and stood on the stone chair. He pinched his chin and squinted his eyes to size it up. He was already deep in thought. Needless to say, the Misty Cloud sect was a branch of the ancient cultivation method. The green seal text characters were the foundation of the Misty Cloud sect's cultivation method. However, along with the evolution of the cultivation method, the seal text characters were gradually abandoned or lost. More seal-making techniques were separated from the seal text and formed the current Misty Cloud sect. Damn it, such a powerful seal text was actually lost. Xiaohua thought of the power of the green seal text and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Actually messing around with the yellow seal text, isn't this picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons? After lamenting for a moment, Xiaohua flew up again and prepared to find a way out. However, just as he flew up, he felt a sense of loss in his heart, as if he had lost something. Oh! Xiaohua had always thought that his senses were sharp. He unconsciously stopped in the air and looked around. When his gaze landed on the green seal text again, a flash of light appeared in his mind. Ha ha ha, this young master is stupid. In the face of such a treasure, I almost entered a treasure mountain and returned empty-handed. Xiaohua laughed loudly. His soul thread was pulled out from the Dharma eye imprint and touched the huge rain character like a tentacle. Just as Xiaohua had expected, something strange happened. Chapter 2090. Sure enough, as soon as the soul strands touched the green seal script rapidly flashed with green light in his transcendence vision. The entire script floated out from the stone wall and gradually turned into a large character formed by many green seal script characters. Immediately after, these green seal script characters flashed one after another. Xiaohua's soul strands also trembled along with these flashes. Suddenly, cryptic and strange syllables rang out from the dark clouds in Xiaohua's mind. These syllables seemed to have great power. After each syllable, the mysterious dark clouds would churn once. When the entire green seal script flickered once, the syllables also rang out once. Suddenly, layers of dark rain flashed out from the dark clouds and fell down like raindrops. Cloud summoning rain technique. Xiaohua suddenly realized. Wasn't this a mystical technique that he couldn't even imagine in his dreams? Moving mountains and overturning seas, cloud summoning rain is indeed not a legend. Xiaohua was wild with joy. The ancient celestials relied on the power of this talisman to actually be able to affect the heaven and earth. The legends of almighty beings are no exaggeration. That's right, Xiaohua had comprehended the ghost cultivator's talisman Dao many times. However, perhaps because Xiaohua's cultivation was too shallow, far inferior to Huangyi's tens of thousands of years of cultivation, or perhaps because Xiaohua was a cultivator and not a ghost, there was always a barrier between him and the ghost cultivator's talisman Dao, and he didn't know how to cultivate it. Now that he saw the green seal script characters for the first time, he suddenly realized that the cultivator's talisman Dao and ghost cultivator's talisman Dao all originated from the ancient green seal script characters. It's just that the path they took was different and the power they used was different. Yun Tengyu, as a cultivator, recklessly used the green seal script characters in an inappropriate way. The price he paid was his lifespan. Ghosts are souls. Just like the mysterious dark clouds connected to the soul strands, they can release the green seal script characters' talisman syllables. I am a cultivator. How can I release such syllables? Xiaohua immediately frowned again. In this way, even if this young master knows how to use talisman Dao and how to summon rain, I still can't bring benefits to the villagers. While Xiaohua was pondering, the huge green seal script characters floating in the air had already gradually disappeared. On the stone wall, the rain character now became much dimmer. However, Xiaohua didn't notice it because at this moment, a wave of light noise came from the stone chair beneath his feet. Xiaohua hurriedly flew to the side. With a wave of his hand, he took out the invisibility talisman. He activated his magic power and pasted it on his body. His entire figure gradually disappeared from the spot. The stone chair gently rotated and a water blue halo flashed above the stone chair. When the halo shined brightly, space rippled and Yun Tengyu's figure appeared above the halo. Cough cough. Yun Tengyu's face was obviously a lot redder, but he was still very weak. He should have been in seclusion, but he was still thinking about Xiaohua's storage pouch. That was why he immediately activated the restriction to come over and take a look after a short rest. When Yun Tengyu's divine sense swept through the entire cave, he didn't see Xiaohua's corpse nor any storage pouch. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Immediately, he felt a warning in his heart. He hurriedly shook his hand, as if he wanted to escape. But it was exactly like the old saying, "What you fear will happen." Just as his whole body glowed, Xiaohua's figure appeared a few feet away from him. Since he was already close, even if it was a gold core cultivator, Xiaohua wasn't the slightest bit afraid, let alone Yun Tengyu, who was in the late stage of foundation establishment and was injured. Xiaohua's fist hit the halo around Yun Tengyu's body. With a burst of sound like glass breaking, Yun Tengyu didn't have time to do anything. Xiaohua's hand grabbed his neck. Senior. Please spare my life." Yun Tengyu's hoarse voice struggled desperately. "This junior is willing to give all the spirit stones of Misty Cloud's sect to Senior. This junior is willing to give all of Misty Cloud's sects. Yes, and the condensing rain talisman Senior wants. This junior has the moving clouds and summoning rain talisman, which is a secret spiritual talisman of my Misty Cloud sect. This junior will give it all to Senior." Hee, Xiaohua sneered. "Why would this Xiao covet your spirit stones? If this young master knows about those spiritual talismans and kills you, won't they all fall into this young master's hands?" Senior. Yun Tengyu panicked. "Senior doesn't know, my Misty Cloud sect is an ancient orthodoxy, and this place is an ancient ruin, is it that?" Xiaohua smiled and pointed his finger. "Yes, how did Senior know?" Yun Tengyu was stunned. When he turned his head and saw that the green seal text had dimmed, he immediately turned pale with fright. However, before he could express his shock, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. The talismans protecting his body were all broken, and his vision turned black. Everything in the world was far away from him. Xiaohua never gave any explanation to the cultivators who tried to harm him, especially this Yun Tengyu who treated the lives of the people of the world as nothing. Xiaohua shook his hand and threw Yun Tengyu's corpse to the ground. He patted his forehead and the Buddha's Saraira flew into the air. Then, he executed a Buddhist skill and captured Yun Tengyu's soul. He waited for Xiaohua to ask him what he wanted to know before transferring the soul away. This seemed to be Xiaohua's first time trying out this particular Buddhist soul-searching technique. He felt very satisfied. With a wave of his hand, he picked up the storage pouch on Yun Tengyu's corpse and scanned it with his divine sense. He was stunned on the spot. Damn, this Yun Tengyu seems to be too stingy. This storage pouch is full of spirit stones, and there are also a lot of top-grade spirit stones. Why is Misty Cloud sect so poor? Since it's in this young master's hands, it's better not to waste it. Xiaohua took out half of the spirit stones from the storage pouch and left the rest inside. Then, Xiaohua spent a few hours copying the jade slips in the storage pouch one by one. Then, he took out a few seemingly old talismans and said with a smile, "This is the Cloud Travel and Rain Talisman? This Misty Cloud sect Senior is indeed a capable person. Since talismans can't be easily used, they can be turned into talismans for both spirit and yellow talismans. It's just that yellow talismans are easy to refine, but the materials for these spirit talismans are difficult. Today's Dawn Rain continent is really hard to find." After taking half of the yellow talismans, spirit talismans, and his own soaring dragon scissors and rabbit spirit talismans, Xiaohua took out the palm leaf fan-like handbone. A wisp of true samadhi fire burned on it, and a series of green seal characters flew out. Xiaohua used his soul strands to touch it, and 4 more green seal characters that Xiaohua didn't understand appeared. "Great.
Xiao Hua was happy and threw the hand bone into the space. Sure enough, the hand bone automatically flew to the other white bones and landed on the left hand. A faint lightning bolt connected it to the other white bones. Then, Xiao Hua cut off Yun Tingyu's Taoist robe and burned his corpse with a wisp of true samadhi fire. Finally, Xiao Hua's figure changed and turned into Yun Tingyu's appearance. He put on the Taoist robe again and flew back to the stone chair. After thinking for a moment, he cast a few unfamiliar spells and a halo covered him. The halo spun rapidly, and Xiao Hua's figure disappeared from the cave.
When he opened his eyes, he already appeared in a quiet room.
Xiao Hua sat cross-legged and thought for a moment. Yun Tingyu was killed by me. But the Misty Cloud sect's orthodoxy is still here, so I don't need to destroy their inheritance. This Yun Tingyu just happened to be devoured by the talisman, so it's an excellent excuse. I can also do some good for this dead man and gather some good karma. Presumably, Xiao Hua left the quiet room and landed on the main hall.
He waved his hand and a messaging talisman flew out.
Sect Master, Sect Master. Xiao Hua's messaging talisman hadn't even flown out of the main hall when a burst of exclamations came. Yun Qinglian and the other Foundation establishment disciples recklessly rushed in from outside the main hall. You wait. Xiao Hua sat on the stone chair and felt very strange. Sect Master. You. Seeing Xiao Hua sitting on the stone chair perfectly fine, Yun Qinglian was also very surprised. She was extremely shocked and stuttered. Your life spirit tablet. Io. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He knew he was wrong again. He had forgotten about the life spirit tablet of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Cough, cough. Xiao Hua coughed a few times and said with a hoarse voice, Junior brother. The brother in front of you is already not the original brother. This Sect Master. Sect Master Senior Brother. Yun Qinglian cried, Junior brother knows, Junior brother knows. This is the body that Sect Master Senior Brother used my Misty Cloud Sect's secret technique to maintain. Senior Brother used my Misty Cloud Sect's secret technique just now. His lifespan has already been completely exhausted. Alright, you are indeed Yun Tingyu's junior brother. This young master doesn't need to explain anymore. Xiao Hua laughed secretly in his heart. Sigh, Qinglian, you still don't know. Forget it. This Sect Master doesn't have much time, so I can't explain too much to you. Wait until you understand the essence of my Misty Cloud Sect, then you will naturally know what this brother is talking about. Xiao Hua sighed again and patted his storage bag.
With a wave of his hand, he took out half of the spirit stones and said, Don't blame this Sect Master for being stingy.
Being in charge of a sect has never been as simple as you all think. This Sect Master has always been living frugally. These are the spirit stones that this Sect Master has recorded for 100 years. Now, I will give them all to you and let the disciples in the sect divide them. Count it as this Sect Master's final gift to them. Sect Master Senior Brother. Seeing that Xiao Hua actually took out so many spirit stones, the hesitation of Yun Qinglian and the rest instantly disappeared. There was only one sentence in their hearts. When a person is about to die, his words are kind. Alright, the second matter is the most important. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Qingyu, come over here. Yes, Qingyu greets the Sect Master. A middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator stepped forward and bowed. Yun Qingyu, this Sect Master will now pass on the position of Sect Master of my Misty Cloud Sect to you. You must properly manage the Misty Cloud Sect for this Sect Master. Xiao Hua said seriously and handed over Yun Tingyu's storage bag to her. Sect Master. Yun Qingyu happily took the storage bag. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, This Sect Master doesn't have much time. Everything will be simple. You will be in charge of the Sect Master ceremony. In the future, you can manage it yourself. Yes, thank you Sect Master. Yun Qingyu's tears were about to fall. To be continued. Chapter 2091. The third thing. Yun Tengyu said again, Before I die, I will look back on the past. I don't regret wasting my time, nor do I feel ashamed for doing nothing. However, I regret that I didn't use my cultivation to do more things for the common people. That Xiao Hua who came from nowhere. What he said is quite reasonable. All of you. From today onwards, you should make condensing rain talismans and make rain for the common people in Yu City.
and even Meng country. This is my last order. You must do it with all your heart. Yes, we will do our best to fulfill your last wish. Yun Qingyu and the others bowed with tears in their eyes. All right, this sect master is about to leave. Xiaohua stood up. This sect master has already left a quiet place for himself. Before Xiaohua could finish, Yun Qingyu hurriedly said, Senior brother sect leader, I have one last question. Oh, go ahead. Xiaohua stopped. His heart was beating fast. After all, he was asking Yun Tingyu's soul, and he didn't know much about Misty Cloud sect. How should we deal with the Fu family of Mount Jinhua in Xi country? Yun Qingyu said in a low voice. Senior brother sect leader seems to be dissatisfied with the spirit stones they took out. Also, after you leave, Misty Cloud sect will have nothing to do with the Fu family of Mount Jinhua. Should we let them go or help them? Please tell us, senior brother sect leader. Fu Feng. Xiaohua was stunned. He was a little surprised and a little embarrassed. He rolled his eyes and said, Qingyu is guarding Misty Cloud sect. Qinglian and Qingfeng, help them. After all, the Fu family of Mount Jinhua is my old friend. Yes, we understand. Yun Qingyu and the other two bowed. All right, all of you, follow me and wait at the entrance of the palace. Xiaohua's figure floated leisurely like a formless object. This old man will leave alone. Let this old man's primordial spirit, let this old man's ruined body dissipate between heaven and earth. As Xiaohua spoke, he flew out of the main hall and landed in front of the stairs. He followed the long flight of stairs and slowly walked down. His figure was both imposing and seemed to be staggering. The entire Misty Cloud sect was immediately filled with a solemn atmosphere. Yun Qinglian, Yun Qingyu, Yun Qingfeng, and the other disciples couldn't help but kneel down and weep. Xiaohua's back became increasingly blurry in their eyes. Yes, this Yun Tangyu's character is not good. He is quite sinister and stingy, but the sect leader's prestige is still there. Xiaohua had already walked far away when he used his divine sense to scan the area. When he saw that the Misty Cloud sect's people did not follow him, he muttered in his heart. He took off Yun Tangyu's Taoist robe and casually threw it into a stream. Then, with a twist of his body, he entered the ground and headed in Fan Zhuang's direction. As for whether or not Yun Qinglian and the others had come out to find Yun Tingyu, and whether or not they had only seen Yun Tingyu's Taoist robes and were puzzled, that was not something Xiaohua had to consider. Outside of the Misty Cloud sect, Xiaohua really did not put the Misty Cloud sect's disciples in his eyes. When Xiaohua arrived at Fan Zhuang, he saw the Fan Zhuang's clan leader, Fan Yunxiao, organizing the young and strong people of the clan to plant rice seeds. It looked like it was in full swing, far from the cold and lifeless appearance of a few days ago. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over. Xueqi had already sensed it and flew out in joy. Everyone also knew that Xiaohua had returned, so they all looked up. Xiaohua whispered in Xueqi's ear for a moment, then stretched out his hand and took out a dozen condensing rain talismans. Under the urging of his magic power, they were all scattered. Sure enough, streaks of blue light flashed, and under each ray of light, a thin layer of water dozens of feet in size immediately formed, then condensed into rain and dripped down. Many thanks, Taoist Xiao. Everyone's face showed a pleasantly surprised expression. Regardless of the rain pouring on their bodies, and regardless of the mud gradually growing between the fields, they knelt on the ground. Seeing everyone so happy, his heart unconsciously felt at peace, and the corners of his mouth also carried a smile. It seemed that all the previous life and death hardships had been rewarded. Ha! This is... Xiaohua suddenly felt that there was something strange in his body. He hurriedly examined it, but saw that within the Buddha fire, there were more and more invisible golden threads, becoming increasingly clear. Xiaohua looked at the extremely pious expressions of everyone under his feet, as well as their grateful eyes, and unconsciously thought of something. These golden threads of the Buddha fire are actually related to other people's gratitude? It seems that the first few golden threads appeared after this poor Taoist saved those martial artists. Immediately, Xiaohua put this matter to the back of his mind. He didn't think of anything in return for saving people, especially these secular people. He knew that they absolutely couldn't help him. These golden threads, it's better to have them, but it doesn't matter if they don't have them. Thank you, Taoist Xiao, for your great kindness. Fan Yunxiao trembled as he bowed, the snow-white beard on his mouth trembling. Old man, this is what we cultivators should do. Xiaohua hurriedly supported him. If all the immortals were like Taoist Xiao, we secular people wouldn't be afraid of any disasters. Fan Yunxiao said as he wiped his tears. Xiao Hua knew that he didn't have the ability to guide the entire Dawn Rain continent, so he could only deal with it with a smile. I have already ordered all the Fan family disciples to pay respects to Taoist Xiao every day, and pass on Taoist Zhao's grace to the future generations of the Fan family. Fan Yunxiao said excitedly. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. We'll talk about this later. With this rain, the drought around Fan Manor should be solved. I still have to go to the other places to take a look. If there is a drought, it will also be solved. Yes, it should be like this. Fan Yunxiao smiled apologetically. However, I have a strange matter that I want to tell Taoist Xiao. And please speak, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Fan Yunxiao pointed at the previously sowed field and said, Where did you get the rice that Taoist Xiao took out earlier? If Taoist Xiao still has some, can you bestow some more? Why? Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over. At first, it was strange, but then he came to a realization and said curiously, But what's going on? Some of the rice already have some seedlings, some are still not? Oh no, these seeds don't seem to have sprouted at all? Really? They haven't sprouted at all? Fan Yunxiao frowned and said, I thought it was still early, but it turns out that they haven't sprouted at all. It seems that my guess was right. What do you mean by that? Xiao Hua also frowned. The rice in his space grew with his own eyes, but he only had a vague impression of how the rice outside grew. All right, I'll let Taoist Xiao know. Fan Yunxiao didn't take advantage of his seniority just because he looked old. He said respectfully, This old man is 73 years old this year, and I've lived in Fan Manor all my life. The furthest I've gone is Yu City. This old man doesn't have much knowledge, but I do have some skills when it comes to taking care of crops. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded slightly. My Fan Manor's rice has always grown well since I was a child. For many years, the rice was planted at a fixed time, sprouted at a fixed time, headed at a fixed time, and ripened at a fixed time. My Fan Manor's farmers also harvested at a fixed time. Fan Yunxiao stroked his beard and sighed. But now, everything has changed. Chapter 2092. Since more than 10 years ago, it should be more than 20 or 30 years ago, the situation has gradually changed. At first, the time of germination of the rice seeds changed, then the time of heading changed, and then the time of ripening, harvesting, and sowing also changed. What worries this old man the most is that the harvest is slowly decreasing. Fan Yunxiao said with a pained expression. Ah! Xiao Hua almost cried out in surprise. He immediately thought of the changes in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. He heard from a foundation establishment cultivator at the auction in Haoming City. Taoist Xiao. Fan Yunxiao immediately stopped and looked at Xiao Hua in panic. It's okay. I seem to have thought of something. Senior, please continue. Xiao Hua nodded with a smile. Yes, the agriculture has been declining for more than 10 years, and the climate has also become worse. In this old man's humble opinion, even if this year's drought didn't happen, in a few years, the rice seeds will not be able to be used anymore. Fan Yunxiao said very sadly, I'm afraid that the people of the secular world will starve to death. I understand what Senior is saying. Xiao Hua nodded, then pointed his finger and said, How did Senior know that these rice seeds were taken by I? How could we dare to eat the life-saving food that Taoist Xiao gave us all at once? Farmers all know the principle of using grain as seeds. Without seeds, how can we survive in the coming year? Fan Yunxiao said with a smile. Seeds, survival. Fan Yunxiao's simple words immediately made Xiao Hua understand, as if the essence of the Tao of life and death was deeply contained in them. When Taoist Master Xiao brought food again, this old man asked them to plant the rice from before and some of the good seeds that were sent over. Fan Yunxiao explained, however, they have already been mixed together, and this old man knows how to distribute them. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said, I will walk around first. The drought in the vicinity of Yu City is very serious. When I finish this matter, I will come back and discuss it with Senior. Yes, Taoist Xiao is truly compassionate. If an immortal like Taoist Xiao cannot live as long as the heavens, then the heavens must be blind. Fan Yunxiao said gratefully.
Xiaohua smiled and pulled Xueqi's hand. The two of them flew into the air and gradually disappeared into the distance. Although the congealing rain talisman was an unremarkable yellow talisman, it was quite difficult to refine. Xueqi didn't know how to refine yellow talismans, so she couldn't help much. Therefore, along the way, Xiaohua refined the congealing rain talisman, and Xueqi displayed the congealing rain talisman. In just a few days, Xiaohua and Xueqi had taken control of the areas with the most severe drought before flying back to Fan Manor. Husband, Xueqi thought as she flew, and asked with some doubt, I didn't feel it before, but after doing so many things with my husband, I feel quite satisfied. It seems that this concubine hasn't cultivated for so many years in vain. This is something that this concubine has never felt before. I don't know why either, Xiaohua said with a smile. However, helping others is the foundation of happiness. Being able to help others and being able to be happy, why wouldn't you and I be happy? My husband is indeed different from the cultivators of my Xiaoyu continent. Xueqi's eyes were filled with love, and she said tenderly, it's exactly as Elder Fan said. If a cultivator like my husband can't become a great person, the heavens will really be speechless. Xiaohua hurriedly blocked Xueqi's lips with his index finger, and whispered, Elder Fan is a secular person, his words don't need to be taken seriously. We are cultivators, and our words must come true. You mustn't speak nonsense. Xueqi stuck out her tongue and licked Xiaohua's finger, and said with a smile, I understand. If I can help you become a great person, what's wrong with this concubine's body being crushed and my soul being scattered? Xueqi. Xiaohua was startled, and he had a bad feeling. He frowned and said, Why do you keep saying such things? Could it be that there's something wrong? Of course not. Xueqi's charming eyes were like silk, and she said with a smile, This concubine is just expressing her feelings. Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment, then nodded and warned, Wife, there are some things that can be said, and some things that absolutely cannot be said. If my wife has any warning signs, you must tell your husband as soon as possible. This concubine understands. Xueqi said indifferently, with my husband's cultivation, this concubine has always been by your side. What kind of warning signs can there be? All right. Xiaohua knew that these things couldn't be explained clearly. Let's return to Fan Manor first. When they returned to Fan Manor, it was just as Fan Yunxiao said. Some of the rice seeds had already sprouted into thumb-sized seedlings, but the majority of the seeds still didn't have any movement. Xiaohua used his divine sense to check, and after a moment of contemplation, he told Xueqi about it, and then went into seclusion. He still had to wait and see if the remaining seeds could germinate or not. In addition, he urgently wanted to know what kind of secret technique Misty Cloud's sex Yun Tengyu used to produce the syllables of the green seal characters. Xiaohua went into seclusion for 14 days, and on the 15th day, he came out of seclusion with a disappointed face. Now, he knew the talisman of the cloud summoning rain technique, and also knew how ghost cultivators use these syllables, but what he lacked was how cultivators could produce these syllables. From Misty Cloud's sex ancient records, he indeed knew how Yun Tengyu produced the syllables of the green seal characters, and it was indeed very strange. It was indeed something he couldn't even dream of. But the ancient records clearly said that this was the price of the cultivator's lifespan, and it absolutely couldn't be used unless it was an emergency. Xiaohua was so righteous that he would use his own lifespan to freely squander it. However, it wasn't like he didn't have any gains. He had already seen Misty Cloud's sex cloud summoning rain talisman clearly, and as long as he could find rare spirit beasts, he was confident that he could easily refine this talisman. As for the cloud summoning rain talisman recorded in Misty Cloud's sex records, Xiaohua looked at it again and again, carefully comprehending more than half of it. In addition, while he was cultivating, he also thought clearly that Xiaoyu continent should have encountered a situation where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth changed strangely. Fan Zhuang's rice seeds should have been affected by this, and could no longer produce food for ordinary people to eat. And the seeds produced in his space, because of his space's spiritual light, or because the water of the two extreme yin and yang pools in his space had the effect of breeding all living things, were able to produce suitable seeds in this world where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had transformed. Husband, is there something wrong? Xueqi keenly saw Xiaohua's disappointment and hurriedly asked. It's nothing. Xiaohua said with a smile. Maybe your husband's expectations were too high. How is Fan Zhuang's situation? There are changes, but also no changes.
Xueqi pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Just like before husband went into seclusion, those germinating seeds have already grown strong and healthy. According to the farmers of Fanzhuang, they are growing much faster than the rice they planted before."
What about the changes?
Fanzhuang has already completely restored to the vitality it had before husband arrived.
Hee, are you very happy to see them?
Xiaohua said with a smile. Xueqi didn't conceal anything and nodded vigorously, "That's right. Your husband has already found a way to solve the problem of the seeds. Once we finish dealing with the matter here, my wife will follow your husband to another place."
Xiaohua replied with a smile.
"Husband is really amazing." Xueqi's face revealed a happy expression. This concubine has thought for a long time, but there is no way to solve it.
"I don't know how husband will solve it."
"Haha, it's too simple." Xiaohua laughed and said, "Your husband knows that it's enough to give them enough seeds, right?"
"That's right, but..."
Xueqi heard this and was naturally shocked. This kind of solution was naturally a cure, but where did the seeds come from? Xueqi instantly thought of the seeds that Xiaohua took out from his storage bag. However, Xiaohua obviously didn't have any seeds in his storage bag. Otherwise, Xiaohua wouldn't have asked her for some spirit jujube. Xueqi thought of this and very rationally stopped asking. She only smiled and didn't say anything else. Xiaohua brought Xueqi to see Fan Yunxiao and gave enough seeds to Fan Zhuang. He didn't say anything else. After all, Fan Zhuang was an expert in farming. Xiaohua only needed to provide good seeds, and other things. Fan Zhuang could do better than him. Seeing Xiaohua take out so many good seeds, Fan Yunxiao's eyes lit up. These days, he had been observing the seeds planted in the fields. He found that these seeds were not only resistant to drought, but also grew very fast. They were simply the legendary immortal seeds. The villagers of Fanzhuang knew that with these immortal seeds, even if the drought came again, they would still be able to survive. Spiritual Master Zhao's great kindness, this old man, will be unable to repay you even if his bones are crushed. Fan Yunxiao began to sing praises. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be like this. Elder Fan, these good seeds offer Fan Zhuang. However, it's more than 10 times what Fan Zhuang wanted. I also hope that if possible, while Fan Zhuang is farming, he can also distribute these good seeds to other places in Fan Zhuang so that they can all benefit from it."
"But if Elder Fan..."
Xiaohua's tone suddenly became cold. "Rest assured, Spiritual Master Xiao. This old man understands that Spiritual Master Xiao has the hearts of all living beings. This old man has also suffered the pain of starvation. I will not watch others starve to death because of my selfish desires." Fan Yunxiao heard this and immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing in panic as he answered. "But all people have selfish desires and greed. I hope that Elder Fan will do as you say." Xiaohua glanced at Xueqi, and the two flew up at the same time. "Spiritual Master Xiao, Fairy Xue is leaving." Fan Yunxiao reluctantly shouted, "Children of Fan Zhuang, quickly kowtow and respectfully send Spiritual Master Xiao off." "Thank you, Spiritual Master Xiao." Respectfully send Spiritual Master Xiao off. Hearing this, everyone immediately dropped what they were doing and knelt on the ground, respectfully sending Xiaohua and Xueqi off. "Ai, what good farmers." Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He waved his hand and flew even further away. "Hee, husband, you are really amazing." After flying far away, Xueqi gave him a thumbs up and smiled. Xiaohua smiled and squinted his eyes as he looked into the distance. He smiled and said, "Solving the problems of the secular world is really not easy. However, when it comes to solving the disputes between cultivators, your husband is much more amazing."
Chapter 2093.
"Husband, what's the matter now?" Xueqi pursed her lips and smiled. "I've been waiting for you for a long time to see you rescue Yun Duan, Fu Hou, and Fu Zhu. You've been delayed for so long. I'm afraid that the 3 of them have already been killed by the Fu clan of Mount Jinhua, right?" Xiaohua knew that Yun Tingyu's funeral and Yun Qingyu's taking over of the Misty Cloud sect required time and ceremony. Even if the Fu clan of Mount Jinhua didn't want the Misty Cloud sect's help, they couldn't leave. Not to mention that Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng still had to follow them to White Bamboo Mountain. Fu Feng and the others could only wait until everything was over before they could leave. This was also the reason why Xiao Hua had been staying at Fanzhuang all this time.
Let's go. We should be able to catch up. Xiao Hua pointed to the distance.
He had already scouted out the location of White Bamboo Mountain in Yu City. He held Xueqi's hand and flew towards White Bamboo Mountain. White Bamboo Mountain was a small remote mountain range. It was even more barren than the Misty Clouds sect. The thin heaven-earth spiritual qi was only enough to satisfy the cultivation needs of cultivators. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they definitely wouldn't stay for long. At this moment, within the White Bamboo Mountain, there was an emerald green bamboo forest. The bamboo roots were sparkling and translucent like jade. Moreover, from time to time, there would be the crisp chirping of birds rising from the bamboo forest. Although the birds could not be seen, combined with the sound of the gurgling stream, it was indeed a place that led to a secluded place. In this beautiful bamboo forest, there was a bamboo house built with bamboo. On top of a few thin bamboos, an extremely handsome middle-aged cultivator was frowning. In the air in front of him, there was a blood-red beast skin floating. The middle-aged cultivator was holding a red brush in his hand. There was a faint light on the brush, and the heaven-earth spiritual qi in the surroundings slightly flowed along with the strokes of the brush. Ka!
A strange sound was heard.
It was as if the red brush had hit a solid stone and stopped. The heaven-earth spiritual qi that was flowing rhythmically in the surroundings immediately stopped. However, in just an instant, the heaven-earth spiritual qi suddenly exploded and rushed towards the beast's skin in front of the cultivator.
Boom!
A flame rose from the beast's skin with a soft sound.
Sigh.
The cultivator sighed and hurriedly waved his hand. A yellow talisman fell on the beast's skin, and a cool mist appeared and extinguished the flame.
Husband, did you fail again? Two crisp voices sounded at the same time.
Behind the cultivator, two extremely beautiful female cultivators who looked exactly the same flew down from the bamboo house. Their figures were graceful, like fairies flying in the air. Needless to say, these three cultivators were none other than Zhao Feng, Fu Zhu, and Fu Ho.
A wry smile appeared on his face.
He waved his hand and the damaged beast's skin fell into his hand. He said, "Yes, your husband has tried countless times. Your husband clearly has this memory, but when I draw here, the brush gives off a cryptic feeling and my magic power can't flow smoothly. Perhaps my husband remembered wrongly?"
Fu Zhu said cautiously.
The Fu puppet giggled and said, "My husband's cultivation is still shallow. You'll naturally be fine after you reach the foundation establishment stage." Alas, what the two of you said is reasonable. Looking at the two of them, happiness appeared on his face. This husband is a little too impatient for success. This invisibility talisman can only be drawn after foundation establishment with true essence. As for true qi, it's beyond my power.
You can't blame my husband, Fu Zhu said considerately. Foundation establishment requires luck. We've worked hard.
My sister and I have already reached the 11th layer of qi refining, and my husband is already at the peak of the 12th layer. You're much stronger than the disciples of Mount Jinhua. As long as your luck is right, you'll be able to reach the foundation establishment stage and successfully refine this invisibility talisman.
That's right.
The Fu puppet stomped her foot and said angrily, "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have given Xiao Hua the method to refine the yellow talisman. That guy must have been captured by Fu Yunhua and his storage bag must have been left behind in Mount Jinhua."
Alas, my wife. Song Ying sighed. Don't say such words again in the future. Junior brother Xiao has been extremely benevolent to us.
He took the item for himself, and at that time, he removed all suspicions on us.
Only then could we calmly escape.
He completely replaced us in Mount Jinhua. Your husband couldn't obtain the method to refine the yellow talisman. It's fate. There's no need to blame junior brother Xiao.
My husband is right.
Fu Zhu held the Fu puppet's hand and said with a smile, "We can only be grateful to Xiao Hua and not resent him."
And I understand.
The Fu puppet pouted and agreed. Her pretty appearance was extremely similar to when she was young.
That's right.
When Xiao Hua separated from Zhao Feng and the others, the battle formation was incomparably sensational. 4 foundation establishment cultivators joined forces to find him. With Xiao Hua's qi refining cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to escape. This was also the reason why Zhao Feng never thought about it. "My wife, why did you come to the back mountain instead of teaching the disciples how to refine yellow talismans in the front mountain?" Zhao Feng asked with a smile.
What's there to teach? They're just a bunch of kids. The Fu puppet said disdainfully. Those third-layer disciples are really too stupid. I told them several times, but they didn't understand the main points. I was really angry. I just let them cultivate on their own. Hee hee. Zhao Feng looked at the Fu puppet lovingly, then looked at Fu Zhu's smiling face. He reached out and held the Fu puppet's hand, saying, "My wife has worked hard. Your husband is very grateful." The Fu puppet felt sweet inside, but also a little embarrassed. She looked at Fu Zhu and lowered her head, saying, "My husband, I know I'm a little impatient. Our heavenly talisman sect has only been established for a few years. These disciples will be the future pillars of the sect's development. When we return, I'll definitely focus on teaching them." Hee hee, as long as my wife understands. Zhao Feng held the two's hands, saying, "Come, let's sit down. I've been busy cultivating, and you two have been busy teaching the disciples. We haven't had a good chat in a long time." Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet smiled. The three of them walked to the front of the bamboo hut and sat on the bamboo planks that had been set up. They each leaned on Zhao Feng's side, leaning their heads on his shoulders. Their faces were full of happiness as they looked at the blazing sun hanging in the sky to the west of White Bamboo Mountain. The three of them were silent for a long time before Fu Zhu said faintly, "Husband, sometimes this concubine really has doubts. Today, this concubine feels like she's dreaming. This concubine and my sister are really together with husband." "Look at what you're saying, sister. It's been decades, and you still think you're a girl in your teens?" The Fu puppet smiled, and then her face was full of joy. But then again, Fu Yunbua, that old bastard, really doesn't have good intentions. He knew that we were husband-sisters, but he still arranged for us to be together. His intentions are really terrible. When I heard this, I felt that the whole world was dark. Hee hee, but I didn't expect that husband's background was a little special. Sister and I really aren't husband-sisters. If Uncle Xiong didn't tell us, how would we know? I really want to thank Fu Yunbua and my wife. Just as the Fu puppet smiled and was about to say another name, Zhao Feng scolded, "Some things are enough for you to know. Why say it out loud?" Then he sighed. "It's a pity for Uncle Xiong. He worked hard for my husband all his life, but only lived quietly on this White Bamboo Mountain for a few years before he passed away. Hee hee." Fu Huang pursed her lips and giggled. Fu Zhu consoled, "Husband, don't be sad. Uncle Xiong is already smiling in the underworld when he sees your achievements, and you have my little sister and I to accompany you. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote." Chapter 2094. Husband. Fu Zhu said with infatuation. "Wouldn't it be great if the three of us could enjoy such beautiful scenery together? Wouldn't it be great if we could cultivate together and enjoy the scenery when we're free? Why create a heavenly talisman sect?" "That's right. Once Big Sister and I reach the foundation establishment stage, it would be best for us three foundation establishment cultivators to take charge of a sect. It's a bit too early for that." Fu Xiao looked at her sister and probed. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked left and right at his two equally beautiful wives. "My two wives are absolutely right. However, your husband has his own plans. I'm going to explain it to my two wives." "We'll listen to your explanation," Fu Zhu and Fu Xiao said with a smile. From their tone, even if Tsongdao explained it casually, they wouldn't pursue the matter. If the three of us were to cultivate by ourselves, we would be able to relax. But don't you think that the three of us are too weak? Even if the three of us reach foundation establishment, I'm afraid we won't be a match for Mount Jinhua. Your husband created the Heavenly Talisman sect and all the disciples are your husband's helpers. If they can cultivate to a high level of qi refining, they'll be your support. Even if we face Mount Jinhua that day, our Heavenly Talisman sect won't be at a disadvantage. Songda said with a smile. Moreover, our strength is in yellow talismans. We can cultivate while refining yellow talismans. Since we can cultivate and refine yellow talismans at the same time, why can't we teach our disciples while refining yellow talismans? This is killing three birds with one stone. Yes, you're right. Fu Zhu and Fu Xiao agreed as expected. Moreover, your husband. How can a small sect in a corner of the Meng Kingdom be my goal? Songda's eyes lit up.
Your husband wants to make this heavenly talisman sect one of the top sects in the Dawn Rain continent.
What Xianghua sect? What Changbai sect?
Mount Jinhua isn't even worthy of carrying my heavenly talisman sect's shoes.
Hee hee. Your husband has even thought of a title for your baby. Ah, is that so? Husband, please tell us.
Fu Zhu's and Fu Ai's faces lit up.
I like cultivators with lofty ambitions like you. Husband.
Husband will definitely dominate the Dawn Rain continent in the future. He proudly said, after I become pregnant, I will be called Taoist Heavenly Talisman.
What do you all think?
Awesome. A look of longing appeared on the Fu puppet's face.
My husband's title is truly resounding.
In the future, my Heavenly Talisman sect will definitely follow Taoist Heavenly Talisman's name throughout the entire Dawn Rain continent.
Husband is truly a genius. Fu Zhu also praised.
Mistress.
Just as Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet were intoxicated, a panicked voice came from behind them.
Displeased, he turned his head around and saw a third-layer Qi refining disciple flying unsteadily towards him from the mountain behind the bamboo hut.
Li Su Kuan, why are you in such a sorry state?
The talisman puppet flew up and scolded. Didn't I teach you? You are a disciple of my Heavenly Talisman sect, and also a disciple of a cultivation sect. You should have the temperament of not being frightened by a mountain. Yes, disciple understands.
Li Su Kuan was a child of about 10 years old.
Panting heavily, he replied. Disciple has an urgent matter to report to sect master.
Can't you just send a message, talisman? Why are you so panicked?
Song Luan said in a very imposing manner. He had the bearing of a sect master.
Disciple is slow-witted.
Disciple panicked and forgot. Li Su Kuan scratched his head in embarrassment. Yes, I will remember this matter for now.
There will be no next time.
Song Luan nodded. What's the urgent matter?
All right, sect master understands.
Li Su Kuan bowed and said, that Xueqi secretly escaped from the mountain.
Xueqi? Why did he escape from the mountain?
The Fu puppet was stunned. Xueqi had the best aptitude among all the disciples, and was also a disciple she taught with great care.
Did he do something wrong?
All right, mistress understands.
Li Su Kuan said anxiously. This Xueqi is not an ordinary disciple.
He is a disciple of the Su family in Xian City.
Ah? Xian City's Su family. How is this possible?
Song Luan was stunned and his face turned pale.
How did you know?
Sect master. Li Xukuan said with a sad face, last night, this disciple and the others drank some fruit wine and were a little drunk. That Xueqi accidentally let slip and talked about the Su family. At that time, this disciple and the others didn't care. Even now, this disciple still thinks that he was bragging. But Xueqi's behavior today was a little strange. He often looked absent-minded. Just now, Lu Xian jokingly said a few words to him, and he immediately became angry. He knocked Lu Xian to the ground and rushed out of the mountain gate. Seeing this, I felt that what Xueqi said last night must be true.
I see.
The Fu puppet gnashed her teeth and said, no wonder that guy kept making mistakes and made me angry. It turns out that he was afraid that I would kill him with one palm.
Husband, just you wait. I will chase after him and kill him.
We must not let the Su family, who also refine yellow talismans, know that our Heavenly Talisman sect has the means to refine talismans.
What?
You told Xueqi that our husband can refine talismans? Not only was Song Luan shocked, but Fu Zhu also blamed her. I saw that guy looking down on our Heavenly Talisman sect and couldn't help but tell him. The Fu puppet said shamefully, I will go now. The Fu puppet knew the danger of this matter and hurriedly flew away. Fu Zhu, you also accompany the Fu puppet. You must not let the Su family know about this. Song Luan was also anxious and ordered.
Yes, rest assured, husband.
Fu Zhu nodded. Just as she was about to fly away, another panicked voice came from Li Su Kuan. Master's wife, it's bad.
Lu Xian, why are you panicking? Did someone barge into White Bamboo Mountain?
Song Luan looked at the disciple with a bruised nose and purple eyes. His face showed a trace of panic, but he still asked calmly.
Yes. How did sect master know?
Lu Xian's injured face showed a trace of surprise. I didn't expect the Su family to come so early. The Fu puppet said hatefully. It seems like they planned this from the start. No, it's not the Su family,
Lu Xian argued.
At this moment, 2 divine senses swept over and a voice laughed. Is this Xiao Hua of the Heavenly Talisman sect?
Please come to the front mountain to meet us.
Foundation Establishment Cultivator?
Song Luan's face changed greatly.
He barely cultivated his divine senses and could not reach far. How could he not know when 2 divine senses swept over?
Lu Xian,
you said it's not the Su family. Then who is it?
Fu Zhu asked anxiously.
Lu Xian said loudly. I heard that it's the Fu family of Jinhua Mountain.
Ah?
Fu Zhu and the Fu puppet were shocked and their faces turned pale. Since the Fu family of Jinhua Mountain came, the divine senses must belong to Fu Yunhua. With Fu Yunhua's hatred for Song Luan and his desire to eliminate them, how could the 3 of them survive?
Husband, we will hold them back for you. You should leave.
The Fu puppet's face showed determination. Only when you are alive can our Heavenly Talisman sect have any value.
You still want to leave?
Fu Feng had already flown up to White Bamboo Mountain. There were no formations or restrictions on White Bamboo Mountain, so how could it stop these people?
Elder Fu?
The Fu puppet's beautiful eyes swept across and saw that most of the people were familiar. There were only 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators that she did not recognize. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes and she hurriedly went up to greet them. Puppet was wondering who it was.
Elder, you are here?
Cough, cough. Fu puppet. You are no longer a disciple of the Fu family, so don't call me that. Fu Feng coughed a few times, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. He had watched the Fu puppets and Fu Zhu grow up, especially the Fu puppets. Since they were young, they were very clever and lively, and were doted on by some elders. Fu Feng was one of them.
Elder.
The Fu puppet's mouth flattened and her eyes turned red.
She was about to cry.
Humph, you are already a cultivator in the 11th layer of qi refining.
Do you still think you are a teenager? Do you still think you are in Jinhua Mountain?
Lu Yun sneered and glanced at Fu Feng. Lu Yun was a guest elder and was not very close to the disciples of the Fu family. This was one of the reasons why Fu Yunhua sent her here. Yes, Fu Zhu, Fu puppet, do you know your crime? Fu Feng understood Lu Yun's meaning and nodded. Fu Zhu and Fu puppet have long regretted it. It is just that I have restricted their freedom and they are unable to leave.
Fu Feng rushed to say.
Husband. Fu Zhu and Fu puppet shouted. We are one with our husband. How can you say that we are forced? Shut up. Yun Qing Feng sneered. It is not up to you to say what is true. Then, Yun Qing Feng turned his head and said, Fu Feng, we have accompanied you to White Bamboo Mountain. The Foundation Establishment cultivator you mentioned did not appear. The Misty Cloud sect has done what we promised you. Moreover, the Misty Cloud sect has undergone a great change. We need to hurry back to the sect. We cannot stay here any longer. Yes, thank you for your help, seniors. Fu Feng said goodbye to Yun Qing Feng. He knew that they had done what they promised. Yun Tangyu was dead and the only connection between the Misty Cloud sect and the Golden Mount Hua had been lost. He could no longer keep them here. Goodbye, seniors. Yes. Yun Qing Feng waved his sleeves and prepared to leave. Fu Feng's eyes flashed and he was happy. He was now at the peak of Qi refining level 12, which was the same as Fu Feng and the others. He was most afraid of these 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Once Yun Qing Feng and Yun Qing Lai left, he might be able to resist. However, just as Yun Qing Lai and Yun Qing Feng flew up, another 2 spiritual senses swept in from outside. A cold voice sounded. Humph. Which fellow cultivator has also come to White Bamboo Mountain? Could it be that you want to make trouble with the Su family of Xian City? Who? Yun Qing Lai and Yun Qing Feng were stunned. Their faces became alert. They clapped their hands and took out 2 magic weapons. They stopped in midair. Oh no! Fu Feng knew that Su Zheching's clansmen had come. He probably had no chance to escape. Chapter 2095. Yun Qing Lai and Yun Qing Feng looked up and saw 2 early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators flying towards them. One of them was a fat man with big ears and a big body. His Taoist robe was rolled up, revealing his hairy arms. The other was a female cultivator. She was about 40 years old and her skin was pale. Although she was not as beautiful as a painting, her small nose and delicate eyebrows made her look comfortable.
Su family of Xian City? How should I address you? Yun Qingfeng frowned and cupped his hands. I am Yun Qingfeng from Misty Cloud sect.
This is Ai's junior brother, Yun Qinglai. So they are disciples of Misty Cloud sect. No wonder. The plump cultivator's eyes flashed with understanding. He nodded and said, "This humble Taoist is Su Hong." Then he looked at the female cultivator beside him and said, "This is Zhong Yejing from Zhong family of Yun City, Fairy Zhong."
I greet the two of you.
Zhong Yejing followed behind Su Hong. The two of them stopped a few feet away from Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng and greeted them. After the two sides greeted each other, there was a moment of silence. They seemed to be thinking about how to phrase their greetings. Yun Qinglai looked at Yun Qingfeng and said loudly, "Both of you are cultivators from Meng country. Why are you here at White Bamboo Mountain?"
That's strange.
Fellow Yun, White Bamboo Mountain is Meng country's spiritual mountain.
Why can't we come here?
Su Hongyi raised his eyebrows and asked, "Since you two fellow Taoists are here, I have the same purpose as you." Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng looked at each other, a hint of understanding flashing in their eyes. They knew that their purpose was different from the other parties. In other words, Fu Feng was hiding some of the truth. They did not come to the White Bamboo Mountain to capture the 3 Fu family members who had betrayed the Golden Mount Hua and brought them back to the country of Xi. Yun Qingfeng glanced at the confused Fu Feng and then looked at the calm Su Hong. He smiled and said to Su Hong, "Since fellow Taoist Su knows that we have the same goal, then junior brother and I are one step ahead of you."
Fellow Taoist Su, shouldn't you turn back?
Humph, how could it be that simple? Su Hong sneered. Although I'm late, I've sent a Su clan disciple to spy in the Heavenly Talisman sect many years ago. Otherwise, how could I have known that there was an invisibility talisman here? Fellow Taoist Yun, your Misty Cloud sect is also a talisman crafting sect. I'm sure you know the importance of these invisibility talismans, right?
Do you think I can turn back?
Ah, invisibility talisman? Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng's faces lit up. They looked at each other and then at Fu Feng. Fu Feng's face was pale, and Lu Yun's mouth was bitter. They clearly understood. The Misty Cloud sect and the Su family were both talisman crafting aristocratic families. Their objective of this trip, to bring the talisman crafting method back to Mount Jinhua, was most likely impossible to achieve. Sure enough, when Su Hong saw that Yun Qinglia's expression wasn't right, he immediately came to a realization and felt some regret in his heart. Could it be that they didn't do it for the invisibility talisman? Fellow Taoist Fu. Yun Qingfeng sneered. So this is the reason why fellow Taoist Fu came to White Bamboo Mountain. No wonder you wanted to invite us over. You wanted me to be your shield. Arresting the defectors is just a cover. I'll let the 2 seniors know. Fu Feng was a little flustered. Junior's main objective is to arrest these 3 disciples. The invisibility talisman isn't the main point. If the 4 seniors are willing, I'll make the decision. You can copy the crafting method of the invisibility talisman and take it away. When Yun Qinglai heard this, he was even more delighted. Without having to fight, he could obtain the crafting method of the invisibility talisman. Why not? Then, he looked at Su Hong and Zhong Yejing. Haha, I was invited by fellow Taoist Su. I'll listen to your orders. Zhong Yejing said with a smile, "Of course, if fellow Taoist Su is willing to give it to I will accept it." "Okay, we'll do as you say." Su Hong thought for a while and beamed with joy. Hearing this, Fu Feng's heart finally settled down. But at this moment, Su Hong spoke again. "Haha, other than the invisibility talisman, I also have the Qing Yun talisman. It's used by disciples at the peak of Qi refining stage 12. I wonder if the 4 seniors are interested?" "Ah? You have the Qing Yun talisman?" Yun Qinglai and the others were even more perceptive. They knew that the Qing Yun talisman was a spirit talisman. It was a necessity for disciples in the cultivation sections. It was also one of the methods to nurture outstanding disciples in the foundation establishment stage. If Yun Qinglai had the Qing Yun talisman, his magic power would be more than 30% stronger. The invisibility talisman and the Qingyun talisman are both with me. Su Hong said with a smile, if the 4 seniors want it, I can take it out from my hiding place at any time and let you copy it. However, I have a condition.
Is it to kill these qi refining cultivators?
Or to drive them away?
Su Hong was the first to speak.
His gaze had already landed on Lu Yun and Fu Feng. Of course it's to kill them.
Leave no one alive.
Su Hong said coldly.
Husband. Fu Zhao and Fu Zhu were shocked.
My 2 wives, if you let them go, your husband's life will be in danger. Su Hong explained, although Fu Feng will let you go and perhaps bring your husband back to the Golden Mount Hua, will Fu Yunbo let your husband live?
My wives, don't blame your husband for being ruthless.
There are no cultivators in the Dawn Rain continent who are not ruthless.
Fu Zhu and Fu Zhao were silent.
They knew that Su Hong was telling the truth.
All right.
Su Hong laughed and clapped his hands. Just as he was about to take out his magic weapon, Fu Feng, Lu Yun, and the others were scared out of their wits.
Fellow Taoist Su. Yun Qing Feng frowned and said, please wait for a moment.
What?
Fellow Taoist Yun, do you have something else to say? Su Hong said coldly.
Zhong Yejing, who was beside him, followed Su Hong's gaze and pressed her hand on her storage bag. Yes, I have received the sect master's dying order to send Fu Feng and the others safely to the White Bamboo Mountain. Although I have already completed the sect master's task, but if I take their lives now, wouldn't it be a disgrace to my sect master in the afterlife? Yun Qingfeng said, in my opinion, why don't we drive Fu Feng and the others away and make them swear a heart oath that they will never come to the White Bamboo Mountain to look for Su Hong?
Wouldn't that be perfect? Sect Master Yun's dying order? Su Hong rolled his eyes, feeling a little troubled.
If it weren't for some dying order, he would have just fought with Yun Qinglai and the others. However, the sect master's dying order was a great honor for a sect. If Su Hong forced himself to fight with Yun Qinglai and the others, it would mean that he was going against the entire Misty Cloud sect. The Misty Cloud sect was nothing, but if the entire sect went against the Su family, it would be really troublesome. He wouldn't be able to explain it to his family.
Sect Master Fu, what do you think?
Su Hong looked at him with a smile.
This old man can make a decision for you.
These aura refining cultivators absolutely won't cause you any trouble in the future. Furthermore, if you manage to avoid today's matter, you can very well move your sect to another place.
How could these cultivators possibly find you?
Actually, let me tell you, you should cultivate secretly.
Why are you dreaming about becoming a sect master?
This isn't a heavy burden that an aura refining cultivator can undertake.
Chapter 2096.
This.
Songda hesitated.
What? You don't want to listen to me? Su Hong's face turned cold.
Then I'll leave right now.
I don't want the Qingyun talisman or the invisibility talisman.
I'd like to see if you can keep those 2 talismans. Can you keep your life?
Fine.
Songda gritted his teeth. I'll listen to you, Senior Su. Please help me.
A wise man submits to circumstances. According to Xueqi, sect leader Fu also wants to achieve something big. There's no need to be so calculative over such a small matter.
Su Hong smiled.
Then, he looked at Fu Feng and asked, what about you? Do you want to make things difficult for me? Or do you want to obediently swear an oath? We're willing to swear an oath.
Fu Feng and Lu Yun looked at each other and smiled bitterly. What could they do? These were Foundation establishment cultivators. Even the Fu family master couldn't defeat them.
Therefore they smiled apologetically and said, we won't come to White Bamboo Mountain again, and we won't look for Tsongda and the others. And we won't let them have any ideas about the Qingyun talisman and invisibility talisman of our heavenly talisman sect.
Tsongda added.
Good. Fu Feng nodded and swore an oath.
Not bad.
These little guys are sensible. Zhong Yejing nodded. Otherwise, I would be in a difficult position. Then, can we leave now?
Fu Feng and Lu Yun looked at each other bitterly.
In front of 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, they were indeed little guys. This trip to the Meng Kingdom was really fruitless. However, being able to see Fu Zhu and Fu Ao alive and well, and their cultivation improved greatly. Wasn't it a gain for Fu Feng?
Go.
Su Hong waved his hand.
Go back directly.
Don't make any other plans. Yes, we don't dare.
Fu Feng and the others were overjoyed.
They looked at Fu Zhu and the others and were about to fly away.
At this time, a lazy voice sounded. What's wrong? You're leaving now? Why do I feel that it's inappropriate? Who is it?
When Su Hong saw that there were more cultivators approaching, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. When he looked up, he saw a young man and a young woman gradually appear on the foothills about 100 feet away from them.
Weren't they Xiaohua and Xueqi? Xiaohua. Yun Qinglian and Yun Qingfeng's faces revealed extremely shocked expressions. It was as if they'd seen a ghost.
They practically didn't dare believe that Xiaohua, who'd been killed by Yun Tingyu, would actually make an appearance here.
Xiaohua.
An early-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Fu Feng and Lu Yun naturally recognized Xiaohua. Their expressions were complicated. Other than shock, there was also envy, jealousy, and uneasiness. When Xiaohua escaped from Jinhua Mountain, Fu Feng was present. He didn't think that Xiaohua could escape from the hands of 4 foundation establishment cultivators. He didn't even think that Xiaohua would appear in the distant Meng country with an early foundation establishment cultivator. After all, Xiaohua was only at the 5th or 6th level of qi refining.
Xiaohua. You actually...
Song Guang found it even more inconceivable. As he made all sorts of guesses, the panic on his face turned into realization. Fu Zhu and Fu Ai covered their mouths in shock, their eyes wide open.
Invisibility talisman?
When Su Hong saw Xiaohua, who was also in the early stage of the foundation building realm, and Xueqi, who was at the peak of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, he didn't pay them any mind. He glanced at Yun Qinglian, frowned, and sneered, "Fellow Taoist, which sect or family are you from? Why are you sneaking around here with invisibility talismans? You talk too much. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to this Xiao like this?" Xiaohua's face revealed a layer of killing intent. He waved his Taoist robe, and a fierce force came out of it. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Su Hong was confined.
Ah! Su Hong was shocked.
He felt as if he was completely surrounded by a layer of solid rock. He couldn't even move his limbs. Moreover, the true essence around his body was also confined. He couldn't use even a trace of magic power. He was very clear in his heart that Xiaohua's magic power was higher than his by more than a level. Not only that, Xiaohua's figure immediately flew to Su Hong's side with an inconceivable speed in the blink of an eye. Raising his hand Pa, he slapped Su Hong's face twice. When the first slap landed, Su Hong's body flashed with brilliance. It seemed that the defensive yellow talisman was broken by Xiaohua's hand.
You!
Zhong Yejing was shocked. She clapped her hands and a strange magic tool appeared in her hands. Humph, if it was me, I would just quietly watch. I wouldn't invite trouble to myself. Xiaohua didn't even look at her and said coldly. Then he raised his foot again. With a bang, he kicked Su Hong to a corner of the foothill. Blood immediately flowed out from the corner of Su Hong's mouth. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Su Hong struggled to stand up. He bowed very respectfully. "Junior was wrong. Please give me pointers, Senior Xiao." "This Xiao isn't your senior." Xiaohua's gaze swept over Su Hong and said coldly, "This Xiao doesn't want to see someone bullying the weak and forcefully snatching other people's things. Especially since this thing is what this Xiao owes others." Saying this, Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a few jade slips from his storage pouch. He threw them to Su Hong and said, "Su Hong, these are the jade slips I gave you that day. I'll return them to you now. Take good care of them and properly teach the disciples. Properly support the Heavenly Talisman sect. Don't worry, if any news is leaked out and someone with a higher cultivation than this Xiao comes to find you, this Xiao will first exterminate the Su family, Zhong family, and Misty Cloud sect." "Yes, this junior understands." Su Hong was overjoyed. He received the Divine Accumulation Talisman and the jade slips and bowed in thanks. "Yes, this junior understands." Su Hong bitterly smiled and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled apologetically and said, "This junior will definitely keep this matter a secret. If anything happens to the Heavenly Talisman sect, please send a message to this Su. If it is within my power, this Su will definitely not refuse."
Haha, in the future, this Fu will definitely pay a visit to Senior Su. Su Hong was very good at currying favor. Then Xiao Hua looked at Zhong Yejing. Zhong Yejing bitterly smiled and hurriedly said, "This junior only wanted to exchange for a small piece of Qianmo secret stone from fellow Taoist Su. That's why I was invited to help. This junior swears that this junior will definitely not leak it." And Xiao Hua's heart moved. He immediately nodded and no longer paid attention to Zhong Yejing. Senior. Sha. Yun Qinglian and Yun Qingfeng's expressions were complicated. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said coldly, "This Xiao and your Misty Cloud sect can be considered as having a grudge. Originally, this Xiao wanted to wait until this matter was over before going to look for Yun Tingyu. However, I just heard that your sect leader has already passed away. This Xiao is a bit puzzled. That day, Yun Tingyu was full of vitality. Why did he suddenly pass away? Isn't this because of Senior?" Yun Qingfeng's eyes narrowed. However, when he thought about how Xiao Hua was not at a disadvantage against the four of them, how could he have any thoughts of resistance? He then transmitted his voice and told Xiao Hua what he had done. "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiao Hua nodded, the expression on his face softening slightly. After pondering for a moment he said, "Since Sect Master Yun had an epiphany before his death and actually had the thought of repentance, and even urged his sect to do more good deeds, then this Xiao will let you all go." Many thanks for Senior's mercy. Yun Qinglian and Yun Qingfeng's anxious hearts finally relaxed. With their strength, they really didn't have any thoughts of resistance. It was inevitable that they still had doubts in their hearts, but would they say it out loud? "And you all?" Xiao Hua turned to look at Fu Feng and Lu Yun. "Senior Xiao, if there's anything, please instruct us." Fu Feng and Lu Yun were scared witless. Even Su Hong, a Foundation Establishment senior, was sent flying by Xiao Hua's kick. When he stood up, he didn't even dare to be angry and humiliated. He even wanted to thank Xiao Hua for not killing him. How could they have the slightest intention to rebel? And this Xiao was originally a bit embarrassed. Xiao Hua nodded. "The matter between you all is an old grudge of the Fu clan. It's not about who is right and who is wrong. Everyone has their own reasons. However, since Elder Fu has already vowed not to cause any more trouble, this Xiao will have an easier time. However, Elder Fu, please go back and report to Fu Yunhua that this matter will end here. This Xiao will also not pursue the matters in Jinhua Mountain. Consider it a kind of exchange." Yes, this junior understands. This junior will pass on Senior Zhao's words to the clan leader. Fu Feng hurriedly bowed and said, "Good." Xiao Hua nodded. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, Fu Feng hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "This junior thanks Senior Xiao for his kindness. Since this matter has already reached a satisfactory conclusion under Senior Zhao's guidance, this Fu is untalented. Please come to my Heavenly Talisman Sect's guest hall and let this junior play the role of a host." Hee, there's no hurry." Xiao Hua waved his hand and looked at another mountain. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, isn't it too late to leave now?" There's someone else? Su Hong, Yun Qinglian, and the others were even more shocked. Fu Feng's eyes flashed with understanding. She looked at Xiao Hua and then at the place Xiao Hua was pointing at. "Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Xiao is really amazing." A very abnormal voice sounded. Then, just like Xiao Hua, two cultivators slowly appeared in a certain place. They were completely enthralled. The cultivator in front cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, we're just passing by. We definitely have no other intentions. We'll leave immediately and won't delay fellow Taoist's matter." "Fellow Taoist, are you just passing by?" Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at that cultivator with confidence. He said coldly, "Fellow Taoist, if you don't take down the Mi Lu and make a heart oath, how can I let you go?" "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't push us too far." That cultivator also said angrily, "Don't think that just because you have a bit of cultivation, you can be arrogant. If this old man takes down the Mi Lu, do you still want to live?" "Ha ha," Xiao Hua clapped his hands. The soaring dragon shears flashed with a golden light and flew into the air. Like lightning, it slashed towards the cultivator. "This Xiao wants to see who will be able to kill who." Humph. That cultivator clapped his hands and took out a fan-like magic treasure. Under the urging of his magic power, a hurricane was born from the fan-like magic treasure. As the cultivator waved his hand,
That hurricane actually turned into dozens of sword-like wind blades and stabbed towards Xueqi. Xueqi felt the sharp fluctuation of spiritual power on the wind blades and the astonishing magic power contained in the wind blades. He couldn't help but be a bit stunned. He thought, Foundation Establishment Late-Stage Cultivation? Could it be that this young master guessed correctly? This guy really isn't Qiu Mingwei? If it's not him, then who is it? However, if a mere Foundation Establishment Late-Stage Cultivator wants to escape from this young master's hands, that's simply a dream. Break, Xueqi sneered. He pointed his hand and the soaring dragon shears flashed with a golden light. Like cutting silk, it easily cut the numerous wind blades in half. The golden light didn't even lose its momentum and slashed towards the fan-like magic treasure.
Chapter 2097. Io, such a tyrannical magic treasure, such a strong magic power. That cultivator clearly understood Su Hong's situation, and knew that he had underestimated Xueqi. He was slightly surprised, but he still did not panic. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of life essence, sprinkling it on the palm leaf fan. The palm leaf fan shone brilliantly, and with a schwab sound, the brilliance collided with the soaring dragon scissors. The cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air, and with a wave of his hand, the palm leaf fan fell into his hand. However, there was already a faint crack on the palm leaf fan. It was actually a mark left by the soaring dragon scissors. Rise! Xueqi simply didn't give the Mi Yao cultivators a chance to breathe. His hands continuously rubbed, and two Samadhi true firewalls appeared from his hands. In the blink of an eye, the two Mi Yao cultivators were surrounded. Samadhi true fire. The cultivator was stunned. His voice was concealed by the palm leaf fan, but it still revealed his panic. Fellow Taoist, do you really want me to kill you? Xueqi's tone was cold, and it seemed to penetrate the cultivator's heart. Along with this voice, Xueqi once again clapped his hands, and a rumbling sound like millions of bees was heard. It was also like a huge hill slowly rising. Xueqi actually took out the second magic treasure, the cloud-suppressing seal. Above the cloud-suppressing seal, a bronze brilliance bloomed, and the surrounding spiritual energy quickly condensed, faintly forming a veil. Su Hong and the others were once again shocked in their hearts. Xueqi really opened their eyes again and again. As long as it was a cultivator, even if it was a Jindan stage senior, being able to use one magic treasure and one magic tool at a time was already rare and commendable. Xueqi actually took out two magic tools at once. It seemed that each magic treasure was more powerful than the previous one. Is this still the poor rogue cultivator from that year? Not only did the people who knew Xueqi the earliest have such thoughts, but even Fu Feng, Lu Yun, and the others also had such thoughts. In just a few decades, Xueqi was actually so powerful, so fierce. On the other hand, they themselves did not seem to have changed. In an instant, Fu Feng recalled in her heart. Fortunately, she didn't seem to have done anything to offend Xueqi. Looking at the Miho cultivator again, seeing Xueqi use the cloud-suppressing seal, the face of the Miho cultivator was a little pale, but at the same time, a kind of arrogance was aroused in his eyes. The cultivator stretched out his hand and patted on his own head. Woo! The roar of a beast was like an earthquake, and a faint shadow of a black bear about 5 feet tall flashed out from his back. It was actually the black bear Dharma body. As soon as the black bear Dharma body appeared, a fierce aura was released, as if the pressure of a Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivator directly rushed towards Xueqi. Fellow Taoist, if you want to die, release this avatar. Xueqi did not panic at all. He also did not release his pressure. Before the aura of the black bear celestial body could suppress him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be mumbling something. The Miho cultivator suddenly clutched his head and curled up as if someone had struck him hard in the head. He quickly withdrew the avatar he had just released, and his fierce aura was withdrawn as well. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please spare my life. I will get rid of this Miho. The Miho cultivator's voice was hoarse. He hurriedly waved his hand and begged for mercy, removing the Miho from his body. It's actually Qiu Mingwei? Xueqi widened his eyes and looked at this fat cultivator.
Chiu Mingwei's black and fat body was definitely comparable to Su Hong's. Xiao Hua was more curious about the other Miho cultivator. However, when Liao Xianlon took the Miho cultivator, Xiao Hua's eyes fell even more. It really is the Foundation Establishment early stage Liao Xianlon. This is somewhat inconceivable. Xiao Hua almost murmured. How did Liao Xianlon reach Foundation Establishment? Her previous cultivation. Chiu Mingwei, Liao Xianlon, Yun Da, Fu Feng, and the others almost moaned as if this was not White Bamboo Mountain, but Golden Mount Hua. Several people of the Fu clan's grievances were actually gathered in the distant Meng country. Junior. Greet Senior Xiao. Liao Xuanlon's face was somewhat pale and somewhat unwilling. She hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and bowed. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeve. You and I are old acquaintances, don't be too polite. Greetings fellow Taoist Xiao. Chiu Mingwei put away all the magic treasures, and Xiao Hua also put away the Samadhi True Fire. He stepped forward and greeted, I really didn't expect that an unknown Qi refinement disciple from back then would have a cultivation far surpassing me. Yes, Golden Mount Hua's Xiao Hua was simply an ant in Chiu Mingwei's eyes. He even joined hands with Fu Yunhua to help the 3 cultivation sects surround Xiao Hua, but now? Xiao Hua killed him without any effort at all. Especially Xiao Hua's soul stab at the end, without anyone noticing, it suddenly poked his weak spot. He no longer dared to have any thoughts of resistance in his heart. He believed that if he really released his Dharma body, Xiao Hua would definitely use an unimaginable method to kill him. Humph, you're just a little cultivator who was chased by others until you pissed your pants. Xiao Hua said coldly. Hee, that day I felt that the 3 cultivation sects were too much of a bully, actually sending 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Chiu Mingwei smiled apologetically however, since fellow Taoist Xiao is so talented, even if they send 10 more, I'm afraid it still won't work. Although Chiu Mingwei had some flattery in his words, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He really couldn't believe that Xiao Hua actually had a cultivation comparable to a golden core cultivator in just a few decades. How could he endure this? Especially when he used a special method to forcibly enter the late stage of Foundation Establishment. So it's Senior Liao who came. Songda didn't miss the opportunity to bow and say, presumably Senior Liao still has some misunderstandings towards me. Since Senior Xiao is here, this junior will clearly explain the cause of this matter. Let Senior Xiao uphold justice for us. Uphold justice for what? Liao Xuanlon's heart was bitter as she thought to herself. Xiao Hua said it clearly just now that he supports the Heavenly Talisman sect. With the support of this golden core cultivator, how many cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent will disturb the Heavenly Talisman sect? Without waiting for Liao Xianlon to speak, Songda raised his hand and said, this isn't the place to talk. This junior invites seniors to sit in the guest hall. Senior Xiao, we won't stay any longer. Senior already knows why we came. Moreover, there's still a drought around Yu City. It's better for us to go back and help. Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng bowed and said. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded, that's good. This Xiao will remember what you did. If anything happens to the Misty Cloud sect, this Xiao will definitely help. Yun Qinglai and Yun Qingfeng were overjoyed and bowed to express their thanks. Oh right, there's also some good seeds that this Xiao collected. Take them. If you see a place where the rice can't germinate, give these good seeds to them to cultivate. Remember. Xiao Hua took out a small storage pouch from his bosom and handed it over. Chapter 2098. Yes, this junior understands. Senior Zhao's compassion truly makes this junior admire you. Yun Qingfeng took the storage pouch and left. As for how they would report to Misty Cloud sect master when they return, that was not Xiao Hua's concern. Junior and the others will not stay any longer. Su Hong and Zhong Yejing also bowed and said. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Su, please wait a moment. I heard from fellow Taoist Zhong that you have a small piece of Qianemo secret stone? Su Hong nodded and clapped his hand. taking out a fingernail-sized Qianmo secret stone and handed it over. He smiled apologetically and said, "This junior only has this small piece. If senior needs it, please take it." Zhong Yejing at the side was speechless. She was careful, said endless good words, and even accompanied Su Hong to help out, just to exchange this Qianmo secret stone with him. But Xiao Hua's one sentence and Su Hong immediately gave it to him. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Xiao Hua took it and clapped his hand again, taking out many spirit stones and handing them to Su Hong. He smiled and said, "How can I take fellow Taoists things for free? Are these spirit stones enough?" Su Hong's divine sense swept over, his face already showing joy. Nowadays, spirit stones in Dawn Rain continent were gradually becoming scarce. Xiao Hua's spirit stones were more than enough. Su Hong took the spirit stones, cupped his hands and flew up. At this time, Xiao Hua spoke again. "Fellow Taoist Zhong, please wait a moment. This Xiao has something to ask." "Senior Xiao, please speak." Zhong Yejing was a bit surprised. She definitely had nothing to do with today's matter. She really could not think of what Xiao Hua wanted to ask her. But after Xiao Hua transmitted a few words, Zhong Yejing's face showed a serious expression, then a burst of ecstasy, nodding vigorously. Since that's the case, fellow Taoist Zhong, please stay. This Xiao will discuss this matter with fellow Taoist Zhong later." Xiao Hua said without any doubt. "Yes, Junior understands." Zhong Yejing smiled and said to Su Hong, "Fellow Taoist Su, please go first." "Okay," Su Hong nodded, not daring to ask anything, and flew away. "Let's go. We will go to the guest hall to see the recent situation of Heavenly Talisman sect." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Please lead the way." "Yes, Senior Xiao, Senior Qiu, this way please." His face was full of joy. The grudges between Qiu Mingwei and the Fu family of Jinhua had come to an end today. With the support of his old friend Xiao Hua, it was impossible for his Heavenly Talisman school not to prosper. The Heavenly Talisman sect's guest hall was actually very simple and crude. It was a hall that was made after the cave was tidied up. However, Xiao Hua didn't mind at all. He looked around with interest, then smiled again. "Sect Master Fu, your welcoming hall isn't small, but there aren't enough chairs inside. You're not qualified to be a sect master." "Hee, Senior Xiao is right." With a big smile on his face, Song Ying called out to Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet to prepare tea and other things. He said, "Junior Heavenly Talisman sect is just a cover. Junior Heavenly Talisman sect is only a small success in qi refining. Everyone else is at the 11th layer of qi refining. The only disciples we have are either children or low-level cultivators with poor aptitudes." This junior had never thought that so many seniors would return at once. Today's grand occasion is something that this junior has dreamt of even in his dreams. This junior has prepared for 50 years before it can appear. Senior Zhao's arrival has made this junior's dream come true. This junior is truly grateful. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "You don't need to trouble yourself. We'll just sit on the floor." "It's no trouble, no trouble," Song Ying said anxiously. Fu Feng looked at Lu Yun and also said anxiously, "There's no need, Senior Xiao. We'll send the Fu clan's disciples out to have a good chat with the Heavenly Talisman sect's disciples. We'll just talk. And this junior will also go out." Lu Yun smiled and waved her hand. Fu Shan and the other disciples followed her out of the welcoming hall. "Senior Xiao, please take a seat." Song Ying arranged the seats and respectfully invited Xiao Hua to take a seat. Xiao Hua looked around. Song Ying actually only placed one jade chair in the center. The other chairs were placed on both sides of the chair. The flattery in his eyes was self-evident. Xiao Hua nodded and said to Qiu Mingwei with a smile, "It would be impolite of me to refuse." "Of course. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please." Qiu Mingwei's face was a bit embarrassed. He was at the late stage of foundation establishment, and his cultivation was the highest among them. Xiao Hua was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. However, Qiu Mingwei still understood that Xiao Hua's appearance was somewhat discounted. Xiao Hua took a seat first. Qiu Mingwei, Liao Xianlon, Zhong Yejing, and Fu Feng took the guest seats. Song Ying, Fu Zhu, and Fu Ai sat on the left side of the main seat. Xueqi was very curious and kept staring at Fu Zhu and Fu Ai. Xiao Hua drank a mouthful of spirit tea and said with a smile, I'm quite familiar with the grudges between the two generations of the Fu clan. I was also involved in it a few decades ago. Elder Fu has already made a heart oath and explained it on behalf of Fu Yunhua. I won't say anything more. I only want to say one thing. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Senior Xiao, please enlighten us. Song Ying and Fu Feng hurriedly stood up and bowed. Both sides are from the Fu clan. No matter if it's Shi or Meng, the bloodline is the same. Xiao Hua said after pondering for a while. If both sides fight, both sides will suffer. Actually, it's not that you haven't thought about it, but because of the hatred in your heart, you feel that the other side won't forgive you. That's why you're in a stalemate. Just now, this Xiao clearly saw that Elder Fu is very fond of Fu Zhu and Fu Ma. In the future, the direct disciples of Talisman Gate will also be the children of these two people. Elder Fu may not necessarily not cherish them. Therefore, this Xiao hopes that your two families will take a few steps back and consider this matter carefully. Song Ying glanced at Fu Feng and didn't say anything. After all, he was the weaker side. Junior will definitely pass on your words to the clan head. Fu Feng said with a smile. Junior is only an elder after all. I can't promise Senior anything. This is just a small thought of mine. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Then he looked at Liao Xianlon and said, Fellow Taoist Liao, I'm also clear about your grudges. It seems to be in the Fu clan of Jinhua Mountain, right? Yes. Liao Xianlon bit her lips and replied like a mosquito. Hee, I don't dare to talk about who is right and who is wrong. I'm sure fellow Taoist Chiu won't not talk about it with you. Xiao Hua nodded and said, I just think that since you want to take revenge, you should clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Don't drag unrelated people into this. Moreover, I won't hide it from you fellow Taoists. What I hate the most is using grudges as a cover to do things that harm others for their own benefit. It's against reason and nature. Liao Xuanlan's face flushed red. She lowered her head deeply and didn't dare to say a word. Fellow Taoist Liao, you and I can be considered old friends. On Jinhua Mountain, we also look after each other. I won't say anything more today, and I don't want to pursue this matter anymore. Fellow Taoist is also a foundation establishment cultivator. The road to heaven is in front of fellow Taoist. I hope fellow Taoist Liao can take care of yourself. Xiao Hua said with a gloomy and cold tone. Yes, Junior understands. For some reason, Liao Xuanlan's face turned pale. She murmured, even if Junior wants to improve her cultivation in the future, it will be extremely difficult. That's why Junior has evil thoughts. I want to obtain Fu Clan Head's yellow talisman technique. Xiao Hua stared blankly. He glanced at Liao Xianlan and then looked at Chiu Mingwei. Cough cough. Chiu Mingwei's face showed a trace of embarrassment. He knew Xiao Hua was going to ask, so he didn't hide it and told him the reason. It turned out that Chiu Mingwei had obtained a secret technique in his early years. It was the widely rumored human cauldron furnace technique of plucking yin to replenish yang. This human cauldron furnace technique was the same as dual cultivation. They both relied on the balance of yin and yang to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation. However, dual cultivation was based on the balance of yin and yang. It was beneficial for both men and women. However, the human cauldron furnace technique was different. The male cultivator was the main cultivator and the female cultivator was the auxiliary cultivator. The female cultivator could certainly benefit, but there were more injuries. Liao Xianlan was in such a situation. That day, Chiu Mingwei met Liao Xianlan and saw that her constitution was different. It was actually compatible with his human cauldron furnace technique. He wanted to make Liao Xianlan his human cauldron. However, the human cauldron furnace technique was also voluntary. Therefore, Liao Xianlan set revenge as her condition. Of course, Chiu Mingwei would not blindly compromise. He only agreed to help her once. After all, he had to deal with a cultivator family. But that day, Liao Xuanlan's revenge was blocked by Xiao Hua. Chiu Mingwei saw that Jinhua Mountain was involved in the grievances of the three sects, so he did not dare to force Fu Yunhua too much. He only brought Liao Xianlan out from Jinhua Mountain. When Chiu Mingwei failed to break through to Foundation Establishment late stage, he had no choice but to copulate with Liao Xianlan. Using Liao Xianlan as his human cauldron, he forcibly broke through to Foundation Establishment late stage. Liao Xianlan also benefited from this and directly entered Foundation Establishment early stage. However, The consequence of this kind of forcible advancement was that Liao Xuanlan's cultivation could only remain at foundation establishment early stage for the rest of her life.
Oh, so that's how it is.
Xiaohua suddenly understood. He secretly said, "No wonder Liao Xianlan suddenly entered foundation establishment. This young master used this to guess these two people. It was impossible to guess correctly. Hee, fellow Xiao, this is my secret technique. I ask fellow Xiao to accept it. Consider it a small token of my appreciation."
Qiu Mingwei said.
He stretched out his hand and took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiaohua.
Ah!
Xiaohua stared blankly. He didn't have such thoughts. Knowing that Qiu Mingwei had misunderstood, he unconsciously turned his head to look at Xueqi. Xueqi was currently looking down and didn't even look at him. Hee, many thanks, fellow Taoist Qiu. Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly, and he reached out to receive it. Qiu Mingwei was delighted in his heart when he saw Xiaohua receive the jade slip, and he stood up and said, "Since the enmity between my wife and sect master Fu has been exposed, then I won't stay here any longer. Farewell."
All right then.
Xiaohua stood up and returned the greeting. He casually said, "Actually, there's no harm in trying out Gung Mountain's Liao clan's pill refining technique. Even head Fu was able to establish the Heavenly Talisman sect. Since fellow Taoist Liao has fellow Taoist Qiu support, what's there to fear?"
Liao Xuanlan's face lit up with joy.
She bowed toward Xiaohua and said, "Senior Zhao's shout was like being enlightened. This junior was blindly thinking of inheriting Gung Mountain's Liao family's talisman crafting technique, and neglected my husband's help. In the future, this junior will try to refine pills. If I succeed, I still have to thank Senior for his kindness today."
Chapter 2099.
Haha, no problem, no problem.
Xiaohua laughed casually.
He was just interested in the Liao family's alchemy technique, but he didn't know if it was complete or not. After Qiu Mingwei and Liao Xianlan left, only Zhong Yejing, an outsider, was left. The others were familiar with each other in Jinhua Mountain. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhong, please wait outside for a while. I have something to discuss with Master Fu and the others. I will go with you to the Zhong family immediately." "Yes, I understand," Zhong Yejing replied with a smile before walking out of the room. Seeing that there were no outsiders in the guest hall, Xiaohua asked his last doubt. "Master Fu, I still have some doubts."
"Do I have to ask?" "Senior Xiao, what sect Master Fu? You can just call me Fu."
Songda smiled and said, "My Heavenly Talisman sect's talisman technique and cultivation method are all from Senior Xiao.
Why are you so polite?"
Haha, Xiaohua shook his head. "Those are all Master Fu's own.
They have nothing to do with me. I have some doubts.
Didn't Fu Yunbo say that Master Fu, Fu Zhu, and Fu Ho?"
"Oh, so that's it."
With a sudden realization, he looked at his two twin wives with a very sweet look in his eyes. He then transmitted a few words to Xiaohua. Xiaohua's face showed a look of realization. He nodded and said with a smile, "Since you're not directly related by blood, that's the best. This Zhao's wives have been thinking about this all the way, and have often sighed for you."
"So the confused cultivator in the Black Forest is Senior Xiao?"
Fu Feng had been suspicious and asked hurriedly.
"Haha, yes."
Xiaohua smiled and said, "I met Song Dao in Shi country and heard that he came to Meng country. Since Elder Fu also came, I naturally came too. I know how bad it is to owe someone something."
"That's because Senior Xiao has a noble character.
If it was someone else, he would have taken it himself."
Songda smiled apologetically.
"Well, Elder Fu, since the grudge has been revealed, the disciples of Jinhua Mountain will stay in White Bamboo Mountain for a few more days." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Now, I have a few words to say to Master Fu."
"Yes, I'll go out now,"
Fu Feng said with a smile. "I also hope that the Fu clan can flourish and prosper." After everyone had left, Xiaohua's expression turned serious as he said, "That's right.
Listen carefully.
The reason why I supported you earlier was to help you eliminate the enemies in front of you. It can be considered as giving your Heavenly Talisman sect a buffer. This Xiao has never thought of blocking your heavenly talisman sect. Although Tsong Chang was depressed in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He cupped his hands and said, Junior understands Senior's painstaking efforts. For Senior to take care of Junior like this, Junior is already endlessly grateful. Yes, after all, you and I are fated to meet. Xiao Hua nodded. Sect Master Fu has used this Xiao's name to fend off strong enemies in the beginning. However, if Sect Master Fu does anything shameless, this Xiao will definitely not show mercy. Thank you, Senior. An overjoyed expression appeared on Songda's face as he said, Actually, if Senior Xiao is willing, this Junior's heavenly talisman sect can let Senior become the sect master. Ha ha ha, there's no need.
Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves. Why would he care about a small sect like this? Then, he waved his hand and took out a storage pouch.
He handed it to Songda and said, This Xiao didn't know that Sect Master Fu had established a sect, so I don't have any gifts. Just take this as a token of my sincerity. Hee, there's no need.
Songda politely declined, but he still took the pouch. However, when he opened the storage pouch, he couldn't help but be stunned. He muttered, Foundation establishment pills, spirit stones, spirit herbs, and some rice?
Songda raised his head. His eyes were filled with sincerity as he said, Senior Xiao, this Junior won't speak empty words. These things are too precious to Junior and the Heavenly Talisman sect. Moreover, they are too important. This Junior didn't expect Senior to give Junior so many things. This Junior really can't express the excitement in my heart right now. Forget it. Since you don't speak empty words, this Xiao won't speak any empty words either. Xiao Hua patted Songda's shoulder and said, You and I are old acquaintances. In the past, you also took care of this Xiao. Since this Xiao can help you, why wouldn't I? This Xiao also knows that you have great talent and great ambitions. You want to achieve great things on Xiaoyu continent. Today, I've said many times that everything you do must be worthy of your conscience. Yes, this Junior will definitely remember. Songda said, This Junior will personally take the seeds in this storage pouch with my wife. This Junior will definitely complete Senior's task properly. Good. This Xiao will take his leave now. Xiao Hua stared at Songda. He didn't know what to think. I hope you can keep your words. Senior, you're leaving now?
Songda said anxiously. You won't stay for a few more days?
This Junior still wants to listen to Senior's teachings. Xiao Hua understood Songda's thoughts. He muttered to himself for a moment and said, Songda, it's not that this Xiao doesn't want to help you build your foundation. You also saw that my wife is also at the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining. She also hasn't built her foundation. However, building one's foundation is a fated chance. Everyone is different, so there's nothing special to learn from. And this Xiao's foundation building is also different from others, so there's nothing I can teach you. Songda's face was filled with disappointment, but he still had a smile on his face. This Junior is already happy that Senior Xiao can think of this. As he said this, Songda clapped his hands and took out a worn-out silk cloth. He handed it over to Xiao Hua and said, Senior Xiao has done so much for this Junior. This Junior really has nothing to repay. This Junior also guessed that although Senior's cultivation base is already at the core formation realm, this Junior and the others can still sense that Senior's cultivation base is at the foundation establishment realm. I'm afraid this is the reason for this Junior's so-called crossing the sea of deception cultivation technique. This is a record of the cultivation technique. It belongs to the Senior who raised this Junior. Uncle Xiang. This is the Senior's legacy. This Junior treasures this item very much. However, if this Junior doesn't give this item to Senior, this Junior will feel apologetic. Is that so? Xiao Hua knew that there were some flaws in this crossing the sea of deception, so he already had the idea to make up for it. After receiving the item, he carefully looked at it and nodded. I know your intentions. I'll just make a copy of this cultivation technique. I'll leave this item to you. If it's the complete cultivation technique, Senior Xiao can just make a copy. This Junior will definitely keep this item. Songda waved his hand and said, but this silk cloth is damaged. If there's something wrong with the copy, I'm afraid it'll be detrimental to Senior's cultivation. Senior should just keep it. Hearing this, Xiao Hua looked at Songda's sincere expression and made a decision in his heart. He nodded and said, since it's like this,
This Xiao will accept it. Then, Xiao Hua put away the silk cloth and walked out of the guest hall. He saw Xueqi whispering to Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet. They seemed to be very close. Xueqi heard Xiao Hua coming out and hurriedly went over to greet him. "Let's go," Xiao Hua said with a smile. Everything has been explained. The Heavenly Talisman sect and Jinhua Mountains Fu clan can be considered to have a good start. In the future, everything will be under Fu clan's control. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian.com to vote for it. Chapter 2100. Yunda and Fu Feng tried their best to urge him to stay, but Xiao Hua only smiled and didn't stop. Now that he had the status of a senior, everyone was respectful in front of him. He was far from being free and unfettered when he was with Xueqi, so Xiao Hua didn't want to stay here any longer. Zhong Yejing naturally cupped her hands and bid farewell to Yunda and the others. To be honest, she wasn't interested in the Heavenly Talisman sect at all. This kind of cultivation sect that couldn't even be compared to an ordinary cultivation family, or a small sect that was created to satisfy the selfish desires of a sect master. There were many of them in Meng country. She didn't dare to say that she had seen 100 of them, but there were at least dozens of them. These sects were like morning dew, but they would disappear under the sun. Zhong Yejing didn't understand why Xiao Hua said those words for the sake of the Heavenly Talisman sect's survival. After all, on the Dawn Rain continent, cultivators were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, and the karma between them was even more chaotic. Xiao Hua would pay too much for what he said today. However, after waiting for more than half a day, under Zhong Yejing's lead, the three of them didn't fly too far. However, Xiao Hua's actions made Zhong Yejing realize something. Xiao Hua didn't fly by himself, but released his divine sense. Every time he flew for a while, he would stop and let Zhong Yejing and Xueqi wait while he flew away. Sometimes he was far away, and Zhong Yejing's divine sense couldn't reach him. Sometimes he was close, and Zhong Yejing could see clearly with her divine sense. Xiao Hua sat there and actually did what he instructed Yunda to do, and gave some good seeds to the villagers who were farming. Is this still a cultivator? Zhong Yejing was enlightened, but she still couldn't understand. Since she was young, she knew that she was a cultivation disciple and had never heard of secular people. When she met these secular people during her travels, she was also instilled with the concept of ants by her clansmen. Therefore, not only did she not know that secular people had to rely on farming to make a living, she also didn't know that secular people needed to rely on mulberry and cotton to keep warm. There was no need to even mention the fact that the rice was extinct and the fine variety was extinct. Senior Xiao, this method of yours, can it increase cultivation? Zhong Yejing seemed to have caught on to something. She waited until Xiao Hua came back in a hurry and asked, "Could it be that you have such a high cultivation, but you relied on this to benefit from it?" "Ha ha," Xiao Hua laughed heartily. He glanced at Xueqi and said, "If this can increase one's cultivation, then why would cultivators go back to cultivate? Do these secular people still need to farm? Then, why is Senior doing such a useless thing?" Zhong Yejing finally voiced out her doubts. "The first thing that the head of the Zhong family told us after we became sensible was to improve our cultivation by any means necessary. As long as you have a superhuman cultivation, all your means will be legitimate." Xiao Hua actually didn't want to explain too much to her. There were some things that if other people understood, they would understand even if you didn't say a word. But if there were some things that other people didn't understand, they wouldn't understand even if you were eloquent. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua stretched out his right hand and patted his chest. He said with a smile, "Nothing else but my conscience." Conscience? Zhong Yejing was even more puzzled. She secretly said, "Conscience, this thing. How many spirit stones is it worth?" Senior's wisdom really benefits this junior. Zhong Yejing didn't refute Xiao Hua. She smiled apologetically and said, "Just now Senior said that you know Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoren from my Zhong family. What's going on? This junior hasn't seen them for a long time." Xiao Hua was not in a hurry to answer. Instead he asked, "The 2 gold leaves that fellow Zhong mentioned, are they still in the Zhong family?" "They should be,"
Zhong Yejing nodded and said, "This thing was taken out by Junior's third uncle, Zhong Peiyuan, several times. First, he wanted to find out where this thing came from. Second, he wanted to use this thing to exchange for the Qian Mo secret stone, but he failed several times. So, third uncle threw this thing in the ancestral hall and never took it again. If this Junior remembers correctly, no one took it away."
"And very good."
Xiao Hua nodded. "This Xiao met your third uncle at the auction in Weeping Moon City. However, this Xiao didn't know that fellow Taoist was Zhong Peiyuan. I didn't even know that he was a disciple of Meng country's Zhong family. And Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoran were also met by this Xiao when this Xiao went to the netherworld to gain experience. If fellow Zhong didn't mention the Qian Mo secret stone just now, this Xiao wouldn't have thought about asking fellow Taoist about the gold leaf. And this Xiao didn't expect that the gold leaf that this Xiao had been looking for a long time was actually in Zhong Xiuhan and Zhong Haoran's home. Yeah, the matters of the world change unpredictably. How could it be something that we cultivators can rashly guess?" Zhong Yejing sighed and said, "I didn't expect that I would meet Senior Xiao when I just wanted to exchange for a small piece of Qian Mo's secret stone from Su Hong. Not only do you have the Qian Mo's secret stone, but you also have several other materials for refining weapons. Senior Xiao even knows how to refine weapons. Hee, fellow Taoist Zhong, how long will it take from here to Yunqing?" Xiao Hua looked into the distance and smiled. "Not too close, about 10 days of travel." Zhong Yejing said carefully. "Okay, I don't need to be too anxious," Xiao Hua said, but without waiting for him to finish, he immediately smiled and said, Wait a moment, this Xiao will go again." Xueqi's eyes were filled with love, and she looked at Xiao Hua hurriedly flying away with satisfaction. Zhong Yejing stood at the side, and her eyes were full of helplessness. Just like this, the three of them didn't fly fast. On the evening of the third day, Xueqi and Xiao Hua were quietly cultivating. Xiao Hua said in a low voice, "Wife, this husband has some matters to attend to, and will be back at dawn." "Husband, please go. This concubine will cultivate by herself." Xueqi didn't ask what Xiao Hua had to do, and smiled very virtuously. "Okay." Xiao Hua laid down the rabbit formation, then used the earth escape technique to leave. Before the sun had even risen, he quietly returned and once again took out the concealment technique that was given to him, carefully studying and comprehending it. Xueqi didn't find it strange, but the heavenly talisman sect of White Bamboo Mountain was in chaos. Originally, after Xiao Hua and the others left, Song, Fu Feng and the others became more and more harmonious. Fu Feng even taught Song how to make talismans, and Lu Yun also taught Fu Zhu and Fu Ba how to cultivate. It seemed that the disciples of Golden Mount Hua were going to stay in the Heavenly Talisman sect for a while. However, on the night of the third day after Xiao Hua left, a short foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator suddenly broke into White Bamboo Mountain. Not only did he want to take Song's life, he also wanted to capture Fu Zhu and Fu Ba as concubines. Naturally, Song, Fu Feng and Lu Yun resisted with all their strength, and planned to perish together. That short cultivator's methods were very powerful, and with just a few ordinary techniques, the three of them were forced to a dead end. Just when the three of them were in despair, that cultivator gave up on the technique, and took out a strange pitch-black stick, wanting to beat the three of them to death. Strangely, when the three of them disregarded life and death and prepared to make a final resistance, the three of them discovered that their true qi, which had not changed for several years, or even several decades, suddenly showed signs of condensing, and the three of them simultaneously showed signs of building their foundation. The mood of the three of them could be imagined, both happy and sad, and half happy and half sad. What was even more strange was that at this time, that cultivator seemed to have realized something, and said, "Damn it, I made a mistake. Immediately after, he threw down a few spiritual herbs and flew away. For the three of them, this was a great joy. The three of them did not have time to figure out that person's purpose, and each of them left White Bamboo Mountain to find a place to build their foundation, and quietly build their foundation. Not to mention the pleasant surprise of the others, Xiao Hua's journey, which was supposed to take 10 days, took a full 15 days because of his delay. On this day, he saw a large city in front of him. There was a bustling crowd, towering city walls, and guards in bright armor. Xiao Hua knew that this was Yun City. Sure enough, Zhong Yejing said with a smile, "Senior Xiao, this is Cloud City, the foundation of my Zhong family. More than half of the industries in this city belong to my Zhong family. More than half of the people in this city belong to my Zhong family."
Oh, are they all surnamed Zhong? Xiao Hua asked curiously. I've been to Yu City before, but I didn't know much about it. Senior, please understand that I said belong to, not are. Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically. Most of the people in Cloud City are secular people, tenants, workers, or other identities of the big families surnamed Zhong in the city. These big families surnamed Zhong are the disciples of my Zhong family who have shallow aptitudes and can't cultivate, and they manage these secular industries. There are no cultivation families in Yu City, so there aren't many secular people. All the families and sects have disciples there. Oh, I understand. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Then, the Zhong family must not be in Cloud City, right? Yes, I'll send a message now, asking the family head to come and welcome me. Zhong Yejing said respectfully. All the disciples of my Zhong family are in Zhongling Mountain Village, south of Cloud City. With that, Zhong Yejing sent out a red messaging charm and asked again. Senior Xiao, do you want to wait in Cloud City? Once the family head receives the message, he will come and welcome you personally. No need. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I'm not that arrogant, let's hurry. Don't make the Zhong family head too tired. Yes, I'll listen to Senior's instructions. Zhong Yejing had observed Xiao Hua for the past 10 days, and knew that he didn't have a strange temper. He was even very approachable, and his attitude was far from being proportional to his strength. However, after flying for a long time, not only did Zhong Yejing not see the family head coming to welcome her, but she also didn't receive a messaging charm. Her face became a little ugly. Senior Xiao, I'm afraid that the family head can't come out to welcome me because of some family matters. Please forgive me. Zhong Yejing said carefully. Well said, well said. Xiao Hua waved his sleeves casually. Your Zhong family has a lot of mundane affairs. Your family head must be very busy every day, and can't be compared to me. Even if he doesn't come out to welcome me, it's normal. Zhong Yejing smiled apologetically, but she was muttering in her heart. Although she didn't clearly explain what happened in the messaging charm, she did tell him that Xiao Hua's strength was outstanding, and that even a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator had to admit defeat. Finally, she especially said that Xiao Hua had the Qian Mo secret stone in his hands, and asked the family head to come and welcome him. There was a patch of green grass, a small pond that rippled in the wind, and countless tall and sturdy trees that stood upright like guards. A villa with green bricks, green tiles, green grass, and white walls appeared in the midst of the green leaves that were like waves of the sea. Xiao Hua knew that this must be the Zhong family's Zhongling Mountain Village. Chapter 2101. Because of politeness, Xiao Hua didn't release his divine sense. He just looked from afar with a thoughtful expression. Senior. Zhong Yejing was too embarrassed to say anything. Junior will send another summoning talisman, no need. Xiao Hua looked at Xueqi and smiled. You really don't need to trouble yourself. The corner of Zhong Yejing's mouth twitched a few times. She smiled apologetically and said, Oh, okay. At this moment, a divine sense quickly swept over from the villa. When it passed by Xiao Hua and the others, it swept over Xiao Hua several times. However, Xiao Hua's expression was the same as usual, as if he didn't notice it at all. Second uncle? Zhong Yejing's expression changed slightly. She looked at Xiao Hua uneasily and whispered, Senior Xiao, this is Junior's second uncle, Zhong Peifu. Junior doesn't know why Master didn't come. Xiao Hua was the same as before. He really was the same. He was far from what Zhong Yejing was worried about. A tall old cultivator flew over from the green leaves. He looked a little annoyed and impatient. He flew very fast. There seemed to be a few aura refining disciples following behind him. They had already been left far behind. Second uncle, Zhong Yejing saw that Zhong Peifu's expression wasn't right. She hurriedly flew over and bowed respectfully. Is there something urgent in the family? Why didn't Master come out? Humph. Zhong Peifu waved his hand and scolded. What does a little girl like you know? Do you think that Master has to personally welcome any cultivator who comes to visit our Zhong family? Second uncle.
Zhong Yejing felt extremely wronged, but she didn't dare to say anything. She could only smile apologetically and say, "This is Xiao Hua, Senior Xiao." Jing already said clearly on the summoning talisman that Misty Cloud sects Yun Qing Lai and Yun Qing Feng, as well as Su family's Su Hong, suffered in front of Senior Xiao. Moreover, Jing personally saw a late Foundation establishment cultivator begging for mercy in front of Senior Xiao. Humph. Zhong Peifu waved his hand and coldly glanced at Xiao Hua. He said, "This old man will naturally judge." As he spoke, Zhong Peifu patted his forehead and released the pressure of a late Foundation establishment cultivator. "Second uncle, what are you doing?" Zhong Yejing was greatly shocked. She didn't expect that Zhong Peifu would actually release his pressure as soon as he came up. This was simply provoking Xiao Hua. But to Zhong Yejing's and Zhong Peifu's surprise, Xiao Hua didn't release any pressure at all, allowing Zhong Peifu to firmly suppress him. "What? This cultivator didn't resist at all? Isn't this putting your life in the hands of others?" Zhong Peifu didn't understand and felt even more uneasy. He looked at Xiao Hua's calm gaze, as if he was nothing. "If I wanted to take his life now, it would be as easy as lifting a finger," Zhong Peifu said hesitantly, "but I have no enmity with him, and he was invited by little Jing. How can I do it?" Zhong Peifu was in a bit of a dilemma. His original intention was to probe Xiao Hua's cultivation level. He had also stopped Zhong Yejing's transmission. He knew that Xiao Hua's cultivation level was only at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. However, pressure couldn't be faked. As soon as Xiao Hua released his pressure, he would immediately know. But he didn't expect that Xiao Hua would ignore him. At this time, if Zhong Peifu withdrew his pressure, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Compared to Xiao Hua directly getting angry, or just defeating him, he would lose face. Xiao Hua's move was really sharp, like a needle hidden in silk floss. "Don't tell me. I have to make a move." Zhong Peifu's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Xiao Hua clearly saw Zhong Peifu's fierceness. He knew that he couldn't tease this late-stage Foundation establishment realm old man anymore. Thus, Xiao Hua said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist Zhong, since you're probing, then stop before going too far. Don't do anything that would cause you to pull chestnuts out of the fire." "Xiao Hua. Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiao Hua?" At this time, a voice sounded, "Second granduncle, this is Xiao Hua, fellow Taoist Xiao Hua, whom I met when I was traveling in the country of Xi. He is a good person. He gave me medicinal pills. Please show mercy." Xiao Hua smiled. Wasn't this the voice of the honest Zhong Haoren who was suppressed by Zhong Xiuhan? Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple? Zhong Peifu was shocked. Previously, when he heard Xiao Hua's warning, he was hesitant to withdraw his pressure. Now, with Zhong Haoren's mediation, he immediately withdrew it. He even cupped his hands and said, "So it's a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This Zhong didn't know. Please forgive me." That's right, the Imperial Thunder Sect was a big sect in the country of Xi. It wasn't something the Zhong family could afford to offend. Even if Xiao Hua was really only an early-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Well said, well said. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said calmly, Senior Xiao." Zhong Haoren also flew to Xiao Hua. He first greeted him very intimately, but when he saw that Xiao Hua was already in the Foundation establishment realm, he was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly changed his greeting. Xiao Hua had a very good impression of this little cultivator. He said with a smile, "Zhong Haoren, your progress is not small. Now you're already at the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining. You'll be able to step into the Foundation establishment realm soon. Congratulations." A trace of pride flitted across Zhong Haoren's face, but it was immediately replaced by a slightly desolate expression. He smiled apologetically and said, "How can Junior compare to Senior Xiao? Junior only advanced from the 10th layer of qi refining to the 12th layer, but Senior immediately entered the Foundation establishment realm. This is what Junior yearned for day and night. Hee, everyone has their own destiny. You can't force it." Xiao Hua smiled. He then looked behind him and saw several unfamiliar disciples. He asked again, "What about Zhong Xiuhan? Has she already entered the Foundation establishment realm?" "No." The desolate expression on Zhong Haoren's face became even more pronounced.
Senior sister hasn't entered the Foundation establishment realm yet.
And then she must be at the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining. Xiaohua nodded.
Her aptitude seems to be better than yours.
Yes, indeed, but...
Zhong Haoren seemed to want to say something, but Zhong Peifu's gaze swept over him. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, my Zhong family's patriarch couldn't come to welcome you because of some worldly affairs. I hope fellow Taoist can understand. Come, fellow Taoist, please. Patriarch is waiting for you in the reception hall." As he said that, Zhong Peifu gave a meaningful glance to a quick-witted disciple behind Zhong Haoren. That disciple hastily turned around and flew away. Xiaohua followed Zhong Peifu and flew up. Xueqi followed behind him. Zhong Haoren hesitated for a moment then stopped. He wanted to wait for Zhong Yejing to leave before following them. However, Xiaohua turned around and said, "Zhong Haoren, your eyes-old acquaintance. Come and accompany I." Zhong Haoren's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to fly up, Zhong Peifu gave him another order. Cough cough. "Haoren, you're a junior. You can't accompany fellow Taoist Xiao.
Follow behind your martial aunt Jing."
"Yes, grandson understands." Zhong Haoren was silent. He nodded very calmly and silently stopped in midair.
He waited for the others to fly up, and he followed behind them.
"Fellow Taoist Xiao, please." Zhong Peifu pointed at the scenery on the side as he walked. He said something in a low voice, but there wasn't any respect in his tone. After all, Xiaohua was only in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. And he was at most a late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Even if he was a disciple of the lightning controlling sect, he couldn't really be respected by a late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator. Chapter 2102. Zhong Yejing, who was behind Xiaohua, clearly understood what was going on. She couldn't help but feel somewhat anxious in her heart. This Xiaohua was truly somewhat mysterious. Not only did he use a divine ability, but his actions of helping the people of the secular world made Zhong Yejing feel that Xiaohua was absolutely not a simple late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Not long after, Xiaohua followed Zhong Peifu to the Zhongling mountain villa. It was a rather large gate, several times larger than the one Xiaohua had seen in the Kai family in Luyang. Moreover, just like the Kai family, there was a vermilion gate in the middle. In fact, it was actually a plaque. The word Zhong on the plaque was extremely large. It also looked strange and different from the usual style. It actually looked somewhat like an armor inscription. On both sides of the main door were two side doors. Although they were also vermilion red, they were much smaller. At this moment, the side door on the left was already wide open. Several aura refining disciples were standing there, dressed in bright clothes. "Fellow Taoist Xiao." Zhong Peifu pointed at the main door and smiled. "My Zhong clan's clan head is a golden core cultivator. Therefore, the main door of my Zhong clan can only be opened by the clan head when a golden core cultivator or above comes to visit the Zhong clan. Fellow Taoist Xiao, although you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, you still have to go through this side door." "And it's fine." Xiaohua seemed to have an extremely good temper. He didn't care about this kind of vulgar etiquette and nodded slightly. "Please." Zhong Peifu gestured with his hand as he led Xiaohua through the side door. "Welcome to our Zhong clan, Senior Xiao." Several aura refining disciples bowed together. Their loud and clear voices soared into the sky. "Ha!" Xiaohua slightly nodded. Fortunately, seeing that Xiaohua's face didn't have any particular displeasure, Zhong Yejing's heart calmed down a little. Among the cultivation aristocratic families, Xiaohua had been to Luyang's Kai family and Misty Mountain's Ling family. Obviously, the Zhong family structure was similar to the Kai family's, but the Zhong family's manner was far from comparable to the Kai family's.
Not to mention the area it occupied, and not to mention the pavilions, terraces, and pavilions, but from time to time immortal birds would appear, and from time to time there would be strange flowers and plants by the side of the lake.
This made Xiaohua's eyes light up, and he knew that the Zhong family's foundation was also extraordinary. No matter what,
the Zhong family's patriarch, Zhong Tianyao, was also a golden core cultivator. If the Zhong family did not have a solid foundation, it would be impossible for them to have such a patriarch. There was no need to elaborate on the scenery of the Zhongling mountain villa. Under Zhong Peifu's guidance, Xiaohua arrived at a unique courtyard. Seeing Zhong Peifu walk straight in, Zhong Yejing frowned slightly. She sighed in her heart and regained her composure. She had already done what she could and said what she needed to say. This was all arranged by the patriarch and she had nothing to say. Inside the courtyard was a quiet hall. It was also quite large. An old man with white hair sat in the middle of the hall. He was holding a book in his hand and his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. It was unknown whether he was reading or thinking. Beside the old man sat a skinny old man. He was in the late stage of foundation establishment. He had a bitter expression on his face, but it was impossible to tell what his expression was. Reporting to Patriarch, this is Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He is the cultivator that Jing brought here. Zhong Peifu bowed and said, "Oh, so you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect." Zhong Tianyao put down the book in his hand and swept his gaze over Xiao Hua. At the same time, he also used a spell to sense Xiao Hua's cultivation. He smiled and said, "No wonder he could scare off a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. This disciple of a large sect is indeed formidable." Junior Xiao Hua greets Senior Zhong. Xiao Hua didn't dare to neglect and bowed to greet Zhong Tianyao. "And sit down." Zhong Tianyao pointed at Xiao Hua and said, "Thank you, Senior, for granting me a seat." Xiao Hua modestly sat beside Xueqi. Xueqi lowered her head and didn't say a word. However, she was somewhat angry in her heart. She understood in her heart that even if she, an aura-refining cultivator, didn't reveal her identity, not to mention Xiao Hua, since she had already revealed her identity, she represented the Imperial Thunder Sect and the Zhong family to receive her in the real welcoming hall. Of course, the etiquette of an aura-refining cultivator towards a golden core cultivator was universal in the Xiaoyu continent, regardless of your identity. Zhong Tianyao receiving Xiao Hua here was rude in terms of etiquette. In terms of attitude, he was looking down on Xiao Hua. When the Zhong family disciple served the spirit tea, the cultivator at the side said, "Jing what you said in the summoning talisman was unclear. Now, explain the ins and outs of the matter in front of the master. Why are you with the disciples of Misty Cloud sect and Su family?" "Yes, third uncle." Zhong Yejing glanced at Xiao Hua and was slightly apologetic. It seemed that there were some problems because she said something without Xiao Hua's consent. Zhong Yejing's expression naturally didn't escape Zhong Tianyao's eyes. Or perhaps Zhong Yejing wanted the clan head to see it. Following which, Zhong Yejing briefly recounted the matter of her looking for Su Hong, as well as the matter of White Bamboo Mountain. Of course, regarding the matter of the talisman, Zhong Yejing didn't mention it, only saying that Su Hong invited her to help. Zhong Peiyuan and the others heard clearly and knew that Zhong Yejing was hiding something in her words. However, they didn't ask too much. They only heard Zhong Peiyuan ask faintly, "So, Su Hong's Qianmo secret stone has already fallen into Xiao Hua's hands?" His gaze, however, drifted towards Xiao Hua. "Yes. Good, it's been hard on you. Jing you can leave." Zhong Peiyuan nodded. "But, third uncle, Senior Xiao." Zhong Yejing didn't know what Xiao Hua was thinking. She didn't dare to mention the matter of the gold leaf in advance. At this time, she was a little anxious. "It's fellow Taoist Xiao, not Senior Xiao." Zhong Peiyuan said faintly, "Although my Yunqing Zhong family can't be compared to a famous sect, it's still a famous cultivation family in Ming country. There's no need to lower your status." "Yes, third uncle." Zhong Yejing felt a little wronged, but she didn't dare to contradict. She bowed, looked at Xiao Hua again and retreated. "You all can leave too." Following the order, the other disciples also left. "Xiao Hua." Zhong Peiyuan stared at Xiao Hua and asked, "I don't want to know what you did at White Bamboo Mountain. Let me ask you, you took the Qianmo secret stone from Su Hong's hands. Do you want to exchange it with my Zhong family? How do you know that my Zhong family needs Qianmo secret stone? Do you want to use Qianmo secret stone to threaten my Zhong family?" Xiao Hua was very funny. Zhong Yejing could clearly explain the matter, but Zhong Peiyuan didn't let her finish. Moreover, without waiting for him to speak, Zhong Peiyuan self-righteously put the hat of threatening on his head. Could it be that he really thinks that because his cultivation is high, He can distinguish right from wrong and can see through things at a glance?
Xiaohua couldn't help but criticize.
However, Zhong Tianyao and Zhong Peifu both stared at Xiaohua without blinking. Their eyes were full of vigilance, as if what Zhong Peiyuan said was their inner thoughts.
Xiaohua was very helpless.
He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhong misunderstood." Then, Xiaohua told the matter of him meeting Zhong Peiyuan at the auction in Chiu's city. Finally, he smiled apologetically and said, "I didn't know that Mi Yu was fellow Taoist Zhong." Just as fellow Taoist Zhong said, "When I heard that she wanted to exchange Qianmo's secret stone with Su Hong, my heart moved and I remembered this matter."
"How did you know Haoran?"
Zhong Peifu's eyes were still flickering as he asked in a low voice. "This is even more of a coincidence." Xiaohua smiled and said, "I met him when I went to the netherworld after leaving Chiu's city." "And this old man knows." Zhong Peiyuan waved his hand and said, "Haoran seems to have mentioned this before, but this old man was in a bad mood at that time and didn't remember carefully." Then, Zhong Peiyuan looked at Xiaohua and asked, "So, fellow Taoist Zhao's purpose is the 2 gold foil of my Zhong family?"
"Yes, it's the 2 gold foil." Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a few pieces of Qianmo's secret stone.
He smiled and said, "This Xiao found a few pieces of Qianmo's secret stone in the past few years to find the owner of the gold foil to exchange. Now as a coincidence, please take a look, Senior Zhong." Unexpectedly, Zhong Tianyao didn't seem to be interested in the Qianmo secret stone. He scanned it with his divine sense and said indifferently, "Actually, the gold foil of my Zhong family is exchanged for the Qianmo secret stone. The main thing is that I want to know what this gold foil is and what it's used for."
"This."
Xiaohua was startled. He looked at Zhong Tianyao a few times and shook his head. "Sorry, this is this Zhao's business. Forgive this Xiao for not telling you."
"Oh."
Zhong Tianyao narrowed his eyes and said, "Since you can't tell this old man what the gold foil is used for, then this old man can't exchange with you with the gold foil." "Senior Zhong," Xiaohua was anxious and said, "the gold foil is just a dead thing in the Zhong family. The Zhong family doesn't need it at all.
Why can't you exchange it?"
Could it be that the Zhong family doesn't want to use the Qianmo secret stone to repair magic tools? "Humph, repairing magic tools or not is my Zhong family's business." Zhong Peiyuan sneered and said, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao wants to forcefully exchange with my Zhong family?"
"Hee, why can't I? Aren't the so-called big cultivation sects all like this? Without resorting to trickery, how can they become a big sect? How can they dominate a region?"
Zhong Peifu said sarcastically, "Although the Imperial Thunder sect is far away in the country of Xi, their fame is spread throughout the entire Xiaoyu continent. Their disciples can even be arrogant in Meng country."
"What do you 2 fellow Taoists mean?"
Xiaohua sneered, "If you don't want to exchange, then don't exchange.
Why do you have to speak so viciously?
These words are related to this Zhao's sect.
Fellow Taoist, do you mind this Xiao bringing these words back?"
"What? Did this Zhong offend the Imperial Thunder sect with just a few words?" Zhong Peiyuan stood up and said angrily, "Just based on these few words, Imperial Thunder sect dares to come to my Meng country and exterminate my Zhong family?
Do you think you have this opportunity?"
"Ha ha ha." Xiaohua stood up and laughed loudly. He really felt that it was funny. A late Foundation establishment cultivator, no matter what, had a lifespan of several hundred years. He had seen many more things than him, but why did he look like a loose cultivator at the early qi refining stage? He didn't know the gravity of his words. "This Xiao wants to see what ability your Zhong clan has to keep this Xiao here," Xiaohua coldly said after he finished laughing. "At White Bamboo Mountain, you injured Su Hong and intimidated a late Foundation establishment cultivator.
Was it just for Jing to see?"
Zhong Tianyao said indifferently, "Even if you are a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, even if your cultivation is comparable to a late Foundation establishment cultivator, don't forget that this old man is a gold core cultivator. In this old man's eyes, you are just a child. Besides, without the clan head here, this old man and 2 late Foundation establishment cultivators can't kill a late Foundation establishment cultivator?
Not to mention an qi refining cultivator?"
Zhong Peiyuan said even more arrogantly, "Even if the late Foundation establishment cultivator escapes, will this qi refining female cultivator still be alive?"
Chapter 2103. Hearing these words, Xiaohua's face instantly turned cold, truly cold. There was no longer a trace of indifference in his original tone. If fellow Taoist Zhong wants to try, then feel free to make a move. I don't have the confidence to protect my wife in front of a core formation cultivator. However, I am confident that I can escape from the hands of a golden core adept. As long as I leave, other than the golden core adepts of the Zhong family, I will not touch them. As for the other disciples, I will kill them all. Are you threatening me? Zhong Tianyao face was even colder. If his gaze could kill, it would have poked many holes in Xiaohua's body. At this moment, the dignity of a core formation cultivator was facing the provocation of an initial stage foundation establishment cultivator. Senior Zhong, can't you see that this junior is explaining the facts to fellow Taoist Zhong? Xiaohua said word by word. What this junior said is the truth. I didn't speak a word of nonsense. Good. Zhong Peiyuan laughed from extreme anger. He couldn't help but stand up. Why are all the disciples of cultivation sects so arrogant? I won't say anything about the core formation cultivator from before. He opened his mouth and said that he would destroy my Zhong clan. You, an insignificant initial stage foundation establishment cultivator, actually dares to be arrogant in front of me. Today, I'm going to stake it all. Even if I have to destroy jade and common stone, so what? Xiaohua sneered. Although words can be said casually, your hands can't be stretched out carelessly. Once you make a move, the consequences will be very serious. Seeing that Xiaohua only spoke and didn't make any moves, he was terrifyingly calm. Sure enough, Zhong Peiyuan was somewhat hesitant. The thought of stretching out his hand to release pressure could only flash through his mind again and again. Since the words had already been said, if he made a move, there was no possibility of probing. Xiaohua would definitely go all out in a spurt of energy like a tiger. Seeing Zhong Peiyuan stand up, Zhong Peifu naturally couldn't help but stand up as well. His gaze actually wasn't looking at Xiaohua, but rather at Xueqi. Old second, old third. Zhong Tianyao seemed to be doing his utmost to restrain himself. His grizzled hair and beard were trembling. At this moment, he slapped his hand on the chair and said angrily, "You two, shut up. You nearly caused trouble before, and now you still want to talk. Didn't you hear that the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples want to challenge my Zhong clan? Could it be that you're waiting for me to make a move?" Hearing this, Zhong Peiyuan was pleasantly surprised. He slapped his forehead and released the pressure of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then this old man will teach this arrogant disciple a lesson on behalf of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Let him know the principle of respecting high-level cultivators." At the same time, Zhong Peifu wasn't slow either. He had already prepared his aura and slammed it towards Xueqi. Seeing that the Zhong clan's people were really going to make a move, Xiaohua was furious. He reached out and pulled Xueqi's little hand that was stretched out to the side. He transmitted his voice. "Don't use your transcendence energy." Xueqi originally wanted to use the flight technique, but after hearing Xiaohua's words, she immediately stopped the flow of true qi. However, Xiaohua's figure flew up, and all of a sudden, he pulled Xueqi into his arms. His other hand clapped, and the pressure of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator was similarly released. With a boom, the pressure of two late-stage foundation establishment cultivators collided with Xiaohua's pressure, setting off a burst of qi waves. "Humph, you're actually in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. You've concealed it well." Zhong Tianyao sat steadily on the seat of honor and released his divine sense. There wasn't any surprise on his face, and he only coldly snorted. However, what happened next shocked him. In his opinion, under the pressure of two late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, wouldn't Xiaohua be helpless? Because pressure was something that couldn't be faked. However, Xiaohua's figure only trembled slightly, and then he swam like a fish. His figure slid slightly, and he flew towards the entrance of the hall. If it was a month ago, Xiaohua definitely wouldn't have such a method. He would definitely have released his Phoenix Dharma body and resisted. In other words, Xiaohua had some subtle understanding of the nameless secret art that matched his comprehension in the past 10 days. Although he couldn't further improve in concealing his cultivation level, he had a remarkable ability in evading pressure that others couldn't think of. "After coming to my Zhong clan, you still want to leave?" Zhong Tianyao waved his hand, but light flew out.
It wasn't Xiao Hua, but the four walls of the hall. Magic power rippled on the four walls, and a jade-green brilliance emerged from the center of the four walls. It was divided into two layers, one facing upwards and the other facing downwards, rapidly surging. Seeing that the pressure was ineffective, Zhong Peiyuan rubbed his hands, and several rays of brilliance flew out from his hands. Countless sparks were produced, and they flew towards Xiao Hua's back. Humph! Xiao Hua knew that Zhong Tianyao wouldn't directly make a move because of his status. He clapped his hands, and the soaring dragon scissors flew out of the space. A golden light flashed, and the soaring dragon scissors directly chopped towards the hall's entrance that was close at hand. With a rumbling sound, the jade-green brilliance that had already flooded the hall's entrance was split apart like a jade wave, and it rolled backwards. Not only that, the sharpness of the soaring dragon scissors also split open the entire hall's entrance. Amidst the sound, the hall's entrance and part of the hard stones were split open by the huge force, as if they were blown apart by a fireball talisman. Three shameless old things. Xiao Hua's figure swayed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he already arrived at the hall's entrance. Quick! Zhong Tianyao also couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. He reprimanded in a low voice, and just as he was about to cast a spell, he saw Xiao Hua fling his hand without even turning his head. Hundreds of fireball talismans flew out, precisely blocking Zhong Peiyuan's cluster of sparks. Moreover, within those fireball talismans, there was also a wall of true samadhi fire that Xiao Hua cast. With a rumbling sound, it was as if the mountains were shaking and the earth was quaking. It was as if the entire hall was going to be overturned by the explosion. This explosion and wall of fire just happened to block Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu. Humph! Zhong Tianyao's face slightly changed. He swung his sleeve, covering the entire fireball talisman and wall of fire. Like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds, all the fireballs and wall of fire disappeared. But it was also in this blink of an eye that Xiao Hua and Xueqi's figures had already rushed out of the hall. By the time Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu flew out of the hall, Xiao Hua and Xueqi's figures had already faded. In the sky above the entire Zhongling mountain villa, Xiao Hua's cold and eerie words floated. Since your Zhong family dares to make a move, then this young master won't be polite. Zhong Tianyao, just wait for this young master to kill your Zhong family's disciples one by one. Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu's noses were crooked from anger. If you say you want to escape, then escape. You actually let out such big words, and let the entire Zhongling mountain villa hear it. This was really a naked slap to their own face. How dare you? Zhong Peiyuan shouted. He simply didn't think and didn't even look at Zhong Peifu. His figure swayed, and he was about to fly out of the villa. On the other hand, Zhong Peifu's eyes turned, and he shouted, Patriarch, quickly open the villa's restrictive spell. Humph, all of you come back. Zhong Tianyao's voice sounded, and his tone was also filled with shame and anger. Chapter 2104. Zhong Peiyuan and Zhong Peifu looked at each other helplessly. Gritting their teeth, they floated down and landed in front of the hall that no longer had a door. At this time, several Zhong family disciples sneakily poked their heads out and looked over, not knowing what happened. What are you looking at? Why aren't you cleaning this place up? Zhong Peifu glared at them, an indescribable feeling in his heart. When they stood in front of Zhong Tianyao, they stole a glance at Zhong Tianyao's gloomy face. You talk too much. Will you die if you speak less? Zhong Tianyao shouted at Zhong Peiyuan, if you didn't stir up trouble, would this old man be so passive? It was like this before, and it was like this just now. Family head, Zhong Peiyuan felt extremely wronged. Boy was also unwilling. Who knows where he leaked the news and let that guy know? And this imperial thundersect brat is even more arrogant than that guy. Humph, cultivation sects are all sanctimonious things. Zhong Tianyao snorted coldly. But they are powerful, not something our cultivation sects can compare to. We can't afford to offend them, but can't we hide?
Which cultivator would be able to tolerate such words from you? Moreover, Imperial Thunder Sect is famous for their flying techniques. You also saw it just now. Xiao Hua is only a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. His flying speed far surpasses yours. If this old man doesn't use his divine ability, I'm afraid I can't catch up to him. Zhong Tianyao didn't say anything.
With a wave of his sleeve, he flew out of the hall.
Second brother, you say, what's all this about? Zhong Peiyuan waved his hand, and the chairs beside him were destroyed. He sat down, picked up the teacup beside him, and drank the spiritual tea in one breath. Who knows? Zhong Peifu also gritted his teeth and sat down. We can't afford to offend that guy from before. A middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator came. We thought he could blow the sky apart. But who would have thought that not only was this guy's cultivation not bad, his magic treasure was also extremely powerful. Moreover, his ability to escape was even comparable to a Jin Dan. No wonder we brothers were defeated. Speaking up to here, Zhong Peifu pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, Third brother, Xiao Hua just said some ruthless words. Of course we aren't afraid. But, our Zhong family's disciples number in the thousands? None of them are Xiao Hua's match. Shouldn't we make some preparations? Zhong Peiyuan frowned for a moment before he smiled. There's no need for that. After all, we didn't hurt his lover. He didn't have any reason to lower himself and hurt a disciple of our Zhong family. I think he's just saying it casually. He's also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He wouldn't be so shameless. That's true. Since the Patriarch didn't order us to do anything about it, we don't have to worry about it. Zhong Peifu nodded. We'd better think of another way. Damn it, that's right. How can we not think of a way? Zhong Peiyuan naturally knew what Zhong Peifu was talking about. He said fiercely, My Zhong family has been accumulating things for decades, or even hundreds of years, and they were taken away by that bastard in an instant. How can we not be angry? That artifact was passed down from my ancestors and is related to the bloodline of my Zhong family. If it can be repaired successfully, it will be able to awaken the true spirit bloodline of my clansmen. It's extremely important to my Zhong family. We can't not repair it. If that Xiao Hua had come a few years earlier, my Zhong family would have been able to obtain the last Qian Mo secret stone. We would have already started to repair the artifact. Zhong Peifu sighed. AI, it's really fate that makes fools of people. It's too late to say anything now. Zhong Peiyuan waved his hand. We'll rest for a while and continue to collect. How could it be so simple? Zhong Peifu curled his lips. The most difficult Qian Mo secret stone. What? Is Xiao Hua the only one in the Xiaoyu continent who has the Qian Mo secret stone? Zhong Peiyuan said angrily. Even you want to blame this old man? No, how could it be? Zhong Peifu smiled apologetically. Third brother has worked hard and taken many risks. He's the one who has contributed the most to my Zhong family. Let's go, let's go. Zhong Peiyuan was a little dispirited. He waved his hand and walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. After the two of them left, the disciples of the Zhong family naturally rushed over to repair the hall that was destroyed by Xiao Hua. Seeing how badly damaged the hall was, the disciples of the Zhong family were all dumbfounded. Of course, they knew how powerful the restrictive spell in the hall was. While they were guessing in a low voice, Xiao Hua's fame quickly spread throughout the Zhongling mountain villa. Xueqi only knew that Xiao Hua's flying speed was extremely fast. However, when she truly experienced the speed, she realized that she had underestimated Xiao Hua's flying speed. She only felt the scenery in front of her fly away at an extremely fast speed. Her vision blurred for a moment. Her figure had already flown out of the Zhongling mountain villa while Xiao Hua slowly stopped in mid-air. Husband. Xiao Hua's hand was still around Xueqi's waist. His brows were slightly wrinkled as he looked at the Zhongling mountain villa in the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Xueqi asked in a low voice. Husband won't really kill the disciples of the Zhong family, right? Hee, of course not. Xiao Hua withdrew his gaze and said with a smile. When have you seen your husband kill people indiscriminately? Your husband is just angry that Zhong Peiyuan actually used my wife's safety to threaten your husband and randomly scared them. Exactly. That Zhong family's patriarch is really rude. He himself doesn't know the use of the gold leaf and instead forced my husband to say it. If he knew the use of the gold leaf, why would he still exchange it? Xueqi also echoed. Humph, even if they knew the use of the gold leaf, they wouldn't be able to use it.
Xueqi coldly snorted.
However, your husband feels that he won't leak the use of the gold leaf. Then what do we do now? Xueqi slightly wrinkled her brows. We've already fallen out with the Zhong family. Zhong Tianyao will definitely not exchange the gold leaf with my husband. If he doesn't want to exchange, then so be it. From his tone, I'm afraid that he was forced to do something he didn't want to do. He didn't have the ability to get back at them and instead wanted to vent his anger on this young master. How can this young master let them have their way? Xiaohua curled his lips and said, since they did it, then they can't blame this young master for doing it 15 times. Husband, what do you think? Xueqi somewhat strangely asked. In her heart, Xiaohua had always advocated being straightforward and upright.
She couldn't think of any reason that Xiaohua had to persuade Zhong Tianyao to exchange with him.
What do I think? No idea.
Xiaohua spread out his hands with a helpless look.
Wouldn't it be fine if your husband went over and snatched the gold leaf? Xueqi covered her mouth. What Xiaohua said was indeed a common method used by cultivators. However, this most common method coming from Xiaohua's mouth really made Xueqi feel strange.
She couldn't help but ask, husband, this kind of action doesn't seem to be your usual behavior.
What does your husband usually do? Xiaohua said with a smile. Husband has always prioritized others. Husband has never used the strong to bully the weak. Husband has never done things that harm others for his own benefit. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua stuck out his chest, raised his head, and patted his chest. He laughed and said, I didn't expect your husband to be so perfect in your eyes. Of course, Xueqi said proudly. Husband is the most perfect male cultivator in Xiaoyu continent. How could other cultivators work for people in the secular world who starve to death? Just based on this, husband can make all the female cultivators have a whole new level of respect for you. Hee hee, so that's how it is. I was wondering why my wife would say such a thing. Xiaohua suddenly said, your husband isn't a stickler for rules. For the sake of other people's opinions, I don't care about my own benefits. This is a completely different matter from caring for the common people. Why? Xueqi was somewhat puzzled. Xiaohua pointed his finger and said, that gold leaf obviously has no use in the Zhong family. They just treated it as an ordinary thing and threw it in the ancestral hall. Your husband didn't harm their benefits by taking it, so why can't I? Besides, this gold leaf is extremely important to your husband's cultivation. Even if it harms the Zhong family's benefits, it can still be exchanged for the benefits of more people. Your husband naturally has to take it. Hee hee, husband's reason seems to be what every cultivator thinks when they do this. Xueqi said with a smile. However, she didn't go into detail.
She knew that Xiaohua had a sense of propriety, so she was somewhat worried.
If there were only 2 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, I wouldn't be worried. However, the Zhong family's patriarch is a golden core cultivator. Husband must be careful, hee hee. Isn't it just a small Zhong family? Xiaohua swept a glance at the distant Zhongling mountain villa and thought with a sneer. This young master really isn't afraid. Besides, the Zhong family's disciples actually threatened my wife's life in front of me. If I don't teach them a lesson, how can I let them know how powerful your husband is? All right, Xueqi's eyes looked at Xiaohua. A strange expression flickered in her eyes. She seemed to have sensed that an incomparably sharp awl was gradually appearing. Anyone who ignored this sharp awl would most likely be injured by this awl. Immediately, Xiaohua smiled and said to Xueqi, let's go, my wife. We'll go further away from here. This place is really a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Hee hee. Xueqi was originally somewhat depressed. She felt that she was holding Xiaohua back. At this moment she smiled and said, since it's a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, you can even charge out. Your husband is a hero who punched the South Mountain sky-eyed tiger and stepped on the North Sea's tide dragon. How can I be afraid of these small shrimps? Xiaohua pulled Xueqi and flew far away. He still didn't forget to tease the Zhong family. Xueqi originally thought that Xiaohua would find a place to stop around the Zhong family. However, she didn't expect that Xiaohua would fly for dozens of li without any intention of stopping.
She couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "Husband, where are we going? Won't we be far away if we continue flying?"
"Oh, your husband thought about it just now. We just finished threatening them.
If we go to look for the gold leaf now, I'm afraid that they'll be on guard. Maybe the gold leaf is still on Zhong Tianyao. Your husband can only get the gold leaf if I kill Zhong Tianyao." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Rather than that, it's better to wait for them to forget about this matter. Your husband can secretly come back and take it away. Then, we'll find a place to meditate?" "My wife, you should meditate first. Familiarize yourself with the cultivation method again so that you can find an opportunity to consume the Ling Lei pill. Your husband will go take a look around and send some good seeds to the secular people near Yun City," Xiaohua said. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.